This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग। थोड़ी देर की चेस थ्योरी, इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल। इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल।
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं। तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता, फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं। टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे, प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे। गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया, पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे।
एक मिनट, बगीचे?
हाँ बगीचे, अटैकिंग पे यार।
ढूंढ ले, checks captures threats in this position। ढूंढ ले, हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन। ढूंढ ले, जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन, इससे बेटर फीलिंग नहीं है यार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल। This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग। थोड़ी देर की चेस थ्योरी, इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल। इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल।
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं। तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता, फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं। टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे, प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे। गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया, पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे।
एक मिनट, बगीचे?
हाँ बगीचे, अटैकिंग पे यार।
ढूंढ ले, checks captures threats in this position। ढूंढ ले, हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन। ढूंढ ले, जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन, इससे बेटर फीलिंग नहीं है यार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल। is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए, चेस बेस इंडिया के संग। थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी, इन डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल। इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल।
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं। तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता, फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं। टिक टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे, प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे। गुरुजी ने इसे काबिल बनाया, पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे।
एक मिनट, बगीचे?
हाँ बगीचे, अटैकिंग पे रहो यार।
Checks captures threats in this position. हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन। जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन, इससे बेटर फील नहीं है यार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल। This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए, चेस बेस इंडिया के संग। थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी, इन डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल। इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल।
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं। तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता, फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं। टिक टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे, प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे। गुरुजी ने इसे काबिल बनाया, पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे।
एक मिनट, बगीचे?
हाँ बगीचे, अटैकिंग पे रहो यार।
Checks captures threats in this position. हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन। जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन, इससे बेटर फील नहीं है यार। शतरंज का कमाल।
Hi everyone, two big encounters today, India versus China and India versus Georgia in the women in the 7th round of the Chess Olympiad. Let's go to the India versus China encounter because everyone was looking forward to the World Championship trailer between Gukesh and Ding Liren. But turns out that Ding Liren is not coming up to the game. He has been rested. What does that mean for the World Championship? Well, we can discuss that at a later point, but it means that Gukesh now faces Wei Yi. And Wei Yi has been in phenomenal form. Gukesh will have the white pieces. It will be a very exciting battle. On board number 2, Praggnanandha takes on Yangyi. This is also a fascinating struggle. On board number 3 is going to be the very interesting clash with Arjun having the white pieces against Xiangzhi. And I think Arjun may want to continue his 100% streak there. And on board number 4 came the big decision for Team India that Harikrishna is playing. Vidit has been rested and Harikrishna takes on the in-form Wang Yue. Wang Yue is on 4 out of 4 in this tournament. And so this is a very interesting strategy that Team India has gone for, to rest Vidit and let Hari face him. Maybe Harikrishna has a lot of experience facing Wang Yue. Going to the women's section, we have India versus Georgia. Georgia are the second seeds, and so a big one there. India has Harika on the top board and she takes on Nana Dzagnidze. In fact, Harika is very good friends with the Georgian team. She's played for their club before and so on. So Harika versus Nana. On board number 2, we have Vaishali taking on Leila Javakashvili. Again, will be an exciting encounter there. On board number 3 is the big clash between two informed players of both the teams. We have Divya Deshmukh, who is on 5.5 out of 6, taking on Nino Batsiashvili, who is on 4.5 out of 5. So that will be the big one. And on board number 4, Vantika Agrawal has come in. Tania has been rested and she takes on Bella Khotenashvili, who's a GM. So this one will go down to the wire. I'm very excited for it and I'll be there to commentate for the full round along with Harshit Raja and Amruta Mokal. And I'll see you all in the evening. I hope you enjoy the clash. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to the seventh round of the FIDE Chess Olympiad 2024. And Harshit
Sagar
bhai,
bhai, what an exciting day. Super exciting to be here because it's the seventh round and we are playing against the team which has the world champion who is not playing today, the Chinese team.
yes, today we are up against China in the open section and Georgia in the women's section. Both are two of the strongest teams in the open and women's section. So I would say, Harshit bhai, today is the most critical round of the Olympiad.
We have been saying this in every round that this round is very important, but guys, today is the day we've been waiting for, Sagar bhai. India and India in men and women both sections playing against the stiffest competition we probably have in the entire event.
Yes, and actually, Harshit, the thing is that there was a very nice little bit of back and forth with Ding Liren and Gukesh whether we will get to see the trailer of the World Championship or not.
Guys, trailer नहीं direct movie जाना पड़ेगा in November. But I think, what do you think about that decision, Sagar bhai? Because Ding, even though not in good shape, is definitely like one of the strongest players.
I think in a way Gukesh got a bit of a psychological edge if you think about it. I don't know what the audience thinks about it, but the fact is like it's like there was a street fight where both were called and one side did not come at all.
Yes, maybe it's a psychological trick used by Dingleren to not give Gukesh an advantage. He didn't want to lose maybe today so that Gukesh has that advantage going into the World Championship match. But I think that the Indian team is ready for this matchup. We have four of the strongest players playing. However, a very interesting change by the Indian team as
Yes.
well, guys. Vidit, the man who won the last game, has decided to take a rest, and Harikrishna is playing instead. All these small things, Sagarbai, definitely change a lot in the game because it's only four games.
Yeah.
And
Actually, for me, it's a big surprise, Harshit Bhai, because Vidit was 5 out of 6, playing really well. And on the other hand, there was a rest day. So there was no question of him being very tired. But I feel there is one small element here. I think Hari Krishna knows the Chinese players very well.
quite possibly. And also, if you think about it, Hare Krishna has a very similar strategy like the Chinese players. He loves playing slow positions, loves playing end games, and maybe that was our strategy to put him in with the black pieces
Against
because
Wang Yu.
against Wang Yu, because he just wants to be solid. Because a draw in the fourth board is going to be a great result for Hare Krishna.
Yes, and Wang Yue has been amazing in this tournament. He is 4 out of 4. By the way, on your screen, you see the Ukrainian team, which is going to take on Iran, a very important
Again,
game.
actually, they're going to take on
Sorry, Uzbekistan.
So,
Not Iran. Yes.
one of the big contenders for medal, Uzbekistan.
And there we see Vasily Ivanchuk on the screen, guys. Ivanchuk OP.
Super. And we also see Korobov in the screen, who had come for an interview with us. Definitely a very dangerous player playing with the white pieces, can beat anyone.
Yeah.
But I think also we have to emphasize about the importance of the Indian women's match because we are playing against Georgia, who was, who was almost the first, like the top seeds in this event.
Oh.
And
Wei Yi there.
Wei, guys,
Waiting for Gukesh. And Wei told Ding Liren, take rest. I will go and face your challenger.
Wei is like, Aj, I might need to show why I have been called one of the most talented prodigies by even the likes of Magnus Carlsen. Guys, Wei, very good player.
He was the youngest ever to reach 2700. And in fact, Gukesh became the youngest ever to reach 2750.
Yeah.
So today it's the clash of two amazing prodigies. And there you see Wang Yue on your screen. A little bit of a glitch there, but Wang Yue has been brilliant in this tournament. I don't think he plays so much chess, Harshit Bhai. He's come for this Olympiad to make China win the medal.
Definitely. A lot of pressure is going to fall down on Wang Yue because he's playing with the white pieces, Sagar Bhai. And white pieces, so you have to somehow try to put some pressure because our third board, Arjun Erigaisi, the man with the bow, is very dangerous and also in form. I think that
Oh, and Harshit Bhai in the commentary, in the hall, everywhere, Amruta there. And this is going to be Harshit Bhai. How excited! Oh, we have, as is the tradition, Harshit Bhai. Sai Prasad sends in the first super chat saying, "Let's go."
let's go, guys. Today is the day. Day 7, Sagar Bhai. Biggest day we've had so far. I'm super excited. And I hope you are too, because this is the day, Sagar Bhai.
And today we have a special guest who will join us
Wow.
in
Yes.
some time.
I will actually just maybe go and try to make sure that he is going to be with us, Sagar Bhai. As soon as the game start, I will be right back, hopefully with
With him.
someone.
With him, guys, any guesses on whom Harshit Bhai is planning to bring with him?
I'll be right back, guys.
People are saying Vidit Bhai. Guys, it's a good idea actually to send a link to Vidit maybe, and maybe he can join us. And also Tania is rested today. Vantika is playing, so we will definitely send the links to them in case they want to join. Getting thoughts from the players themselves would be amazing.
Because I'm sure they are watching the game.
Yeah. So, yes, guys, this secret will remain a secret for now. But going to the women's board, Harika is going to take on Nana Dzagnidze. A big fight there between two world-class players, and
The guest will be in the venue, right?
in the playing hall. And second board, there is going to be Vaishali, who will take on Lela Javakashvili. Again, Lela is a very experienced player. And on the third board, we have Divya, who is up against uh, in the Ukrainian in the Georgian team, Nino Batsyashvili. And Nino is playing brilliantly in this tournament. She's on 4.5 out of 5, but Divya is on 5.5 out of 6. Ooh, and there we have Anish Giri smiling and in good spirits after the rest day, feeling good and smiling. I'm sure he's smiling to one of the Chess Base India members. No, but maybe not. And there we have Akash. Arvind is higher rated than Hari. Then how Hari is in the squad, Sagar bro? The rating is an average of an entire few months or year. So in that sense, the average of Harikrishna was higher than that of Arvind. साई प्रसाद सेज बरमुडा पार्टी में क्या नाचे यार सागर भाई ओपी. अरे थैंक यू गाइस. ऐसा था ना दोस्तों, आई टेल यू, there has been no exercise done for such a long time. I come here, I sit, I commentate at home, I edit, and so in general very less exercise. So I took it as an opportunity to do some cardio exercise, some dance which was required. And there you see on the screen the top board. Oh, Praggnanandha here coming in, and Gukesh and Wei Yi shake hands with each other. क्या बात है, ओ हो, मजा ही आ गया दोस्तों. D Gukesh coming in there. He is putting his jacket on his chair like he always does. He did it at the candidates as well, so that just there is even there is some cold, he can wear a jacket over his suit. Ali Selim Yedinichi, thank you for your super chat. And there you have Gukesh taking fort. Actually, Gukesh has had a little bit of a tough journey against Wei Yi, if I'm not mistaken. They have played against each other recently at Tata Steel and also at the tiebreakers. And I think Wei Yi, very tough nut to crack. And there you see Harikrishna, after playing the first 2 rounds, took a break for 4 rounds and he's back. This is going to be a very critical game because Wang Yue is on 4 out of 4. Harikrishna is here to face him. Actually, it's a very interesting decision. Why did they decide this? But we will get to know very, very soon about it. Why was this decision made? But one of the theories is that Harikrishna knows the Chinese players very well, and maybe that's the reason why he decided that. Praggnanandha takes on Yangyi here, And this is also a very, very critical clash. Prag hasn't been showing his absolute best chess. He's on 3.5 out of 5. But that's because Arjun is scoring 6 out of 6 and so on. So it's crazy how Arjun is playing. The Auhi says Godly Gukesh win. Thala for a reason. Okay, if Gukesh wins today, that would be insane. That would be huge. And there you see Praggnanandha adjusting all his pieces. Gukesh in his meditative zone. Actually, the Coca Cola, I'm sure Gukesh didn't bring for himself, it was kept there. Akshay Natu says, genuinely curious, how does the strategy of constantly defeating 25-2600 sharpen Arjun's tactics for facing 2700 and Super GMs? Does it make him more accurate and less prone to mistakes? Explain. Maybe we'll ask this question to our guest who's going to come in, who might have better insights on this subject than myself. But I do feel that Arjun is ready for playing even the top guys. There will be a small learning curve because these players are much, much more solid with their opening prep than 2600s or 20, those who are reaching 2700. Some of the top players have much better opening prep. So maybe Arjun may have to change his opening repertoire a bit, but I don't see a huge difference. There you see the madman, as Magnus Carlsen likes to call him, just closing his eyes, focusing. It's amazing to see him. And Anirudh says was hoping for Gukesh versus Ding, but it seems like Ding is scared to face him. We don't know. Actually, it was also mentioned that Ding had to change his hotel today, so we would not know whether it was for any particular reason or so. And there you see Divya. There she's taking on Nino. And on the last board, we have Vantika Agrawal taking on Bella Khotenashvili. Bella is a GM. So, in fact, the Georgian team has three GMs who are playing. Only Lela Javakhashvili is an IM, but I think she's also a GM strength. This is, I would say, this is the biggest challenge for the women's team today. Like, they beat Armenia, which was a strong team. But if the women's team today even holds to a 2-2 draw, this would be huge result. I must say that the Georgian team is definitely a very, very strong team. Very strong. Georgia is seed number 1, says Rakshit. Well, they somehow dropped a few ELO points and became number 2 seeds. But I think the difference is very little. And there we have a guest who's making the first move. We have Dana Raiznishe Ozola from FIDE, the managing director of the FIDE, chairman, the FIDE board is here. Desi Guiscard says, what are the chances that Wei will be Ding second? Ooh, that's a good question. Maybe quite a high chance because, and there we have move number 1, E4 C5. Bye. Sicilian is on the board. Wow, this is going to be a big fight today. Knight F3 by Gukesh. Maza hi aa gaya dosto. Codebreaker says, let's go. Hari will break the streak. Arjun will continue his farming. Prag versus you hopefully goes solid. Gukesh versus Wei Yi, probably much more interesting than Ding. Georgia is way too scary. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Knight F3 played. What is Wei Yi going to come up with? Has he played his move D6, I think? Oh, Knight F6. What? Knight F6 on the board. He's trying to actually. Oh, and Gukesh instantly plays E5. Did he push E5? No, sorry. I think I got it wrong. Actually, it was. Guys, the moves are not updating yet on Lee Chess. They should update. But I think it started with Knight C3. Wait, Knight C3. It happened D6, Knight C3, Knight F6. Okay. Got it. I got excited for no reason, guys. And Knight f6 and Gukesh plays bishop e2. What? Wow. Surprise pe surprise, dosto. Firstly, Gukesh, I think, didn't want to go for Wei Yi's Najdorf, so he didn't play d4. He played knight c3, and after knight f6, he goes bishop e2. And Wei Yi is now thinking, if I play knight c6, then I don't get my Najdorf. If I play a6, then maybe Gukesh does not go d4 at all and take it into a Najdorf. Very interesting strategy there. And Wei Yi plays e5. And now Gukesh loses a tempo and plays bishop c4. What? This is very interesting. This is very interesting. Sachin Kumar says this is Botnick's opening. Why is this interesting? Because I believe there are lines where you do knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, e5, and bishop c4 is played. This is, I think, quite well known, this line. But if you see here, Gukesh has actually given up a move to reach this position. He said he's gone bishop e2, e5, knight, and here, and he's saying that maybe I don't like your knight on f6, and that's why I'm ready to even give one more tempo. Very interesting. SN Harshraj says, "Bhai, आज तो तगड़ा prep है गुकेश का." Yeah, only time will tell. Time will tell. Prem Milind Gujarati says, Hari has played Wang Yu 19 times with a +3 score. Whoa! Prem Milind Gujarati with the stats there. Thank you so much. D3 played here. And now we understand why Harikrishna took board number 4. He has a psychological edge over Wang Yu. Where is Ding? Where is Ding? Guys, Ding Liren took a break today. Meanwhile, Harshit Bhai did come on time today. He's gone down to bring a guest. And he about his move. And it's actually very interesting, guys. There is a weakness in the position. If you can tell me which square is tremendously weak in this position. Wei Yi has played his move. I think the move that he might have played is castles. Oh, he goes knight c6. Yes, Maharishi Ray, all of you who said d5 is a weak square, you are absolutely right. D5 is the weak square in this position, and that is the reason why Gukesh even spent one extra move from e2 to c4 to control this square and the diagonal, and the knight also controls it. So very interesting move now could be, when you control a square, you also want to remove a defender of your opponent who's controlling that square. So what would be a very nice move? Maybe we can try using the chat chess moves if we have already. Yes, Tota Srinivas, Arvind M. Brilliant, guys. Bishop g5 is the move that I am thinking about. And I think Gukesh is also thinking now, already out of his prep here. And meanwhile, on the bottom of your screen, you can see the bars are here. Thank you so much, Rakshit Bhai, for making those bars available. And thank you so much, Keith Mascarenas, for the chat chess moves. Bishop g5 is right there at the top. And that is the correct move here. Bishop g5. And maybe it's not like a great move or anything. Castle would also do. But bishop g5 puts pressure here on f6. Sam says, who sponsors your abroad tours? Well, in general, we ourselves sponsor it. Sometimes the organizers provide us with some facilities like stay, food, and sometimes this time, as we have Ambit, who has supported us, and you will see the Ambit recap of the day every day that we make. So big shout out to them for supporting us partially with all our expenses here. So that's how it is. Okay, Guys, right now Gukesh is thinking, he hasn't made his move. He's still trying to get grips to this new. Can we go full screen on Gukesh once and show the people how the atmosphere is in the venue? This huge board one clash. Gukesh looking so fresh, so fresh. Amazing. Gookie Monster. He's actually not looking at the board, you can see. He's trying to recollect. Maybe for him, knight c6 move, that was the last move by Wei Yi, came as a bit of a surprise, which is why he's trying to stay totally focused here and recollect his analysis. Okay, should we go to the next one? Let's go to the game of Praggnanandha and Yangyi. Now, Praggnanandha is, I think his main job today would be to be very solid because he has the black pieces and he goes d4, d5, c4, d takes c4. This is known as the, guys, what's the name of this opening? Karan OP says with Ding not playing today, his last 1 year form all seems like intentional to me. No, I don't think so, guys. That's not how it works. Yes, this is Queen's Gambit accepted. Knight to f3, knight to f6, e3. Now, the plan is to take this pawn. So, e6 was played, bishop c4, c5 by Pragg, castles. Knight comes out to c6. So, very mainline position. Queen e2, and a6. If you take this pawn trying to win it, I think rook d1 is a very simple move, pinning here. So he doesn't go for this. He goes a6, just trying to maybe push the pawn, trying to get the bishop on this diagonal. That seems to be his idea. This is all opening theory, well-known theory. That's why you can see both players playing very quickly. But now Yu Yangyi is in thought. He's thinking like, what should I do next? He can bring his knight out. He can play his pawn up. There are many, many little ideas here. So, Sagar Bhai, how are board pairings done? So, guys, there is a board order for all the teams, that is 1 to 5 boards, which is given right at the start of the tournament. Before every round, I think at around 6 hours before or so, you have to give your board pairing to the, you have to submit it in chess results. And that's how it works. So, Rook D1 played here by Yu Yangyi, trying to, and Pragg instantly goes b5 by Praggnanandha, full prep. Okay, so Praggnanandha is well prepared. He pushes b5, his idea, and even if you kind of take here the pawn, Pragg is ready to play just queen c7. Then the bishop is hanging. Next move, he will chop this off. He will castle bishop b7, rook, bring the rook in the center. He has his entire plan prepared. So now Yu Yangyi facing a bit of uh, a decision. Should he go with his bishop back here? Should he go with his bishop back here? Should he take the pawn? These are the options. Let's go to the game of the much awaited game of Arjun Erigaisi versus Bu Xiangzhi. Now, I must tell you about Bu Xiangzhi because you all know about Arjun. He is right now on 6 out of 6. He's at 2791. He's in tremendous form. But Bu Xiangzhi is a very, very solid player from China, as are all players from China. But the time I saw him to be like a big force was in 2017 World Cup, where I was there in Georgia, and he stunned a world class GM in the third round itself. Can anyone tell me which is that GM whom Bu Xiangzhi knocked out of the World Cup in a mini match, in a 2 game match? He beat that player. Anyone? Yes, Magnus Carlsen is the right answer. That's how strong Bu Xiangzhi is. And in fact, it was the first ever video of Chess Base India that went viral on YouTube, which was Bu Xiangzhi and Magnus Carlsen. So I have very lot of memories around him. E4, E5, And as you can see, the Chinese players love to play the Petrov, which is a very solid opening. He takes the pawn, pawn to d6, knight comes back, takes, and Arjun plays this variation, which is to exchange. And now you want to get your bishop here, bishop out somewhere, let's say here, queen up and long castle. That is the plan. So Arjun going for a very aggressive system. Bishop e3, castles, brings the queen up, going to long castle. Now guys, we are in for a full-fledged fight in the Petrov, which is supposed to be a very solid opening, but Arjun is like, aaj to maza karenge. Knight f6, he goes bishop d3, and now rook comes out, and Arjun plays a pawn push. Guys, why would Arjun push his pawn here? Anyone who wants to try, why should you push your pawn? Yes, Madhesh Kumar, Vinita Jain, very good guys. All of you who have found g4 is the idea, and actually Bu Xiangzhi plays bishop d7 and somehow makes Arjun to start to think, because now if you push the pawn, there could be a small issue, I feel, which is what the last move prepared. What is the issue, guys, with pawn to g4? The issue is that the bishop will then come out from the side and pin here. This is the big problem. And that's the reason why here Arjun may not push the pawn, but rather he centralizes his rook with he1, and he brings his rook right into the center of the board. Whew. Getting stressful to me here, this game. It's getting exciting. Bu Xiangzhi is thinking. Generally, in such positions, black does go c5 and bring his queen out to a5. That is how they play. And then they start creating play on the queen side. While white tries to go g4, g5, h4, h5. And then we have like a nice party on the board. Black going on the queen side, white going on the king side. So maza aega, dosto. This game is going to be very, very exciting. Uday says, what's exciting about it? Bhai, Uday, bhai, this is exciting. Opposite side castling. Okay, let's go to the next game. The last board that we must check is Wang Yu versus Harikrishna. And here we have a very, very solid line that has been played. It is the Italian that has been played here. The game starts with e4 by Wang Yu. Hari is like, I'm going to play the solidest chess possible. And we have the Italian here, bishop c4, bishop c5, castles, knight comes out, pawn pushes forward. Hari also pushes his pawn, c3 to gain control of these squares. Hari pushes his pawn only one step, because sometimes you want to also push your pawn two steps forward. a4, and guys, we have someone extremely special joining us here right now. The one and only Vishy Anand. Hello, Vishy.
Hi, Sagar. How are you? Here?
Yes. Vishy, thank you so much for coming. I think you have just arrived in Budapest couple of days ago, and you have had a very packed schedule with meets and doing a lot of things.
Sure. I got in Monday and had some FIDE work and things like that, but I managed to see the games day before, and well, had to come by today. So
Your entry into the hall was very nice. You know, you were meeting all your friends. There was, I think, Leko who came to meet you. Kramnik was there.
on the first day, on Monday. Yeah, no, today also.
Today also you
I
met.
came. So, but
How do you feel? Like, is it nice to see the entire arrangements there, all the players under one roof?
yes, I mean it's an Olympiad.
Yeah, I mean, generally there are multiple halls, but this one, like, huge.
Yeah,
one.
this one's actually huge, and the women and men are quite close by. So, in fact, I could see both the Indian teams very quickly and then spin around. But Yeah, it's a very good hall. I think the arrangements are very nice here.
Fantastic. Vishy wanted to see the games with you, get your thoughts on them. Should we? I was just looking through the men game. Should we start with the women first?
Sure, let's do that.
Okay. So,
I mean, Harika, it's just entirely out of the opening now. So I think it's generally a question of whether e5 is playable.
they had the Ragozin.
Yeah, this is a well-known line: bishop c4, bishop d6, and now sometimes if white has already played all sorts of, like if bishop d2 e5, but even for then e5, but even here you can play e5 because if you take everything,
F4,
and you
bishop.
cannot play f4 because I take and I grab the e4 square, bishop f5. So the e4 square is so strong it doesn't matter. Or you can play bc3, but I will keep piling.
Rook
You
e8.
take bc3, rook e8, queen e7, whatever. It should be fine. So that is not a threat. Then for e5, the question is what white should play. Maybe d5 and thing, or maybe h3. h3 is also very typical here, this kind of position.
And then takes, you take here.
This is not supposed to be good because now after ed4, first of all, if you play h6, you have to start thinking of bishop takes.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
it's a tricky
queen
line
g6.
because queen g6, king h8, queen h6, knight h7, knight e4. So you're threatening knight g5.
Right.
Then you
Maybe
can
queen
play
f6.
bishop e7,
Ah, sorry. Bishop e7.
but then you go knight f6,
Oh,
and then you cannot take, but you can play bishop f5, and this is kind of
Oh.
tricky. But hang on one second. After knight e4, no, because knight e4 I can play bishop f5. I'm thinking of the Slav where the pawn is on c6, so knight e4 is attacking the
yes,
bishop.
the Slav line,
Then
yeah.
you have to go bishop e7, knight f6, and there's a line like that. But anyway, there's very similar motives. I don't know that it works, but also white can simply play rook d1. The problem for black is he's not getting a bishop to f5 unless he plays queen d7, queen f5. That's one idea, or knight e7 with the idea bishop f5. So couple of plans like that. But I wouldn't take on d4 unless I knew the whole line. But anyway, it's just for the moment. I think e5, h3, some bishop d7, rook e.
It's a
queen e7
normal
something.
normal
Yeah.
opening position. I think Harika in this tournament has been a little bit shaky. She has lost one round, and also in some games she was better but couldn't convert it. But she won one critical round as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very unlike Harika. She's generally very solid. And then we go to Vaishali.
oh, this is some.
Here she's playing against Leila Javakhashvili.
And Vaishali has actually been, I think, one of the most solid performers besides Divya, like making
Yeah.
sure that we win when we want. And like if with black, she's always very solid.
Right.
So we have the Grunfeld.
Seems like she's in preparation because she played Queen H4 very quickly.
Sure.
Wow.
I mean, you can generally suspect that people are not out of their preparation this early. So
But White is thinking now.
maybe you try to remember, but there's also some details. You might want to go queen e2, you might want to go queen e3.
But
So it's not completely clear. Even maybe queen d3 works. But then you have to check b5. So every move starts to multiply.
oh, she went
She went queen
three.
e3.
But this move Queen H4 is not very common, right? I don't. Maybe we can check that whether it's a novelty or not. But it's been played
The
before.
problem is, yeah. I mean, I don't. I think she didn't decide to do this at the board. I think she saw it
sure.
earlier. But the first problem you see is what are you going to do about knight f3? So it has you have to follow the tactics even more. So already you can see that the engine says bishop h6. So you poke the queen even more, and it's one of these tactical sequences that you must simply know, and that's what's happening.
And these kind of positions, if
Also, maybe bishop d4 is possible if you could take advantage of.
the pin, yeah.
Yeah, so then bishop takes d4, c d4, queen d4. maybe there is some ED5 knight c6, who knows, but it seems not to be the case. But
Wow.
so I mean, this is something that I would consider briefly before rejecting it. So, and yeah,
But with black, like if you know these positions, like if you've prepared quite well, it's usually leads to some sort of simplification. Yeah.
yes,
In grun, like if black is very accurate.
it's more or less a definition of chess. So black is very accurate.
No, but
It will
like-
simplify. No, I know what you're saying, but I suspect. I mean, if you play queen h4 fast and queen e3 is not the it surprises you, then it's very strange. So she knows what's happening, and then we just have to see what she comes up with.
I think with black, I mean, this like draw is a very good result in team events, right? Like you don't really want to push
Not
this.
necessarily anymore. These days, I feel it's worth keeping options open with both colors. Certainly with black, you don't want to. I mean, if you're playing a solid opening, that's fine. But draw is a good result, but
To keep
it's not. It depends on the white positions as well.
correct. Yeah.
Because the same thing is happening in reverse. They are also preparing black very
Yeah,
well. So
true.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
Divya's game is going
Yeah,
to be
that's it.
very interesting.
Actually, both are the top scorers for their team, Nino and Divya. And
Here the only thing, I mean, this is all old Ryloper stuff that we used to play constantly before
anti.
before the Marshall.
Marshall.
No, before they started playing the Marshall, one tempo down, two tempi down, three tempi down. They just whenever they want, they just suddenly through halfway through the game they'll change their mind and play d5. So Marshall became computers that works everywhere. But I used to know this line only with d3, d6, a3, knight b8, knight bt2. So knight b2, knight d7, knight f1, knight c5, bishop a2, knight g3. Those lines. Knight c3 looks to me a little bit strange. If you think about the position with the rook on e1 and pawn on h2, that is the some a3 line. And there you would not necessarily play rook e1 and h3. You might play f4 right away. You might play bishop e3, knight d2, f4, that kind of thing. So there are more options. Whereas for black, knight b8, d7 is a very natural. So here, if I go d5, d4, and you go knight b d7 or something, I don't see what the plan is. But she can also still transpose and go knight e2, g3, and we are right back where we started.
Right.
So it kind of doesn't matter. But it matters in one respect. Here, the knight is committed to g3. From f1,
It can go to
there are
E3.
many positions where e3 is a better square because you stop d5 on the way and blah blah blah.
Wow. So
Did
much.
she play d4 or we entered
No,
it?
no,
Okay, no.
She went bishop a2.
A2,
She's
yeah.
still waiting, actually, like kind
Sure.
of.
We kind of transpose into this line where white goes d3 and a3.
Yes, but you wouldn't play rook e1 necessarily.
Yeah, then you
and you wouldn't
go-
even play h3 because
True.
the bishop is already gone to
Already
b7.
True.
So
yeah.
unless you play bishop g4 right away,
Correct.
and so this is some strange hybrid Breyer.
But I mean, it's interesting to maybe place some offbeat lines, maybe to take your opponent off the preparation. Maybe you think that could be her strategy, or
Can always do that, but in this position, I mean, knight c3 is hardly going to make the opponent think a long time. Anyway, black's plan
Is
next
C5,
2-3 moves
yeah,
is knight
C5.
bd7, maybe even c6, queen c7. So
So it's like the opening is not that critical here. It'll all go into the middle game. Perhaps
Yeah.
going into Vantika's game. Ooh.
yeah, this is exciting because it's become quite popular recently. If you see
Nepo after Nepo play.
Nepo beat Giri with
Giri.
it.
This rook a2,
Rook a to g2, but suddenly there's been a little action here that black goes for this pawn,
Yeah.
but white just
sorry.
tries to get the two bishops and some sort of compensation and so on.
The engines are liking sort of black's positions here, but I think practically maybe it's a little.
A couple of the engine moves I don't think humans find on their own, so you have to know it in advance. Like every once in a while, some after g5, it will do something very specific, but if you don't know that, then you're not benefiting from this advantage. Also, what normally the queen tries to you'll if you go bishop a6, you'll try to play d6, queen d7, c6. That's how Giri took the pawn on c4.
Yes.
But here I don't see that happening. If I go bishop f2, I think g5 might have been played a bit earlier. What do you think?
I
It
mean,
can be played next move.
it
but
can be,
now
yeah.
white can start with h4. So I could have played d6 and waited to
See
see.
what she wants. Yeah.
Like what are
But
you going to develop next?
D6 could white ever consider F4, but then maybe you can still go G5.
And
Yeah.
then g5 and knight e4.
Knight E4, yeah.
No, g4, g5, g5, knight e4, queen
Queen
f3.
F3. It's and now
Head
G6
g5,
come.
head g5.
Head G5. A Queen E4, you want
d5,
G5.
c d5, rook h4 attacking the queen.
Oh, no.
Sorry. 94.
Queen f3, head g5,
Yeah.
queen e4. We said d5, the computer says bishop b7 and haha. But after d5, c d5, rook h4 attacks the queen.
Yeah, this was
And that is
nice.
a nice twist.
yeah, maybe this D6 was nice waiting move.
You can always play g5 next, but here it seems to me that white already knows what they're going to play next, h4.
Why is bishop because of h4? Yeah, already this is
h4 at rook g8, then rook g8 loses a piece. Take
E5 traps the knight out.
Oh,
You might have seen this on the reverse side, that a4, rook b8, ab, d5 will trap a knight on c6. We're seeing this on the mirror
Opposite.
image on the left hand side. So this would not be a good. You cannot play rook g8. And if you play g4, then I play e5 and fg4. So h4 is already kind of awkward. So I wouldn't play bishop a6. I think you should play d6, and then after d6, the e5 problem goes away. So you can,
you can start with this.
yes.
Very interesting, Vishy. And this,
Of course, you know that with the knight still on c6, if you start with bishop a6 and then you play d6, then white wins a piece with queen a4.
no, there must be some trick.
No, there isn't. It's same-ish Capablanca.
He just blundered, yeah.
Yeah, so knight was on c6, bishop went to a6, and same-ish went queen a4, and then. But
But
the
in
story goes that Capablanca's wife and mistress came to the hall at the same time.
So he got
So he
distracted.
played d6. and then queen
Or maybe it was a good move to finish the game.
Yeah. So anyway, that's a legend, but you never know these things.
Actually, in this case, like with the knight on C6, D6, Queen F4, maybe you can go Bishop C8 as a trick to try and make a draw, but white can still go D5.
When?
No, it's not a draw because I attack a8 also.
No, but Bishop C8, Queen C6, Bishop D7, and Queen
Queen
B7. You don't take the A6.
I go Queen A6, yeah.
I thought if you take the pawn.
Yeah.
Can you tell me?
Yeah,
the move?
so instead of.
First of all, it's a sequence that didn't happen. And
Yeah,
within
exactly.
That,
And
within
the
that,
thing
it's
is,
like 3 layers down.
I was trying
By
to.
the time we tell you, Saga, the broadcast will be over.
But 10,000 people are also not understanding. Or maybe there must be 10 people.
No, we were saying, okay, but one sec.
Okay. Even before Bishop
One
G5.
sec, we'll make one move like
Yeah,
this.
Bishop G. Oh, yeah, this is the best way to do it.
Bishop a6. Queen a4 now wins the piece as I claimed. So if bishop b7, d5 wins.
Right.
But then he said, let's trick him and play bishop c8. But anyway, d5 wins.
Yeah, that's.
But my point was, this wins as well because after this, if I take, it's repetition, but I do
Yeah,
not take.
you do not
And then you cannot capture it and my queen escapes.
Nice.
So
That was
this is a
amusing
line which
variation.
didn't happen within a line which didn't happen. So
will never happen, maybe.
So let's move on. So
But this game actually can be dangerous, yeah, because if black
it's a
doesn't.
double-edged position, but because she started with g5, she should play d6 now, not bishop a6.
Mhm.
Because as we saw, bishop a6, h4
Yeah.
is unpleasant.
And she's thinking now, so
Yeah.
I think this game will be
Yeah.
important for Vantika to do well because it seems like she's putting some pressure.
But Vishy, what are your thoughts on the women's team until now? They are in the sole lead right now. Quite a solid performance.
What thoughts can you have about a team which is in the sole lead? Yeah, they're playing well, getting the job done, and again, what I like is, except for one or two mistakes, most of them are playing well. Also, they must be in good spirits. It's nice when the whole team doesn't have any negative feelings.
Correct.
Oh, I spoiled this, I spoiled
Right.
that. None of that. The whole team is doing well, which is certainly the same in the men's team. So,
No,
I
it
mean,
was-
what can you complain about with it? That he made 2 draws, or
Yeah.
everyone's doing well, so it's nice.
Very interesting to note that actually 3 of the players who are playing today are Waka mentees. Right?
Yes.
Vaishali, Divya, and
No,
Divya
Gukesh
and
and Prag.
Gukesh and Prag. But actually, Divya and Vantika are also part of Vaka,
Vantika is correct.
but not as they are like
No,
the
they are
they are
now.
not
It's just
correct.
they're all in the thing and getting classes.
Right, because yesterday I was talking to Vantika and she said, "Oh, I just did a Vaka session," and so
Ah, nice. Rest day, so we
On the
should we
rest
timed
day,
it perfectly. Yeah.
so it's amazing how there is a huge amount of training and impact that you have, Vishy, on the team. Going to the first board here. Firstly, your thoughts on Ding Liren not turning up today. Did you expect this or?
Everybody suspected it could happen at least. For me, it was not clear whether he should duck this one or come and play. But only he knows how he feels, and I think losing with white against Liam also, he must be slightly annoyed, and maybe he just took the day off. Again, Wei Yi is no slouch by any measure, so they can easily fail Wei Yi, and it's a fun match.
But do you think like this does give some small psychological edge with the World Championship coming in a month, or it doesn't matter much that he does?
I I don't think too much about that. I think Gukesh can certainly be happy with his +4. And Ding must be dissatisfied with his performance so far. But I don't think today's decision makes a big difference.
But with what we are following, like in general, the trend, and I mean, you've been asked about this match several times, but now that it's coming closer, earlier we were like, okay, will Ding recover and so on, but now it's just a month away, and it still feels like he's not hit his top shape or back when he was 2800 plus. Do you think Gukesh is the favorite in some way?
If you look at momentum and stats and all, certainly Gukesh is playing much better. But think about it this way. I mean, Ding is still working hard. He's getting through his bad form, and maybe he's working out of it. So
Yeah, what's
I think Gukesh should be happy with how he's playing, and that's it. And then for the rest, you still have a match to play. That's
Right.
it. Yeah, I think maybe that's the attitude you should have.
what whenever someone has bad phases, what do you think is like the best way to recover from it? Because almost many top players go from it. Like I have, like also I've gone from it. I'm maybe going from it now. Like, how do you think is the best way for someone to move past that stage?
It depends how long you're stuck with it. In the periods when I had bad form and I was stuck with it for quite some time, I usually got out of it when at some point I stopped caring. It was long enough that you just think, forget it, let's play a good game of chess, and then that happens. But I would not pretend that my experience is going to be the same for everyone else. Also, it's quite individual how you take these things. Some people like to pump themselves up and, oh, going to come back, this, that. Some people like to just be quiet about it. It's quite personal. But maybe the only advice you can give is, well, you should know what you like,
Yeah.
and and then you will deal with that. So
This
let's
is some
see some of the other games also.
actually
quickly.
this
Haven't seen all the
move,
men. Yeah,
Bishop E2, which was played, which is a little bit tricky. Yeah, this, and then when he played E5, he went Bishop C4.
I have seen this. Basically, people have when they don't want to dispute any theory, then they come up with this sort of thing. I guess you've noticed Magnus playing H3, and then after A6 he's playing A4. But I've seen this one, and it's quite common these days to just say tempi doesn't matter. Keep a tempi. I'll give you one. You want another one? I'll give you that also. I mean, he could have gone bishop b5 check and come back to c4, and then it turns out in some line the bishop is not well placed on d7. In a way, it's not how I learn chess, but it's not bad necessarily.
This is really amazing that you say this, right? Because you can also say, oh, and this doesn't make any sense anymore or something like this, but
a lot of the rules that seemed obvious, suddenly it turns out it's not the end of the world if you break them, and I think that's what we are saying here. Um,
Now we have some sort of an exchange, and
He took the d5 square.
the thing is, this kind of line, you know that we know from bishop e to c, bishop c4 that white is at tempi down. But I don't even know where this tempi is and what I should do with it. So it's that kind of thing with black. Because anyway, my plan is to play g6, bishop g7, a6, some king h8, f5, whatever, knight e7, exchange that bishop and that knight and whatever. But quite often people just concede a tempi somewhere, and you don't even know what to do with this extra move. You feel you should punish your opponent, but what the computer says is you're not better, but you're not worse. It's not a very satisfying answer, but
but where will the king? Do you think the king can ever go to the queen side, or it's too risky?
if at all it can go here because the center is quite stable. But I would still think it's risky, and I would go king side, castle king. But queen d2 is not the move of a man who wants to
go short.
Unless he's trying to stop bishop g5, which might be the point. So now, if for instance Wei Yi played g6,
h4,
then he could play h4 also, and suddenly if you play h5, then knight g5 or somewhere queen h6, something might work.
But then if you castled, what is the use of bishop g5? It's not doing much, right?
It's just to stop knight e3, because then you'll play bishop h6, then you'll play knight e7, and then I cannot play knight e3, so the whole thing gets exchanged.
Oh.
So sometimes in the Sveshnikov they'll play h4 here, which the idea is not to attack, it's to stop bishop g5.
Got it.
And then, but he's done the same thing with queen d2.
Wow.
But he could castle long because the dark diagonal is blocked. The other one is also not very active, and it is possible, but I still feel a6, b5, if I lose afterwards, I would feel very silly provoking this, so I would not try this.
Right, very interesting. This insights here, queen d2, why it was played, and we see Praggnanandha's game, quite unusual rook lift, or you can just say, he just took with the pawn. So this was the QGA, and after a6, rook d1, Pragg went b5. He took queen c7 and bishop c5. A4 takes. Was b4 is not a great idea here.
No.
Just giving this
Knight b2, b3, knight b2, and then maybe even a5 somewhere, or knight b2, e4, knight c4. It looks very suspect.
So he took, takes, and castles.
No, keep the pawn, kind of thing. Bishop a6, no problem. Keep it.
Yes.
So that's very normal.
This is becoming common,
also
right?
In the Catalan,
yes,
right? In the Catalan, they do this.
Correct.
So. But anyway, for white, it's very important not to trade. It's more important to keep the pieces active, because if I can play knight e3, knight a3, knight c4, preferably after the look is already on h4, then suddenly d6, b6, e5, many squares, it's controlling bishop c3. Suddenly an attack can happen very fast. You remember this famous Dubov Nihal
in World Rapid.
Yes, queen h5.
Queen h5. But the pieces are more valuable than by taking this pawn. If you take this pawn, I have no doubt that it's flat 0 already.
Right.
But here, it should be slightly unpleasant for black. Because the knight is on d7 would be much better. Pieces are slightly tripping on each other, but anyway, black is quite solid. So he's gone queen d6, maybe if rook is c4, then I cannot play bishop b4, because you can play rook takes c6 and bishop takes b4.
Nice.
Wow.
So then you can go bishop b6.
But these engines always give it around equal, but when you play with black, it's a little...
It feels very unpleasant to sit there. So there are Here, I think the problem is that white's bishop on d3 is the counterpart of this awkward piece. It is also feeling awkward. But after bishop c3,
Even bishop f6, bishop h7 has to be at
Yeah.
some point calculated. Yeah.
Okay, so Prag maybe under some he has to solve some opening problems, but going to Arjun's game, and Arjun has played the interesting. I think you used to play knight c3 a lot, right? In
once upon a time, it was thought to be the only line which gave white much hope.
correct,
Then white tried everything else and then came back to it. But now they keep on rotating.
right.
So, anyways, some c5 happened. Yeah.
Rook e8, h3, and this bishop d7. Maybe I don't know if this is well known theater. Maybe not, but this I think it's against g4 because of bishop c6. So he went rook he1, c5, and bishop g5.
Yes, because now he suddenly switched to fighting with the d5 square, I guess.
So he no longer wants to do this kind of pawn.
Well, g4, if I go bishop c6, you'll go knight h4. How bad is this? But then I can play knight e4. I think probably that's what he didn't like. Oh, computer saying even c4 is.
Can you
might
even
win a
take the
pawn.
g4
Oh,
pawn?
c4.
I would not take the g4.
Yeah, it's risky. Yeah.
Because
But the h1 square is covered. Yeah.
that is true.
But yeah, it's always very. Yeah, you're right. Knight of some.
I don't have a specific line, but I
Yeah,
do
it
like
looks-
playing it. Let's put it that way. It is possible, apparently. So,
Yeah.
So bishop g5, and now h6. He takes. Oh, he wants to put his bishop here.
or simply take the d6
Simply,
pawn. But now
yes.
black played queen a5. Because queen d6, I have queen a2.
Ooh, yes. Take. Rook d8.
First
Yeah,
rook
and
d8.
then that wins material.
So king b1 maybe, or rook a3.
Or bishop d5. I can protect it like that also.
Right.
But then black will play some bishop c6 or something, and black is also kind of. Now here it says a3.
So this is interesting here. I think next couple of moves will decide whether white gets an edge or it's dead equality. But Arjun 6 out of 6, 2-7, 9-1.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, he's almost about to hit 2800.
Sure. But like I said, he's looked very dominant also. He made it look very, very easy. And that's impressive as well.
Yeah. I mean, one game that he won with the Hungarian team against Jugirov, it was so surprising because he won this rook bishop 4 pawns versus rook knight 4 pawns at the a3 pawn.
Yeah, I think at some point Sugirov abandoned attempts for an advantage and tried to equalize, but then got a bit confused somewhere. And but this is what strong people do. When they're in good shape, they pick up these points. And
We had actually one question before you arrived, and I told them I'll ask you. Their question was Arjun scores so heavily against, say, 2600 players or someone who's close to 2700. That's also one of the reasons that was mentioned that he is on board 3 because he's very good against these players. So, do you think when he will start getting invitations now next year to play all the top tournaments, will there be a learning curve there, or he would already be flowing in that situation also?
He has played in top tournaments. So
Yes.
let's say he plays in YK, he has done that before. He will probably make GCT. So I don't know how much the adjustment curve is, but some of the points that he picks up now will not drop in so easily. But in the end, you play good moves or you don't. I mean, you can keep on analyzing this, but it comes down to that.
Right. Okay. And
Last
then,
is Hari Wang Yu.
actually, were you surprised that Hari came in today instead of Vidit on board 4?
I assumed it's just a team plan of allocating the games of the tournament. Also, Hari is supposedly our China expert
Yes, yes.
because he lived there almost. And so He might have an insight into, who knows, you can.
Actually, he has a +3 score against Wang Yu.
Well, there
That
you
is,
see, you get the trend. And that's the thing, because he's quite conversant, and maybe with it is due a rest, but then maybe he'll play the remaining four. We'll see. I think the team has decided we can trade like this. Doing that.
this seems like some solid Italian.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like I always found it fascinating how everyone always thought that the bishop is better placed on b5, like in the opening. But then they started putting the bishop on c4, and black has found no direct way to equalize so far. Like, I mean, with the forcing draw, like it seems like there's so much richness in this line.
Yeah, with engines you're able to keep on reinventing, and your people are finding more resources with. But this thing can change. You have one idea on the other side, and people will switch back. And the Italian also has been stuck on many occasions, but currently Bishop G5 was reviving it.
Bishop,
Now Bishop G5 is in this territory where you can't nail it down. So it seems there's scope. Everyone is playing Bishop G5 in the Italian.
Prague also played against Lecco here.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And yeah, but this one, I don't know how, if white plays knight f1 g3, has white got the arrangement he wants.
Knight f1. Can you start with? Oh, it's black to play. So maybe.
Yeah, so
Bishop
black, I don't know,
D7.
plays b5 or bishop d7 c6 is one idea.
Let's say bishop d7, knight f1. Can you go knight h5? Is this like possible, or it's blundering something? Or you don't really want to do this?
It's possible. If bishop e3, then knight gf4, but then knight g3, and actually the knight doesn't do anything. You might want, I don't know if you'll play queen c8 or something and try to hit.
Maybe the g knight is better, so maybe it stops knight g3 after bishop e3. Can I go knight gf4? Or...
But sometimes white will play king h2, knight g1, and then g3 becomes a threat.
Yeah.
It's very, this opening itself is very, very dependent on details.
Yeah.
It's one move will make a big difference in the relation. So.
And now knight g2 doesn't work because of this knight g1 resource. Yeah, king g2, queen c8, knight g1. And,
Yes, that's too slow.
yeah, probably knight g1, g3 is just very strong now.
Yes.
I'm actually,
Also, it's not unknown that they play knight g3, fg3, and kick it back. But here, I'm not sure that's correct,
Uh-huh.
because I can play knight g6, so
Mhm.
and it might be.
Yeah, so he has to choose a plan, yeah, because bishop d7 and even as you mentioned b5.
Yeah, b5 and bishop b7 is another plan to attack e4. If I go bishop d7, you go knight f1, and instead of knight h5, if I go bishop c6, you go knight g3 maybe, and then I can play d5. I don't know. But ed5.
Because if this works, it would basically directly equalize, yeah. Queen d5.
But it doesn't seem to work, because in a way, thanks to the bishop going to c6, I cannot capture on d4. So, okay, there are some ideas, and we'll see what they do.
very interesting overall development here. But brilliant team right now. I think the most critical round is this one. I mean, not most, but I think 6 wins. But this might be one of the strongest challenges now today with China.
Sagar is building up excitement.
No, I was building this up. Like I felt like everyone was saying.
When we play America, you'll say it again. And then,
This has to be the most.
No. The thing is, until now, everyone, wherever I went, they were like, India is doing so well. India is doing so well. But I was like, we have not yet played like China, USA, Uzbekistan, all of them. So this is, I think, the first sort of.
So like in these 4 boards, what would be your like summary right now? Like maybe this game.
I think all of them quite early to call. But none of the Indian players has a big advantage or something yet. And reverse, vice versa. So maybe the one that I will follow a bit is Prague, because the position is very tense. It's not that something is right or wrong, but the position is very tense, which also means very interesting to follow.
Yeah.
And this one is very rich position. I mean, at the board, you would want to really sit and
Somehow
try
you want
to
to
focus a bit. And
just exchange some pieces, but if you like give white this bishop c3 and two bishops, it can very easily an attack can come here.
I can go queen e7 here if it's black's move.
And if bishop c3, you can want knight
Actually,
d5.
by now the computer says you've forgotten the a6 pawn. I can actually take it because the bishop will come to c3, and that might be some compensation.
Mhm.
And it's possible that here white has some small edge.
Mhm.
So there is that as well. We can't forget this pawn forever. So rook d1 is very subtle, right? Instead of committing a bishop or something, he first sets the battery and then says maybe my bishops will move. Maybe white can play b4 because when the bishop clears, then bishop h7 is happening. You can show this that I don't know, make some move h6. Then white can play b4, and if any piece takes, you capture and bishop h7 check or something like that.
Mhm.
Though I could play knight b4 and get some compensation. Knight b4.
Oh, just sack the queen.
You can sack the queen and
That's But he went rook c1 and rook d1. This was
knight h7.
very subtle idea. And queen d3, you're just surviving with knight e4, knight d2, rook d8, and you have your own threat of bishop h2.
No, I was surviving with knight takes h7. Sagar put the king there.
Oh.
Now I don't know how I'm surviving.
I was like,
Although it works. It works with
because
this.
of queen d3.
No, you can go g8 also.
Yeah.
Why do you have to go to h8?
Just
Okay, anyway, I mean, the thing is, rook d8 is the idea.
Yeah.
Because knight e4, there's rook e4,
Yeah,
yes?
I mean, there's knight b2.
Okay, you wanted to play knight h7.
I just wanted to play knight h7 and Sagar put the king there.
I was like, what's the
Then
point?
suddenly you say rook a8 and I realize, okay, it's fine. So,
But Vishy, we are going to see you in action now in 15 days.
that's right.
And we're very excited. How excited are you for the second edition of Tech Mahindra Global Chess League?
I'm very excited. We have exciting players as always. It's building up nicely and good teams. I think London will be a very interesting venue, and I'm sure the second edition will be a success also. Lots of teams have memories of missing out last time, so everyone's seems that they thinking how to do it better this time.
Yes.
But, nice, and obviously happy to see my teammates Parham and Arjun do so well here.
Yeah, your team is very young and very nice. I think your team is very balanced. I think when the selection happened, the person who was there from Ganges Grandmasters told me that he was in touch with you, and I think a very nice team: Arjun, Parham, Vaishali, Salimova,
Correct.
and yourself.
And Volodar Muslim.
Muslim,
So this is our team, and worked out well.
Amazing. And Vishy, you are here. If you can tell us what are the things that you're doing in Budapest? I think there are some conferences.
Yes. So we have the General Assembly. Always they meet in Olympiad. So we met in Chennai, and that has a lot of big issues that have been waiting, kind of build up to this, and we get the General Assembly's approval for many things. But also this is a chance because so many of the arbiters are here, so many things. So a lot of commissions are meeting. Rules Commission, Ethics, Fair Play, all of them, they meet. Arbiters Commission, all of them, they meet. Lots of background stuff, but which will decide what happens in tournaments to come. So I attend a lot of those meetings, but I can tell you, even during those meetings, people are pulling out their phones and following this. Though today the meeting happened in the morning, so no conflict.
Because
but,
there are many strong players there also.
Yeah. So our current president Dorkovic, he's always, when I'm trying to follow some agenda, he'll immediately say, "But you made this move. What is happening?"
I
quickly check. It's nice. This is the greatest assembly, not only of the players but of the chess community as a whole. So you get all the arbiters, organizers, everybody kind of comes here. It's a meeting point. This is the best place to have meetings with anyone. And yeah, great occasion as always.
Amazing. And Vishy, before we let you go, I have wanted to ask you a question. You have played several Olympiads. Did you ever go to a Bermuda party?
Yes, I went to the Bermuda party in Chennai actually,
This time.
2 years ago.
Last time.
Oh, I didn't see you. Maybe very briefly you came.
Yes, I left also thing, and I was in the Bermuda party in Calvia,
2006.
say 2004.
4, yes.
I went to Calvia Bermuda party. Then I don't remember the Bermuda parties before '92, but maybe they weren't there then.
It was. Oh.
I don't know when the tradition started, but I don't think I went in Batumi also. So got a few.
Awesome. Well, Vishy, thank you.
Hungarian dish we should try.
Oh. No, you have been in Budapest before, like Hungary many times, right? Or not?
I've been in Hungary like 4 or 5 times, but quite spaced apart. I mean, I came to Budapest very long back. I was visiting the Polgar sisters. And then I came a couple of times because I was playing in the Hungarian league. I played a match with Leko. And
This missed
famously,
call,
I
yeah?
spent one night here on the way to Sofia. Our
Oh,
bus
yeah.
stop was here. But it's nice to come back
Oh,
and
there
catch
was
up.
a stop. I thought the car just went
No.
through and through.
We slept in Budapest. Next day, that was almost 18 hours of driving.
I think you have
Just
to
we
see
went
your
straight,
book, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, about the drives.
Brilliant story. I mean, if anyone has not read it, you have to. There was a volcanic eruption, and Vishy's flight to the World Championship match got delayed. Then they had to go in a van, and they started watching Lord of the Rings. And what a story!
Yeah. So tell me, Sagar, how did you prepare for the? How did you prepare your dance for? Bermuda? Because there were some shocking images that came out.
I'm very sorry to all the people who had to see this. I didn't think that it would come out this way. I was just having a good time. But the main thing was, because I sit here for 6 hours every day and commentate, I thought I'll do some exercise and like some cardio workout.
Nice way to put it.
Yeah, but so this was an interesting party there. But yeah, Amruta was asking, any good dish in Hungary that you like? Something. Some goulash is very famous, yes?
Well, it's famous for meat, so that's and they have some famous hams. They have a special kind of ham and so on. But for meat eaters, I've had some excellent dishes here. Some of their fish and so on, but I will have to go back and try and remember what this was. Again, like I said, I come quite infrequently. And,
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Vishy, for coming here. And guys, we will be back in a bit. And until then, you can check out this video on Help Chess. Thank you, Vishy.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
One of the key aspects that stops the progress of many chess players and puts them in an extremely difficult situation is finances. Over the years, thousands of chess players have left the sport because of lack of funds. This is the reason we came up with the Help Chess Foundation. There are people out there who want to support Indian chess players, and there are chess players in need of funds. We at Help Chess wanted to act as a bridge, a transparent and accountable bridge where every single penny that the donor contributes is put to use in a way that it powers Indian chess. Over the last 6 years of activity, Help Chess has raised over 1 crore rupees. We have had many scholarships like the MKG Scholarship, Pursue Your Chess Scholarship, Muralidhar Jalan Foundation Scholarship, Sadhana App Sponsorship, Vijay Rajni Scholarship, Sarada Scholarship, S. Krishnan Scholarship, Pursue Your Chess Scholarship, and many more. It has benefited more than 75 players, from getting good training to being able to travel to tournaments to working with better technology. Help Chess
has tried to ease the lives of chess players and support them to move in the direction of their goal. Even top players like Anish Giri and Arjun Erigaisi have donated their prize winnings to the Help Chess Foundation to power young talents like Ilam Parthi, Jubin Jimmy, and Sumer Sheikh. All the amount that is raised for chess players is then transparently updated on the ChessBase India website. But we have always wanted to improve the experience of our donors, and that's the reason why we have ensured that the charitable trust is now ATG compatible. The donors now get tax benefits. We also now have a CSR number, which means that companies with CSR funds can utilize their money for the right cause of powering young talents in the country. When you visit the Help Chess website, you will see two ways to contribute: Believer and Big Believer. Why did we choose the name Believer? That's because each of you who contributes believes in Indian chess. As soon as you donate, your name is updated in the Recent Believers section at the bottom of the website. You will also see the initiatives taken up by the Help Chess Foundation that have been transparently mentioned through the linked articles. If you click any of the articles, you will get an update of all the people who have contributed. In the year 2022-23, Help Chess managed to raise 26 lakhs, and in the year 23-24, we raised 54 lakhs. Few talents who have risen rapidly are Mayank Chakraborty from Assam, who has become an IM with 2 GM norms, Ethan Vas from Goa, who is born in 2010 and is already an IM, Gautam Krishna from Kerala, who has also achieved his IM title and is rated 2466. We also have amazing stories like that of 8-year-old Narayani Marathe, who achieved a double gold at the Asian Youth Championships 2024 in Kazakhstan. There are many more stories like these. Our hope in the coming years is to support more than 1,000 chess players and ensure that no talent in Indian chess is wasted due to lack of funds. We hope that you will join this initiative to power chess in India.
Success is no mystery, no roll of the dice. It's the cost of hard work, the ultimate price. Through sleepless nights and battles within, it's the effort that turns losses to wins.
Vidit Gujrathi now has lost the game that he won.
When failure knocks and hopes seem thin, it's the will to rise and try again. No luck, no fate, just pure dedication. The road to success is built on preparation. For every triumph has a story untold, of grit, of heart, of staying bold. Success is no luck. Unleash your inner champion.
Hello. Welcome back, everyone. We had the goat here, Vishy Anand. Bhai, maza hi aa gaya,
I know,
Amruta.
it was so much fun. I was trying to work over there, but whatever he was saying, I was like laughing and smiling and some interesting anecdotes.
Yeah, it was just brilliant having him here with his amazing insights, guys. Those insights are like flowing, and he says it so simply that many times someone would think, oh, it's just normal, but actually I could understand there were so many little details in the openings that were mentioned, and I'm sure a player like Harshit or many other strong players in the chat must have really benefited out of these last 30 minutes that Vishy was here. So a big thank you to him. And guys, you also must have heard the help chess video that we played here. So if there is anyone who would like to contribute towards it, please do so. We already have a few people. Shreyansh contributed. There's a widget. Vishy, please say hi. Says contributed 100, and Chandra Shekhar contributed 501. So we had 1655 believers before the start. now 1658, and there has been a fundraiser going on in this tournament right from the first round. And as on today, Amruta, we have actually raised, because every day we update with each name who contributes, 2,96,689 rupees.
Almost close to
3
3
lakhs.
lakhs. Wonderful.
So all of this money will go to the young budding talents, the next Prags, Gukeshes, Arjuns, Vidits, Haris, Vaishalis, Harikas,
Vishis, of
Vantikas,
course.
and of course the Vishis
A
of...
lot of V players, right?
Yeah.
Like Vishy,
If only my
Vidit,
name was
Vantika.
something with V,
There would be a lot of
I would have
victories.
become a GM. But okay, it came to S, and
If when you use if, then I would have stayed on Mars, and I would have, you know,
yes.
whatnot.
There are many reasons for me not becoming a GM. One of them was that my name doesn't start with V. By the way, Amruta, the last move that was played by Praggnanandhaa, Queen C7, doesn't really sit well with the engines. They say that white is now slightly better in the position, which is very interesting. And this entire thing was beautifully explained by Vishy. He said, this is the game where I can see some tension building up. There is a bishop coming here. There is pressure down here. The knight is a little bit misplaced on c6. It should have been on d7. I was not able to grasp it fully, but I kind of understood that this setup is not that great.
Oh, but actually, just let me know how much time has you, Yangyi, been thinking? 1 hour 3 minutes here, and it's been 5 minutes. Because initially, when I was down, I thought it's all opening preparation by both of them. Seems like that. So it's about who out prepares, correct?
Yes, I think, Amruta, right now both are done with their opening prep, and a heavy middle game lies ahead of us. And one very interesting point that was noted was taking this pawn is not really resulting in anything for white, because there is this uncomfortable pin here, and you can play something like knight e5 as well, and black is doing fine.
Very interesting, different kind of compensation you are trying to go for.
Yes.
Wow. So bishop a6 is almost as good as a draw offer.
Correct. I mean,
Yu Yangyi
I
goes for
don't think
that.
he will go for it right now. Yu Yangyi is China's best hope for an advantage, or you can say fighting for a win. And by the way, whenever I see Vishy and these questions of what's going to happen next and so on, he's very calm and relaxed. And he's like, okay, what will happen? Nothing much. You have to keep making good moves. And I think it's very clear to him through his long career that only one thing has remained very constant. That is making good moves, Amruta.
Absolutely. No, we are very happy that Vishy is here in the hall. When you see, it feels like a complete kind of a thing. Vishy has been part of Olympiad for so many years, and last year, and now in different ways, he's been a part. So, yeah, he's here, and I think it's very more for our play. Even, have him here, his presence.
Yes, absolutely, Amruta. And we, by the way, Vishy also spoke a bit about we have position here, guys, in Arjun's game.
It's a war, long castle versus short castle.
Yes.
It should be Petrov, I believe, with the knight c3 line. Yeah, Sagar? And Arjun must be very well prepared. Did he out prepare Xiangzhi?
He did. He might have, but right now it's too early to say, Amruta, because yes, there is a pawn that is hanging on d6, but Xiangzhi is pretty, I guess, certain that there is some way to get compensation. What is that way? And will Arjun snatch this pawn? Guys, this is a big question now. Very interesting.
Yes. And actually, Sagar, Xiangzhi, what does he remind you of?
I told the chat. In fact, asked them, there is one top player that Xiangzhi has beaten, and he's the reason why. Oh, can we have Arjun's game, by the way, on our screen? That would be very cool. Anirudh Sharma says, greedy Arjun will snatch the pawn.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Unless it's something, it's favoring him.
Unless it's the best move.
Yes, exactly.
And by the way, the thing is, of course, when he beat Magnus Carlsen, it was one of our first viral videos on
Yeah, it
YouTube.
was like Sagar had shot that, and then people started clapping, which was all of
Not
a
because
sudden.
I was shooting.
Of
Yes.
course not. Did I sound like that?
No.
Okay. So then the video became viral. For that moment, the viral was even 100K was viral. And we were like, okay, what's happening? And then Sagar started learning editing over there in that tournament. So it was very, very interesting. In fact, it was my photography camera, if you remember.
Yes.
Which you
I
used.
remember, Amruta, everything.
You had borrowed for a while. Yeah.
So this was great memories with Boo. Let's see if queen takes d6 makes sense. It seems like for now it is the variation to calculate. You bring your bishop to e6,
Yeah.
and now somewhere I do get a feeling, Amruta, that bishop takes pawn is a big threat. Because
Oh,
imagine if I go something like g4,
nice.
then bishop takes c3, b takes c3, queen takes a3 check, and when the king goes here, guys, what is the winning move for black now?
We know you're very strong. Please do not consider this as an insult. But let's see how many people are able to participate.
Yes, beautiful, guys. Rook b d8 is the correct move, pinning and winning the queen. Very strong move, and I think that's the reason
And
why.
also, you couldn't have avoided with king b1 because there was anyway queen a2 and then a check.
Maybe not.
Oh,
maybe not.
wait. Oh,
Yeah, here
now
you
your
are
queen is
winning
attacked,
because
right?
your queen is also attacked. So maybe,
My God, here
Amruta,
you're winning. There is no compensation.
a little bit like
Because
you
piece
can do
down.
this. Very interesting move, guys.
Okay,
Because
now
after
you have a
takes,
question, Sagar.
what do you do now? This is an important moment. Yes, queen a1 check, king d2, and now chop it off with a check. And that is how you win material. So here, guys, Arjun will take, and then g4
No, Arjun
won't be
didn't
played.
take.
Oh, he didn't
Okay.
take. He played queen f4,
Do we
and
have it on the board?
everyone's left the board. Boo is not there, Arjun is not there. Queen f4 has been played, and Arjun is essentially saying, why should I take with the queen? I could even take with the rook. And I think he didn't like this position, Amrita. Queen d6, bishop e6. And yes, it's a bit tricky actually
Oh,
here.
Prague game draw. Did he play bishop takes a6, which might be
No,
like
why
as
do
good
you
as it?
think draw?
Because everyone's saying go to Prague's game. For a moment,
Oh, they are repeating. Guys, can we go
Can
to
we go to Prague's?
Prague's
Yeah.
board? Wow, guys, huge moment in this match.
how many times it's happened?
We started off with rook c1, queen d6, rook d1, queen c7, rook c1. The second time, rook d1. And now if Prague plays queen c7,
After that, rook
rook
c1 he will have
so
to.
actually Prague is thinking whether he should take a draw, because once he plays queen c7, Yangyi can pause the clock, claim a draw. So
Nice. But actually, with black pieces, Prague will go for that because it is
I
in a
think-
way a good thing.
yes, it's a good idea. And also, Amruta, after queen c7, bishop c3, it's actually white who has a nice position here. I mean, Prague, of course, it's a very interesting position after bishop e7, but you can go on. I mean, as white. So, in a way, for Prague, I see no reason not to repeat right now. He should be okay with a draw. Meanwhile, Amruta, while we are speaking here, we have had Vamsi Mohan Poka contributing towards help chess
Oh.
and becoming a believer. Thank you so much, Vamsi Mohan, for your support. We had also another person who contributed here, Abhishek M. Actually, we had several. Nimish Agrawal,
Oh, 1,000 rupees.
Prakash
Prakash
Sheshadri,
Sheshadri, 1,001.
Reti Velayuddam,
Velayuddam, 1,000. Ravi Teja,
Chunduri,
500.
and Shreyansh. So thank you all for your contributions. This is very, very kind
Wow.
of you.
We've reached 1664.
Yes.
64 is a...
9 people have contributed today. We started with 1655. And Amruta, now a key moment, whether Prague will repeat or not, has been put. and you can see there Praggnanandhaa thinking, I think for now there's too little information for him to depend upon others' games. He has to depend on his own position and take this call. And I think right now there is no reason for him to not take it. You can see this beautiful
Yeah,
angles.
look at it. I mean, if there was a piece, maybe that would cover his face in between. But there
Yes.
is, it's like a perfect road, yeah?
Yeah.
Like no traffic. Parallel lanes, all traffic.
Beautiful. Amidst the queen and the bishop and the black queen stands Prag there.
Wow. But he's trying to look at the other games without changing the camera. We can actually.
No,
maybe
let's
we'll
just
stay
wait
here.
for a
What is
second.
the chat thinking?
Guys,
Draw,
do you
yeah.
think...
Do you think he will repeat or not? Poll डाल दो अभी 10-5 मिनट के लिए. कोई
Okay.
है? Any poll?
No poll today because that day is one of
Got
our...
it. So we'll not keep it like forever. We will just know what will happen, right? With the next
Okay.
move, it will end.
Guys,
So-
the question is, will Praggnanandhaa go for a draw? Or, I mean, then
repeat.
we have
will
to...
Pragg repeat or go on?
Because then we have to also see whether Yangyi wants to repeat or not. And
Oh, yeah.
Himanshu says, I love Hari, but still can't understand the logic behind resting and in-form Vidit. I think, as Vishy said, it had a lot to do with certain factors which we might not know, which are internal to the team. Like, for example, Hari being the guy who has all the China info in the team, having a plus score with Wang Yu. And I think that's the major reason.
Yeah. Sometimes we just don't know the history. By the way, looking at Pragg, I feel he's going to repeat with his expression. I mean,
he's
it's
pausing the clock. He's calling
oh,
the
he
arbiter.
can't do that.
No,
That
no,
would be
it's
illegal, no?
possible. It's
Or-
possible.
Let's check.
He wants to play Queen C7 and he wants to call the arbiter and say, I'm going to draw. So what Pragg did is he wrote the move on his score sheet, paused the clock, and went looking for the arbiter. This is the right way to claim. All the youngsters watching this who play chess, don't make your move.
No, but Queen C7 is not. One second. Look. Rook C1, Queen D6. Once. Photographic draw.
Yeah, so Amruta, this, if you see, this is the
Smart.
first time.
I mean, he's not even giving that opportunity to Yangyi, whether he wants to think or not.
Yeah. This is
Lovely.
the first time, and Yangyi might just say, Arey bhai, I agree to a draw. Why are you going through all this?
No, but Yangyi is white
and now the arbiter comes in and says, okay, you want to play Queen C7, make your move. And now they will check Amruta. So it's a threefold repetition claim. Alexander Grishchuk is there looking at the game. He's the coach of the Iran team. We have a few other people. Srinath was there on the other side. I think this is a good result for Team India. Draw with black against Yangyi. And I think Pragg is just doing his job here. He's not thinking, oh, I need to win my games or something. He's just being a team player. And a draw has been agreed, dosto. Guys, Praggnanandhaa draws.
First result for Team India today.
Yes, it's the first draw of the match, and also a good one. I feel people were saying Pragg will go for a draw. 72% already thought he would draw. So well done, guys. Your chess sense is very, very sharp. And Amruta now.
Common sense का पता नहीं, पर chess sense sharp.
Arey. Roasting the chat. Very dangerous, Amruta.
नहीं, पता नहीं मतलब it can be
क्या
even
बात है?
better than their chess sense, no, Sagar? That's what I meant.
Nice. And by the way, Vikas Srivastav
Oh
ji,
my God, big contribution.
10,000 is his contribution. Thank you, Vikas ji. John Bancho, thank you for 500 for your contribution here. And there are other people who have contributed, Amruta. It's beautiful how Macho has contributed 100, Jogaya 101, Kalyan. Thank you. Nubi. Arey. Thank you, guys. Okay, Amruta. Going quickly to the game of Gukesh.
Yeah, now very important 3 games overview to be given because one draw is done. If now we need 2 out of 3 to beat China.
Amruta, one question was explain photographic draw. I think, guys, photographic draw,
If you have a camera with you,
yes, and you take pictures of 3 times the same board and it's the same, then it's a photographic draw.
Sagar, come on.
Yep. It means the same, Amruta. So, like if you take a picture of this right now, let's say the first position, this is one, okay? Then this happened. Now again you take a picture of this. And then again you take, now Prag wanted to play queen c7.
So when he moves
and
the queen to
again,
c7,
it's the
actually
same.
it's the same.
And
Oh.
also it's not just like the same picture,
Actually.
it also has to be the same side to move, I think, if I'm
No,
not
no,
mistaken.
no.
Yes, it has to be the same side to move as well. You can't
Correct,
have
correct. Sorry, I agree with
the
you.
other side. So that is a
True.
photographic draw.
But so the joke got roasted actually.
No, it was the right thing which you said, and people can remember
se.
it that way, that 3 times photograph is taken. And so thank you, by the way, Sanjay Sampath ji, for your contribution and becoming a believer of Indian chess. And we were a little bit thinking whether Gukesh will go long side or short side, but clearly he was going to go short side because black is going to push his pawns on the queen side. So Gukesh castled b5 and bishop b3, and now king h8 is played. The position is heating up.
Yeah,
here.
I just wanted to add one more thing that when the photographic draw earlier was not there, it was it started somewhere in between, I think, our careers, and then initially it was very confusing because we used to forget who to play, even if it is the same position. So sometimes when you have 2 minutes on the clock and you make a wrong claim, then your opponent would get more time, or even when you have seconds, your opponent would get more time, and many people have lost their game because of a wrong claim.
Correct,
Yeah,
correct.
so it was
I was very
interesting.
bad at claiming, but I know a few players who are amazing at claiming. One of them is
Yeah.
Vidit. He's excellent. Moment he sees
Even
something.
in death match, he
Yeah,
had
yeah, he
claim.
claimed it correctly. The arbiter said it's not a draw. Vidit said no, it is. Then we checked, it was. So Vidit is very good at this.
Yeah, otherwise, photographic memory actually is very good.
Yeah, it just requires
it's
presence of mind. I think Prag is also very good in that sense because he did it with Gukesh, if you remember, at Vaikanze.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now king h8, and now Gukesh is thinking what is the way in which he can create some play here because his opponent has the bishop pair. One idea is to play a4 and create play on the queen side. Second is maybe just move the knight away and trade one of the pieces. But here the problem is black can also play bishop g5 and trade here, so can get rid of his bad bishop. So Gukesh wants to keep this bishop on the board because it is limited by its own pawns.
Wonderful.
Okay, so we will come back here to see what Gukesh
At
is
some
doing.
point, do you think a4 is going to happen?
I think he can even play a4 here.
Or, one second, do you think Gukesh is going to go for f4 attack in the future? Like, or double bishop, he may not want to open the position for the opponent, right?
He can, but
It's
only
going to
at
be
the
very
right time.
interesting. We'll come back here to analyze like what can be the plan. This is the moment where planning begins. For him, obviously, much before.
Yes.
But for us now.
Oh, Amruta.
Kya hua?
Sheshank Shekhar says, Sagar, you are asking Vishy for food recommendations. Please go to the Indigo Indian restaurant in Budapest. Fantastic food and a great owner you won't regret. Sheshank,
Oh.
we went there yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday night.
So it's such a coincidence that you actually told this, and we were there with a couple of members of the team.
And Sagar also mentioned, like, as soon as we left the restaurant, that it was such an amazing food.
Yeah, it was fantastic food. Maybe slightly less salt, but the fact that I hadn't eaten much in last few days was very good.
It was.
Now I'm refueled for 5 more rounds. Okay.
Sai Prasad also super chatted. Sagar and Amrita, who do you think is the goat of chess?
Yeah, right now I think I saw this reel by Fide, and they were asking Fabi, they were asking Gukesh, and I think everyone was talking about 3 people mainly: Magnus, Magnus, Gary, and Fisher. And
I would definitely add Vishy because at this age nobody has
yes,
managed to play
that actually
at that level.
that
It's impossible.
aspect
That aspect
has to
is
be taken into
very important.
consideration. That Vishy's longevity has been just phenomenal,
No,
especially
and we
in.
have also seen how age impacts your play. But to be able to sustain and I think definitely.
So, Amruta, now going to this game of Arjun, Queen F4 has been played. A threat has been created on this pawn, and we are waiting for Bu Xiangzhi's reply here, whether he will save the pawn on d6, whether he will let it go. What is it that he will do? Maybe there is a chance that he plays b5 here, and then all hell breaks loose after rook takes d6 because the bishop is hanging. There is a queen side pressure here, and we have Harshit Bhai joining in.
अरे
Harshit,
क्या
What a
बात
result,
है?
Sagar bhai, we
Draw
had.
gaya.
Did you
Draw.
meet Prague?
I just saw him leaving here. Mom was waiting. They definitely want to take some rest as we are entering the final phase of the tournament here.
Yeah.
But Vishy sir was saying this is going to be an exciting game. Very good result for us. I
Yes.
briefly talked with Vishy sir about it, and he said that definitely a good result for the Indian team.
Yes, I also agree that this is actually a good starting point. But the match is very equal on Wei Yi Gukesh. Very equal here in Bu Xiangzhi Arjun. Although I feel Arjun is putting some pressure on the d6 pawn. Harshit Bhai, I think this is definitely something to worry about.
Yeah, the
For
only break I'm worried about is if black gets
b5,
his
b4.
pawn on b4, it will be, I don't know, a lot of tension in the situation.
Yeah, and guys, if you don't remember, Bu Jiangzi had eliminated Magnus Carlsen in the FIDE World Cup in Batumi. Very, very dangerous player.
How do you remember?
Sorry,
How do you remember?
because I had seen the game.
Live.
So, no, I mean, I saw the game live, and it was I think, bishop sacrifice, if I'm not mistaken. And he also won with the black pieces,
Yeah.
did Bu Jiangzi. So definitely something China team wants right now for Bu Jiangzi to do well. But Arjun isn't the man in shape. 6 out of 6, going for the Fabi 7 out of 7, then the Gukesh 8 out of 8, and then the Arjun 9 out of 9.
Wow.
Oh, that means that would be unique.
Yeah.
Oh, bhai.
Yes.
दोनों ने सेम सोचा, मेरे को सूझा ही नहीं.
अरे सागर भाई.
नहीं तो you're relaxing, eating this muesli and all of that. So शांत रहना, no problem. Himanshu Sangya is super chatted. Hey Sagar, what you showed is a threefold repetition, but basically photographic draw can also occur when the same position occurs at 3 different times, not necessarily in consecutive moves. Yes, for sure.
You just take a photo and it's the same position, then it is a draw.
Back-to-back draw was always existing, but this one none.
Okay.
So what's can we just quickly take a look at board number 1, which is very.
We saw it looked very even
Planning.
for now, and it didn't feel like there is anything spectacular happening as such.
Like at this moment.
Yeah, I think
but
that
if you look
Wei
deeper,
should be kind of happy with the position. He has a bishop pair, and white does have the d5 square under his control. But after the plan of g6, bishop g7 that black will play, it
And
will be
f5.
possible for him to go knight from c6 to e7, challenging this outpost of the knight on d5. And I think we might see mass exchanges in the center, leading to some sort of simplification. So this game
Yes.
looks around even, I would say.
and because also they played in Tata Steel, and Wei has been quite a tough opponent for Gukesh. So I do agree that even if this simplifies,
Yeah.
it should be okay.
Don't you think that g6 bishop goes back and f5 could also be a plan that black can go for? Because
Definitely.
then it would make it a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in this match strategy, Wei is definitely going to want to keep the game going. Of course, he's
Yes.
happy with the draw, but if it's possible, he'll definitely push with the black pieces because Wei is definitely the star of the Chinese team. He has had an exceptional year 2023-2024, and I'm sure he's trying to capitalize on that and put some pressure on Gukesh.
I think what Wei is doing is he's quietly looking at the game of Arjun because if Arjun draws,
I mean, he can only quietly look at the game, no?
yeah, from the corner of his
Not
eye,
like dance like you in the party and then looking at the game.
right?
But yeah.
So he's very quietly looking that if by chance Arjun starts to press against Xiangzhi, Harikrishna and Wang Yu game is very difficult to assess as of now.
Just too early stage.
Too early. It's just opening. Like all the contours are still there of the opening. So in a way, Wei has to play according to perhaps what happens on the third board.
No, but I don't think so. What I think is Wei is very clear about his way. He wants to beat Gukesh.
Could be, but then I mean, it's not trivial, yeah, to beat Gukesh,
For
especially.
his team, very important.
Yeah, but I mean, the position does not.
Position, no,
Warrant
when you
it.
say there are two plans, G6, F5 is one of the ideas. He is going to focus on that as well. I don't
Yeah.
think he'll be ignoring that.
I want to ask Harshit Bhai here. What do you think are the plans for White? Because Black plans look obvious. What should White do?
So actually, White just played this move pawn from a2 to a3, making a loft for the square of for the bishop on b3 to come to a2. And after that, I am suspecting he's trying to go for the break from pawn to b2 to b4, challenging the c5 pawn, because once the c5 pawn takes on b4, the rook on a1 is suddenly going to find a lot of activity along the a file. However, instead of a3, I personally was considering
A4.
this move pawn to a4. Very typical idea, trying to capitalize the pawns on a6 and b5, because if you ever take this a4 pawn, I will take with my rook, and suddenly this position feels really good for white. And I was expecting a move like a4, but Gukesh chooses a slightly slower approach. He's like, I want to keep the option of a4 in my hand just to ask you what you want to do. But I think black's plan is clear. I'm expecting g6 to be the next move of black.
I'm also thinking, Harshit and Amruta, that sometimes Gukesh in such positions comes up with plans which are very unorthodox. Like normally we think like this a4 or bishop a3, bishop a2, b4, which are very typical plans. But suddenly you will see Gukesh at some point going king h1, rook g1, g4, something like
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
He thinks like this.
This is a very good plan that you
Really,
mentioned.
bhai?
Yeah, because you definitely
मैं तो
don't.
ऐसे ही कुछ move किया.
No. King h1, rook g1, g4 is a very valid plan which can happen in this
Kya
position.
baat hai?
Because you-
Harshit approves.
Because you don't want to go for knight
Bishop
g1, g3, and f4 plan. Because even if you manage to get f4 after black takes, you open the bishop from f6, give him a new life. And guys, we all are well aware of how dangerous a bishop can be once it turns into a rocket. सागर भाई रॉकेट नहीं बनाना है, बिशप को बंद ही रखना है.
Rocket नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं.
King h1, g4, keep the position close when you have the knights and try to maneuver around it. So I'm expecting king h1, rook g1, g4 as definitely a potential plan. It would be the guys, ये position में what's the ideal situation for white? It is to exchange, for example, g6, knight e3. We somehow want to exchange these pair of bishops and get control of the d5 square. This is the ideal scenario for white.
So something like this,
This is the ideal
and
situation.
White would be very happy.
Ideal. So whenever you think in a position, it's good to think about what do you want in the end.
क्या चाहिए?
क्या चाहिए last में? Because once you know क्या चाहिए in the end, it makes finding your plan a lot easier.
Correct.
And I think that knowing that this is the plan white has, Gukesh is going to try to somehow execute it.
Right.
Wow.
Rook b8 played.
Wonderful.
Rook b8 on the board, guys. Let's see what Gukesh comes up with. We'll come back to this. Very quick thought on Harikrishna game, because do you think that anything is happening here? What are the plans? It's a very slow moving game, but sometimes such positions, engine suddenly starts to give like a big advantage to one side. And we are like, what happened? We were just thinking, are slowly everything is going on.
No, I think the tension is balanced right now. Because if white ever takes the pawn on e5, it's going to help black get an open d file. And if black ever takes on d4, then I think this pawn on if, for example, let's say a move like queen d2, you don't really want to exchange everything, because this pawn on d6 becomes a very weak pawn.
Right.
So both the players definitely want to keep the tension in the center, because whoever releases the tension is going to make some sort of a sacrifice.
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, a lot of pressure here on both sides. Is actually a rich position that is brewing here. And let's see what Wang Yue does next. Both players taking their time, down to 50 minutes on the clock. Look at Wang Yue's face here. He's trying to work really hard through it. And behind them is the captain of the team.
Yeah,
Have you played against him? He's a well-known player.
I have
Wen Yang.
I have not played against
He's
anyone.
2600
I
plus.
have not played anyone from the Chinese team, but definitely have seen them play in action and are very, very dangerous. So this is definitely one of the matches that I was looking forward to before the Olympiad started. Sagar bhai, this game also is going to be exciting to follow how the action develops. We have to check the women's game.
We will.
As
Should we just stop once at a Magnus Carlsen game?
Yes, exactly, and also maybe for a moment the second board of Norway, because Magnus was looking at it, the opening.
Okay.
But I
Let's
don't know
first
if at
go
all it
to
is very
Magnus.
interesting.
He's taking on the Austrian team
And do
today.
you know what he played today?
He played the Perk, maybe Philidor.
yes, Philidor.
Yes, that was such a surprise.
Yes, Philidor is a decent opening. I used to play it a lot with black. It is passive, but at the same time leads to complicated positions. And I think Magnus just wants that right now. He doesn't want to play something which his opponents are very well prepared.
He came around 8 minutes late today, Magnus.
Yeah. I was thinking about this, and I thought that Magnus is always really surrounded by people wherever he goes, and it is a little bit difficult for him because it's not a normal thing. Like you will see two, three people or five people coming to some great
To greet
players,
someone, yeah.
but to Magnus, it's always like in huge
It-
numbers.
And
So-
not just that, even otherwise, somebody or like whenever you see him, they are shooting him. Like even if I'm there, I am going to shoot him because of obviously what he has achieved until now. His he has been such a proactive and a very different kind of a world champion, I would say.
Yeah,
His aura, I
and
mean.
we all kind of think, guys, ki Magnus comes late, it's his psychological trick and all this. But there is actually a reason behind it. He does not want to be disturbed before the game, and everyone just wants the opportunity to meet him and greet him. But before the game, the players want to be in their zone. They want to be serious before the game, and that's why even though Magnus wants to interact with his fans before the game, it becomes difficult for him to do so, and that's probably
Yeah.
the reason why he's showing up a little late to the game.
I think in Olympiad you don't need fans because there are so many people who are here playing. There are so many of his fans who are his in the tournament itself. They're not outside.
Yeah.
So this one is equalish.
Just a quick look at okay.
Oh, this is some interesting line that has
Because
happened.
Magnus was looking at the opening, Anish was looking at the opening, so I just thought
Because they played this interesting line of Queen C4. Actually, Queen E3 is the usually played move, but Queen C4 seems like a new development here.
E. Christiansen is bringing new ideas because yesterday he had played E4, E6, D4, D5, E5, C5, C3, Queen A5.
Oh, very interesting. Amruta following all the games carefully. Kya baat hai?
No, when I'm waiting for Magnus for 8 minutes, like he'll come, I'm looking at the other games also, the openings. So, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. And
Okay.
this game seems to be also kind of heating up towards some sort of a very dynamic position, because they have castled opposite sides, and black has already gotten this break d5, and you see these pieces on the king side being a little underdeveloped. But if somehow white is able to open the position before black generates a counter play on the king queen side, black is going to be better. But right now it kind of feels that Horvath has kind of managed to create a lot of pressure in the center, and it looks pretty good for Horvath right now. Sagar bhai, we have to jump to the women's game. We are playing against Georgia,
yeah.
and let's take it from the first board.
Harika.
Harika versus Nana Dzagnidze.
Hi, Vishy
Because
Anand's,
Georgia is a very, very interesting team. They play very aggressive chess. The women's team, very strong, unpredictable chess. So I think it's a great clash for women's board.
Yeah.
actually Vishy had predicted e5 h3.
Mm-hmm.
I think Vishy
Oh.
predicted many things. He was too good. Yes,
Sagar bhai,
Arshit bhai.
it was so good to have him here and listen to some of his insights. I mean, I myself was trying to ask questions that would help me myself, and always a great pleasure to listen to him speak. It's like Sagar bhai, it's just wisdom, whatever comes out from.
Experience rolled into being, this entire years of what knowing, and what is now the latest wrinkle. He's a unique person.
He's a I mean, he is like the way he is transformed from being a player to inspiring some of the top talents in our country and across the world. He's truly an ambassador of the game for the Indian team. And I mean, even if you go in the playing hall, you can just see the sense of respect everyone has when he's walking around. And this is what every chess player dreams of. This is what, we start playing any sport to try and become the best. No one wants to be good, Sagar, but everyone wants to try and being the best. We have the Indian team here trying to do just that. And Harika playing with the white pieces did not have the best of the events, but this is the game we need her, Sagar, by playing against Nana Dzagnidze.
Yeah, and she has played bishop d2 here, has a small lead on the clock, some 7 minutes or so, and a nice position because she is pressing down the c file a bit. Also, if her opponent takes, there will be
A nasty pin,
a
yeah.
nasty pin here. So I think good position for Harika. Meanwhile, we have a super chat here. I love chess says Harshit Bhai is a great commentator, agreed, and player, agreed. But very few people know that he is a great trainer. Arey bye. What new?
Arey, Sagar, you can take his training, yeah?
And second as well. In fact, one of his student is close to GM. OP panel India for the gold. But who is close to GM?
You, Sagar bhai, I'm hoping that you become a GM soon. I'm here for 2 weeks trying to educate everyone, trying to bring Sagar back
Harshit
to
bhai,
the quest.
it's like I didn't
Hidden
know, and my
student.
trainer is here.
Arey.
अरे क्या
But
बात है
there
मजा
is
आ रहा
someone
है
else as well, or is it a secret?
Students, I train very few students in the US who are very ambitious and want to improve the game. But seconding is something that I used to do quite a bit a few years back. I've helped some very strong players.
Not, you can't reveal their name.
I mean, I don't want to because I don't know if the players are comfortable with, but it's
Expert says he was second to Aryan Tari.
no, he's my roommate. I mean, I'm a friend of Aryan Tari. I've never seconded him, but guys, for
क्या
those who don't know,
this
क्या ही
man
knowledge?
is filled with secrets. I think I know him, but I don't.
Arey,
there are a lot of secrets about him like I have
Yes.
some evidences also
arey, Amruta was giving.
Harshit knows. But he can be. I was going to say that about his trainer because when he asks a question, sometimes it's like, okay, what is the answer? And then he's only answering. So it's like, okay, it can be very interesting to be a student because when he asks a question, let's say you don't know the answer and you're tense, he's going to answer it for you. So like, okay, relax.
By the way, Amruta, while you were saying, and Harshit, you are talking about this, we can come back to Vaishali. The chat is saying Divya just made a mistake. And her position, as rightly you and Vishy both were a little worried actually, because I think Vishy was mentioning that knight on c3 looks a bit weird.
And you see, Sagar bhai, he like the way
उसको sense आ जाता
he
है.
could sense how
Yeah.
the knight like, and it's very difficult to understand the nuances whether the knight is better on d2 on c3, but correctly mentioning that the knight on f1 would have been more flexible than the knight is on e2 right now.
Yeah, and I think Batsiashvili should not be underestimated at all because she has been in a flawless form, 4.5 out of 5, and with d5, she is putting pressure here, and she's
And in the
also
center.
broken the center.
Yeah, this is going to be a board which Divya needs to make sure doesn't go out of control because Sagar bhai, if the queen ever comes to e6, let me just quickly point out a variation after knight
Queen
g3.
b4. Queen b4 is a problem.
B4 is
already.
also hanging. But in a position like this, you have to be very, very careful about a tactic, guys. Black to play in this position. What would you play as black?
वाह क्या tactic है बढ़िया भाई. Black to move, guys. What do you do?
Some
Nice,
sort of
very
a
alert.
nuance.
Harshit is like,
Some nuanced disco dhamaka is coming.
Rakshit Bhai says, when Harshit Bhai is with Aryan Tari Bhai, how much time does Harshit Bhai spend admiring Aryan Tari Bhai ke looks? Oh,
Arre. I don't know how to answer that question,
Yes.
but
It's-
honestly.
I mean, he's a good-looking guy, of course, but I mean, we are very good friends. So,
No question asked about that. He's very smart. Very, I think
all the Norwegian
if
team
you
actually.
think about it, when it comes to the grandmasters with good looks, I think there are some names which have been put up. There was some list I remember.
Yeah, Magnus is definitely has to be one of the top.
Yes, I think someone
thing-
who was leading it was Yannick Pelletier from Switzerland, one GM. Then there was Aryan Tari, Jordan Van Forest.
Magnus has to be there, no?
Maybe.
And Sagar bhai, we want you as a
Arre!
GM bhai.
Bhai, just because I'm not GM, I can't make it to the list. Otherwise, I have everything, lot of nice hair and all.
Arre.
But guys, the move here that was mentioned is Rook takes A2, Rook takes A2,
And
and
disco.
D takes E4.
Attacking the rook on A2 as well as attacking the queen on E4. Double attack, ensuring black is winning here. So this is going to be something that white
Nice.
needs to be very careful about. And after the move,
this reminds me of the
C5.
song Jahan Teri Ye Nazar Hai.
you have to
Yeah,
have your
rook
nazar
sacrifice
everywhere
was
in this position as white, because if you allow black to somehow put pressure on the E4 pawn, also the break from C6 to C5 opening the bishop on B7 is going to be something to watch out for. And she's also down 20 minutes on the clock. This game looks a little tense. 11,000 of you watching, guys. You have to like the stream and support the Indian team, as we are potentially playing one of the most important games of the event.
Yeah, I think this one, Divya is a big fighter, but she has kind of misplayed the opening to get into such a position with white after E4, E5. This theory is not common. Let's hope that she manages to survive this. And
But for the moment, very important, because one of the thing is like what has been played is d5, threatening b4.
Yes.
What should be white? How should
C3.
you continue? Is
I think C3 might be played.
so c3, but the bishop looks
Yeah. It
ugly.
feels
You
that
don't
the-
have a choice,
Also
yeah.
C5 now looks like a strong move.
C5 feels
C5.
strong. This rocket feels like it has been blunt, Sagar bhai. It looks really passive on B2, and bishops need open diagonals in order to show their strength. The bishop on B2 is very upset, and I am sure that Vantika is not very happy. Divya is not very happy with her position. Will be interesting to see how Divya
Okay,
manages to save the pressure. But Vantika's game is also very exciting.
Before we go to Vantika and Vaishali, two V's, we need to check Arjun
Because
Erigaisi's game.
everyone's saying he's winning.
Not winning, but I think he's better. His opponent.
Oh my God! How could we miss the sack?
Bye. A3, Rook B8, Queen F4. He went B5. Bhai, उसने खेला B5.
But it most natural, no? Rook d6
B4,
now.
insane.
Insane
Man,
play
isn't it
by
scary?
Yangyi. And the point
How do
here,
you
just
defend?
for people to know, if you take this bishop after B takes A3, it's a super strong attack with the
Yeah.
rook, queen, and the pawn.
One piece ka koi, like, it just doesn't matter
matter.
at all.
Guys, Bu Xiangzhi is very dynamically alert. The way he
Bhai,
sacrificed a piece, rook f6, and look at
Okay,
his
are we
next move.
perpetual maybe then?
Look at
No.
his next move.
No?
Did he play? He's not played yet. Oh, he played
Yeah, he played.
because Harshit Bhai Amruta, if takes here, then queen at 6, and it's white who is reaching
White
first.
is who-
Oh,
Breaching
because you
first.
have this very important rook over here, which can actually create mating net.
Exactly.
So Bu Xiangzhi says, you took a pawn, I didn't care. You took a bishop, I didn't care. And now I'm taking here. And
Because
Arjun
all I care is
has
about your king.
recaptured. Bhai, king.
I think we are getting a very exciting position. Arjun is always up on the clock. Even though this position seems objectively equal, I think practically Arjun is putting a lot of pressure on Bu Xiangzhi. And
How,
I am...
how objectively equal, Harshit? It can be either a perpetual in whichever calculation. It cannot just sustain like this with so much imbalance in the material.
I mean, for engines, it's very easy to calculate a forcing line. Humans, however, have a physical fear of going into a long variation, especially when you're playing someone so strong and so in form. The guy Arjun Erigaisi, look at Bu Xiangzhi, is not that happy right now. Looks a little concerned as Arjun is trying to, put pressure.
Psychological pressure.
Okay, let's see this. I will ask you few questions. Harshit, firstly, my question is, now after bc3, if I take queen takes c3, is it a good move or not? That's the question. How do you deal with it?
First queen c3 you want to
Yeah,
check.
my candidate moves are queen
because
c3,
you are attacking
g
the
takes f6, which I know will finish, but in which way I'm not exactly sure. I'm not sure if there is anything else.
I thought
First
rook
queen
d6
c3.
just and then you are piece up. I don't know.
It's complicated. It's very complicated. It's kind of hard to understand even for me, Amruta, because this position requires a lot of calculation. I don't think this position can be resolved only with your intuition, because forcing moves are going to make all the difference here.
Oh, okay. Chat. Lot of calculation, says Harshit. Are you in for that?
I'm always in for a forcing variation. Let's try to delve a bit deeper in this position. So let's try to calculate.
Black has, by
Black
the way,
has
queen c3, as Amruta said, queen a3,
Calculate and also
gf6.
GF6. Three candidate moves.
Just three.
So
yeah.
whenever you try to
GF6 will start with.
whenever you try to look at the position, the first thing to understand are the candidate moves, and he just played.
Oh, he takes queen c3.
What did he
Why
play?
he
Queen
took
c3. Queen c3.
Oh my god.
Oh.
So rook d6, who suggested, Sagar?
Yeah,
You said, yeah?
you know
Rook
why
d6?
I suggested rook d6 is because I thought later when this check comes and my king goes up, if a rook comes from here to attack, my rook will be there.
Oh, that
So
was
I
a
wanted
good
to-
logic.
Guys, maybe we can quickly take a look at the full cam. I want to see Arjun's reaction to this move. Queen takes c3, giving away a piece only for one pawn. No, for 0 pawns. He has no pawns, but a
Yes.
lot of dynamic compensation.
Arjun piece up, but Bu Xiangzhi drinking water. Arey bhai. Bu Xiangzhi using water bottle gambit.
Water bottle gambit, ambit gambit, piece sacrifice of the day. And look, let's see Arjun's reaction. Let's see what he's thinking about. He is definitely, seems like he's calculated this move.
This
अरे
guy,
उसको पता है,
उसके
उसको
चेहरे
पता
पे
है,
कोई टेंशन ही नहीं है यार.
टेंशन नहीं, he knows the move. उसको हर move पता रहता है.
Oh, yeah, otherwise he would not enter in such a variation. No
He's
doubt
about to make a
it.
move or what, Sagar
Yes,
bhai?
yes,
How
yes.
is it possible?
Why he
He
knows?
was calculating.
He's
He was not-
2791.
Just walking.
He's 2791, dosto. Chronicles of Lo-Fi, thank you for becoming pillar of Indian chess. And Arjun Erigaisi there, super focused.
Guys, this is heating up as Black has sacrificed a piece, but at some point he will be required to show concrete compensation for it. Otherwise, Arjun is just going to take that piece and run away.
Yes.
If it goes to the end game.
Look at Levon. Levon comes from behind. Levon is like, Arey, Arjun bhai.
अरे एक second, क्या चल रहा है?
I am the one who goes into such positions, piece down. What are you doing?
Most exciting moment of the day, I believe.
Definitely, and let's just look at the way Arjun is thinking.
Yeah.
Just he's so
वो
calm.
बाजू देख रहा है वो, he's looking
इधर,
at the game.
उधर.
हाँ, उधर कौन देख रहा है, कौन आया है.
But actually, whatever
And
he's
he's
seeing is
about
a
to make-
chess
Yeah, yeah.
board,
He's
nothing
about-
else.
guys,
This position.
He's
That's
about
it.
to make a move. Guys, if someone exactly predicts his move, I will be looking out in the chat and giving you a shout out, because this is a big moment.
Yes.
Rook d6 possible, rook a6 possible. Rook
Which
takes,
move? Which move? I think rook d6, yeah? Oh, rook a6 is also possible, stopping the a3 pawn.
Yes, it's also possible.
Or does he take more material?
Sagar
Which
bhai,
is insane. Which will be insane.
You know, Arjun reminds me of this guy who always knows the right answer in the class and is like, teacher asks a question, he's like, I know.
I think-
He's like that guy, I know the move.
I think the teacher just never asks him questions because he might give an answer which even the teacher doesn't know. Sagar bhai.
Yes,
He is-
exactly.
But kudos to Bu Xiangzhi, yeah? The way he has played last 4-5 moves, he simply trusted his calculation against Arjun.
Guys, also a big shout out to the Chinese team.
Yeah.
Very strong. It's no joke to be playing against India on a board one after 6 games. So a big moment even for the Chinese team. I'm sure a lot of players from China or supporters are watching. So it will be very exciting to see how these players are trying to dissolve this complications on the board.
Correct.
About to make a move.
Yes, there you have. His hand is there.
Rook to for
Hand
sure.
on his head.
I mean, tum ruko mat.
Chronicles of Lo-Fi says rook to d6. We will be.
Rook d6, rook f7, rook a6.
Oh, Sagar bhai.
Kya baat
I think
hai?
shout out to
Shabash.
Sagar bhai first, then everyone in the chat, because rook to d6 has been played. I think Chronicles of Lo-Fi also said rook to d6 will be played. Vaibhav Shreyas, Shraddha Kapoor also found rook to d6. So definitely.
Oh,
some
and
people-
Chronicles of Lofi has become the newest pillar of Indian chess.
Wow.
The member, thank you, welcome. Right time actually.
And CJ says, Sagar bhai, love the stream, but could something be done about interviews, game reviews coming right at the moment of crucial end of games? Just constructive. Yeah, it's sometimes when we get the players, it is not easy to know for our team on ground with what is happening here. So they just bring them because they think that it will be great to have them here. And I think we will have to figure out, maybe do shorter analysis with them, but constructive feedback taken in the right spirit here.
Oof, guy.
Takes
Oh, and
another
quickly,
pawn.
What did he
Queen
say?
takes a3 played.
Snatches another pawn.
Okay, King D2
King
force,
D2.
no? Oh, no, not really.
He has to play King D2.
King
If he
D2
does-
नहीं, if he
King
plays
D1
King
is
D1
also
तो
there.
check नहीं.
check. अरे वो नहीं करूँ अपन ने. Sagar bhai have to be very accurate. King to D2 has to be played.
शांति थी, शांति.
Queen b4 check now. Okay.
Queen
Or
B4
rook
check.
b2. Queen b4 or rook b2 would be the. Can I give another piece or is it just a plain blunder if I go rook b2? Can you take on d7 and I have nothing in hand?
This is ambit blunder of the gambit.
No, because I give a check and if you go king d1 there is this. If you go king e2,
There is rook takes e4. No, true. It's a good question
there is a rook.
actually.
Yes, exactly. So
But king to e3 is the only move which gives actually a good question by Amruta. But I think king to e3 is the only move which
Yeah.
saves the day for Arjun. 14,000 of you are watching. Welcome to everyone who's
Crazy.
just catching up. Prag's game was a draw. We now have 3 Indian games going on. This is Arjun's game on board 3, playing against Bu Xiangzhi from China. And Bu Xiangzhi has sacrificed a piece, and Arjun is somehow trying to defend against his attack. It's not going to be easy, but seems like king to d2 is about to be played, Amruta, and after king d2 it's going to be black who has to find another sequence of
Right.
accurate moves.
So that's what Queen b4, Rook b2. But Harshit, you are a grandmaster, very strong trainer. Please, how do we continue here?
So the reason why queen to a5 is better, because after c3 you are not stopping your rook from b8 to join the party on b2, because if you move the queen on b4, guys, the rook on b8 is going to be restricted by your own piece. Something you definitely want to avoid is that not have your own pieces restrict your activity, and that's why queen to a5 check is the accurate move here.
Oh.
And let's see if we see this sequence of moves.
But after this, let's say for example I go king e2, then you have to find bishop b5 check, and I think
Oh,
it is
that
still
D7
not
bishop
so
also coming in
simple.
the game.
King d1, and I think there are many accurate moves to make. Just to give you an example, if you play rook e d8, it's equal, but if you play rook a d8, it's already a bad position.
Oh.
Believe it or
Why?
not,
One second,
because
one
of
second.
some very weird bishop
Oh,
d3 move.
so tough,
Yeah.
man. Bishop d3 is a very
Because
tough
you can't
move.
take here.
Rook e8 check.
Yeah, I'll
Mate.
take,
And
and then
simply
I'll
a piece
take
up.
this. So you have to actually play here. I don't know, queen a1.
Yeah, no, this game is very complicated, Sagar bhai. I think we should quickly check
No,
women's
he played
game.
queen a3.
Yeah,
He played queen a3.
and Arjun is thinking. We'll come back to this game as this definitely deserves a lot of attention.
Maybe
However,
we can have the video of this game going
Yeah.
on, because I think this is surely the game of the day, and I
Quite
don't
possibly,
see such an
yes.
interesting game happening in the last few days.
Yeah,
Yeah.
On top
absolutely.
board.
This is a crazy round right now. And actually, if Arjun manages to win today, this game 7 out of 7, and India would get a huge boost.
You definitely, guys. This is going to be something we keep our eyes on.
Huh.
We have to check Divya's game as we see.
Divya makes an error or what? No,
No.
this is what we analyzed. Actually, Nino Batsia. Oh, she played bishop c3.
She played bishop c3, and the
Why-
line
what's the
that we were
problem?
No, d
mentioning,
c5.
the line we were mentioning, guys, d takes e4, d takes e4, and pawn c6 to c5, opening up the bishop from b7, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. And now white's pieces are lacking harmony.
But Arjun by knight g3, cb4, right?
Yes. Oh, there, guys, black
think-
to play.
I think Divya must
Guys-
have looked at cb4, bishop b2, and she said, okay,
Yes,
playable
cb4,
position.
there is even knight to f5 actually. So, guys, white
No,
to
this
play,
next
black to
move is, I think, crazy, yeah?
yeah, black to play in this position. How do you
Oh.
blunt the bishops?
अरे यार blunt bishop स नहीं आएगा भाई.
एक तो ऑलरेडी ब्लंट है.
हाँ. भाई बढ़िया move, too good. I think in my head it was always like take this, but actually this.
c4, exactly.
Wow.
Satvik found it, Drone Saha, Abhay Khajura found it as well. The bishop on a2 is very sad, and because of this bishop, the rook on a1 is also sad. Seems like
Everyone
all of
is sad and depressed.
everyone supporting white right now, supporting the Indian team, is definitely going to be a bit worried if black finds this idea of pushing pawn to c5 to c4. Divya, who has been the key player in the Indian team, facing a lot of pressure from the experienced grandmaster Nino Batsishvili. Guys, she's a grandmaster, has played these events the
In
top
fact,
level.
She played Qatar Masters when I played there in 2015. In first round, she drew with Magnus.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Batsiashvili and also Khotenashvili, both of these players very, very
Yeah,
dangerous.
very strong. Should we quickly look at Vantika's game with Khotenashvili?
So this is the game that
This is-
bishop
this
after
is with
bishop
Divya in
c3.
trouble, we
We
can
have
say.
to be. We need some Divya magic. We've seen her kind of change the evaluation of the
Yeah.
position before. We definitely need something along those lines to happen again, because seems like black is better. And this position,
Badhiya position.
Wow,
Nice.
both the kings in the center after 14 moves and
Love
after such a long time.
Love this position. Actually, the thing is, it's strategically so rich. C4 pawn is weak. Black king is in the center. Both sides have their trump cards. Anything can happen, and I think this is also time-wise both are equal. Very even match.
very even match, guys. India is, for the ones who don't know, India is playing against Georgia, one
Yes.
of the strongest women team in the Olympiad 2024. We are playing with one of the youngest teams that we've ever had in the Olympiad, with Vantika, Divya, Vaishali, Harika, and the experienced Tania. So this will be interesting to see if Vantika manages to kind of neutralize black's central pawns, because if white central pawns don't find enough counterplay, they are subject to being very weak. Right now, the pawn on c4 cannot be taken, guys, because let's say if you play queen c2, bishop takes c4 would be a terrible move, because after bishop takes, knight takes. Don't forget about the fork. What's white's move?
क्या बात है हर्षित भाई? What a question. Asking the right questions here. Anil Kumar has given an answer, who is actually, the account is of Charvi. Little Charvi here in the chat. Thank you. Queen a4 check or knight मर गया.
सागर भाई, नाइट को नहीं मारने दे सकते, but black has a very interesting idea in
Oh, she
general in
played
this
c5.
position.
She played c5.
c5 played.
But yeah, that's actually the best move, because now after takes, Vantika needs to decide what to do. She can actually be greedy and snatch the pawn, but then she has to worry about some things here.
She definitely does, because
E5 in the future,
Take.
maybe.
yeah, I somehow want to put my black king on the queen side, want to castle long castle somehow, and because of that, knight to d7 is something that comes to my mind, allowing black to castle long on the next move, and the knight from d7 can jump to e5, can jump to c5. I think that this is a very good move that black can play, and if this happens, I am feeling optimistic about Vantika's game, even if the engine says it's around equal, guys.
Yes. Actually, Vantika's game pretty decent. At the same time, Vaishali also looking pretty interesting position, because there is an imbalance here. Her knight against the bishop, and it feels like some squares are weak, Amruta.
Amazing, amazing.
Guys,
No, it's complicated and
Vaishali is such a dangerous player. She's very soft spoken. She came to give us an interview the day before the rest day. She was very positive about the team. She was very happy with the team composition. And this is the reason why we are so much in love with Vaishali's play. She's playing with the black pieces, is already neutralized and is trying to play for more. Exactly what we need since Divya is feeling a little bit of pressure.
Agreed. And I think Vaishali must keep going like a move. For example, A4. If she goes knight e6, take. It's still very interesting because the rook opens up, puts pressure here. Rook can be here. There are many possibilities that can happen.
Yeah, especially now that the pawn on f3 is weak, I definitely think that Vaishali is going to put a lot of pressure on Javakashvili. Also, she's 10 minutes up on the clock, which is quite important in a position which is around equal, because to win a game, you have to put pressure on all aspects. You have to put pressure psychologically, on the board, on the clock, Sagar Bhai. It's a culmination of a lot of factors which force your opponent to make a mistake.
True, Harshit Bhai. And Amruta, Harshit, the women's team, we can round up saying that Vantika has an interesting position. Divya is in trouble. Vaishali slightly pressing, but really the person who needs to strike today is Harika.
With the
Amruta,
white
Let's
pieces.
go!
I think Harika is like, you can already say it's win on demand looking at the situation, and that will motivate Harika further, that
Yeah.
she cannot take any chances. So hopeful for this.
Guys,
For now,
let's have Harika OP. She's had difficult games in this tournament, Sagar Bhai, but we need her to strike against
Today, very important.
Georgia. Let's go, guys.
And going to Arjun Erigaisi's game very quickly, Arjun has played a move King D2, and
look at
then
Bu Xiangzhi.
Xiangzhi is ready with his counter move.
did he make the move?
King D2, yes. Queen A5 is on the board, Amruta. Queen A5.
Wow, he's finding the perfect moves.
Now for Arjun,
Oh.
three things remain. C3 to block, King E2 to run, and King C1 to repeat.
Oh,
King
he can
D1.
repeat. Actually, King C1 is a draw, yeah?
Yeah,
If
it's
he
just
goes King
repetition.
C1.
King C1, you have to check perhaps here or here. So,
It seems like
which
the most.
one would you choose?
Guys, Arjun can already make a draw. Do you think he should make a draw, or do you think he has to play on? Not an easy decision. He has to look at the other games and make a calculated risk in this position, because he's playing with the white pieces. But Amruta, you don't even want to take too much risk, because the rook on e8 looks a bit dangerous.
I know, like when you mentioned King E2, Sagar, because
Yeah.
there is King E2 and King E3.
Yeah.
And in earlier variation, King E3 was a good move. So here, can this also be the candidate move, or you kind of reject it?
Yeah, it's crazy, Amruta, that
What's
here.
the problem? Let's
there
ask the
is-
chat and me.
Yeah, it's not so simple to figure, but
Harshit would have found out, and you also, right?
Yeah.
Do you think the chat
Asim
can
Khan
find?
found it.
Khan.
Asim Bhai found F5, Amruta. Very strong move,
Oh,
threatening.
so-
Rook takes E4. Very good job, Asim Bhai.
Oops, sorry.
To
There is
be
this
very
bishop over
honest
here.
with you guys, this position is not easy for Arjun to play with
No,
white.
I have one question.
Then King E2
Yeah,
also
one
F5 is
second.
coming.
No, King E2.
F5.
If F5 now, there is Knight E5.
तो तभी भी तो है, like
But then-
like there is a subtle
No,
difference.
rook is hanging.
Exactly, Sagar, by understanding that the king on e2 protects the rook on e1, allowing the white knight to jump on e5, whereas king e3 pe hota, guys, so the rook on e1 would have been hanging. Subtle differences. Let's see if
Look at the mate, by the way, guys. Take here,
Oh.
here, and guys, white to play.
Nice.
And khatam karo, yaar.
Amazing.
Khatam. Nahi, actually, रुको.
Let's see who's the one.
खत्म करो दोस्तों,
क्या ही
खत्म करो.
मतलब मजा आ भी गई सागर भाई.
तोड़ी नाखो दोस्तों, तोड़ी नाखो.
Anil Kumar, Madhesh, Adarsh, Arad, let us review.
Beautiful.
Yes, Nihal
Rook
Sanchit Gupta also finding
H6.
rook takes h6, king takes mara to queen
Mate.
d6 checkmate.
And even if King H8, the same thing, except for the different.
Knight this time. And by the way, guys, I have one
And
question.
do you think they both are thinking that the Bermuda part is still going on, and that is how they're playing on the board? That's how it is, like
All the
party.
pieces are dancing in this game, but I'm sure that that dance has a lot of choreography behind it, Sagar. By a lot of intricacies are being seen in this game, because right now Arjun has a chance of making a draw, or
Guys, I have one question instead of draw. Can we play a3, c3? You have to go rook check,
yes,
and I block with my bishop now. And then there is pressure here and here. And does this work?
now black. We also have to calculate rook takes c2.
Maar diya.
Because
King
you are a
takes-
pawn down and that a pawn.
I'm actually a rook up right now.
Oops.
You have
I forgot about that completely.
So queen a2 check, and maybe this is some perpetual, because if you go to d3,
yeah.
bishop b5 check looks very dangerous. Maybe this is still some sort of a perpetual.
Actually, for Arjun, there are many lines to calculate, right? Like for example, c4 खेल दो, check आ गया, king यहाँ से, then suddenly you
Check,
escape
check, yeah.
somewhere. I don't know. So it's right that he's calculating here, because you have to go deep in each variation and see if there is some way to win.
Exactly. They know when to think and when not to think. This is the quality. This is the strong quality that top players have. Arjun is definitely someone who uses this to his best advantage, because he keeps time advantage whenever possible, and then on the crucial moment is thinking. I think we should take a look once on board one, as this game seems to be going towards a draw potentially. Of course, anything can happen, but everything is going to boil down to the game between Gukesh and the game between Harikrishna. Going through this game,
Hey,
Sagar bhai, what's
this
your
plan?
what's
This
your plan?
has been done by Wei Yi, which is g6, c3, and bg7. He's getting ready for
yeah,
a
no,
fight.
he is in a very different psychology. Even
You
when
were right, Amruta.
because
actually.
whenever I've seen him playing also with Indian players, and also in general his psychology is he has been a big
Very,
fighter,
very.
really big fighter. And World Junior was the first time, if you remember, when we saw him in Pune. That was back
You
in
were also there.
2014.
I am from Pune. Myself witnessed Wei performing extremely well, and I think we are just seeing Wei in top shape right now. Gukesh
You must
has
have
to be
played
careful.
with Wei, right?
I have not played Wei, but Gukesh has to be careful.
Why the
Amruta.
Gukesh has to be careful. Arjun is not winning. Prag has drawn, and Hari has to be slightly careful.
Let's check Harikrishna's game, as this game still seems around balance, but maybe Wei can potentially. This game, Sagar bhai, I think we might see exactly why Harikrishna is playing today. Knows how the Chinese players like to play, keeping a 15-minute time advantage, and also position is equal.
Yeah, looks good. He's trying to win back the double bishop advantage of his opponent by taking the pawn and opening up his own bishop.
There cannot be any initiative for black, Harshit, because when you first look at the position, it feels like the pawns nicely placed, space advantage for black, knight on d5 in the center.
No, I like black. I like black. Exactly why you said, because of the bishop on a7 can open up once we take the bishop on e3. So let's say if you make a move like knight to e4. Oh, now knight to e4 is a good move, Sagar bhai. Knight to e4 is a good move, because if you do knight takes e3,
Knight f6.
there is a Zwischenzug, an intermediate move. Knight takes f6 check. You have to take, and after rook takes e3, your pawn structure has been spoiled, and the rook is also suddenly coming and joining the attack. So knight to e4 might actually be a very challenging move that Wang Yu can play. So maybe the position is not as good as we thought it is, but still with time advantage, I think that Hari is in a good state.
Because if you take here, then bishop e4 and there is problems. So yeah, rightly pointed out, Wang Yu has a good move, knight e4 here. And Harikrishna careful, Gukesh careful.
Oh,
Arjun,
tough day. It
yeah.
is the toughest day actually until
In
now.
fact, in no game has India gotten even a small opening. Chinese players are like sitting like this.
They're very
not
solid.
giving away.
The Chinese wall is being set up right now, Sagar bhai. We have to find a way to somehow climb it, because if they are able to establish their positions in all the games, it's going to be very difficult for the Indian team to make a comeback, because unlike other teams where we saw some mistakes being made in the last part of the game, I don't think that the Chinese team is someone.
China में अगर उनको plus position आया, they'll get stronger. They will not make mistakes.
Yeah, and they will not even go for draw and all. Deep Shah super chats, big super chat, and says, Sagar Bhai, fair to say that if we win today, only Vietnam in open and Poland in women's can give our team some competition or challenge.
Guys,
No.
if we win today, we will have a point lead, that's sure. But still, we will play US, we will play Uzbekistan, the tough teams, even if they have less points, because there will be no one right close to us. So it's not that only the same points team will be the problem or the closest team. We'll also face others.
Yeah.
And by the way, Divya is back. That's what everyone said. Bishop c3. Opponent did not go for take and c5.
That's a huge news coming in our direction, Sagar bhai, because the game is around equal. This is the magic that I was hoping for.
Actually, now our women's team looks really good because
Harika is better.
Harika is better. Vaishali is slightly better. Divya equal. And Vantika is okay.
Anything possible.
So a lot, actually, Harika's game is the most critical game for today.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, guys. Kya excitement ho raha hai. I am also getting a little tensed as so much excitement happening in today's match. Even I am trying to kind of feel what's happening in the player's mind right now.
Up and down and check.
Yeah, because it's very interesting to see how these players are kind of keeping themselves calm in such an important situation. We have 16,000 of you watching, and after this, there are going to be a lot more people who are going to watch this game, Sagar bhai, and all of this pressure boils down to the players, but they are able to neutralize this pressure and focus in the match and constructively take the support from you guys and use it in their game so well that this is what even someone like me is very happy to see. I myself am a player and I love to see this quality in the young youth that the players have imbibed in themselves.
Yeah. When I see Harshit there in the tournament hall, he's watching the game in the beginning. He's doing that with so much intensity that I feel that he has the ability to grasp in something when he can go for tournament. That that is going to be useful. Like some people are very casual about it, no? But I see that Harshit very much wants to learn
Harshit
from
bhai,
that every
I can
moment.
tell you, he's a 100% guy. Whatever he does, 100%. Commentary 100%, watching games 100%, Bermuda party 100%. जहाँ पे भी गए.
I'm learning from the best, guys. You saw the 100% dance on your Chessbase India. If you haven't seen, do check it out. Very, very nice. But coming back to this game of Harika that we've been mentioning is going to be the key game today. She chose the move knight to c5 here.
Yeah, actually the thing is, this move looks very natural, but the engines were preferring to keep bishop c3. It's a little confusing for me because knight could jump to d5 and the engine is like, oh, no problem, you can give up this knight and
Bishop.
play this, the bishop, and play this way, which is kind of difficult.
I would. Yeah,
Exactly.
It's very hard to give that bishop like that.
Yeah, I think it all kind of this queen on d8 being very misplaced. It doesn't have a clear way to go because if you make queen d7, for example, Sagar bhai, I will play, let's say, knight to c5. Okay, bishop takes c5, d takes c5. I suddenly have ideas like bishop h7 check. The queen cannot go to f5. The queen doesn't have the e6 square, and you definitely don't want to go back to c8. And also now these advanced b2 and c5 pawns are going to be very helpful in the end game, as the a6 and b5 pawn, as we saw Anish once mentioned, are going to be a big liability for black. So she chose knight c5, which also I like.
Yeah, it's a good move. Actually, it wins the bishop pair. Although the engine says the advantage is lost,
Practically, it doesn't seem like that.
it's a nice move.
Yes, absolutely.
But I think, as Harshit was saying, the queen was misplaced. Now it gets a little bit of a home here
or
on
queen
d6.
d5. Is it a problem if I go queen d5 because eventually knight is the best blockader?
Nice.
Fantastic
Queen
move.
d5 also a very possible move because white has the isolated pawn. So the more pieces you exchange, the more it's going to favor black. So definitely something that white needs to be careful about.
And before we go ahead, right now, Chinmay Kulkarni says, Harshit Bhai, we need a strong motivational quote from you for the men's team. एक कड़क dialogue हो जाए, go India.
Yeah, it kind of, the situation we have right now kind of does remind me of a very good saying, which kind of
ready hai.
goes, which also kind of is relevant with what's happening in Budapest. We have a flood warning going on right now, in Budapest. So the quote goes, "Be strong. It may be stormy now, but it does not rain forever."
वाह भाई
क्या
क्या
बात
बात है
क्या बात है,
क्या बात
very
है
motivational.
Exactly, and I'm sure the Indian team is waiting for the rain to wither down and see a different kind of a day.
भाई the rain seems to have stopped in Harikrishna's game because Wang Yu
What?
just put a wrong piece on the e4 square.
On the right square, you mean?
Yes, wrong piece on the right
Right
square. It is just like now the thing is, I think he missed completely that Harikrishna's knight is not pinned and does not need to take here, because after this white is clearly better, but actually the move here is knight takes e3 because it attacks the queen, so you have to take back and then the rook jumps in and Harikrishna is doing brilliantly.
And I know why. Because this bishop at some point is going to open up without a challenger.
And what is it going to become, Amruta?
Rocket, as
It's going to
Harshit
become a rocket
says.
from a7, Sagar Bhai.
Bhai.
This knight e4 was a crucial move for Wang Yu to play. And suddenly, I just have a feeling that, Harikrishna, knowing the Chinese players, having some insight about them, is, somehow very comfortable with his play right now.
Even when the position was saying that it's better, Harikrishna has gotten the advantage back now.
But let's not go ahead of the time, because he really needs to take this bishop. That's important.
He'll take.
It could be tempting to take this
What
bishop
about
as
rook
well.
a8? Actually, that is also a tempting move, just to centralize the rook.
I actually think that, the bishop on e4 is blocked by his own pawn on f5, Amruta. So whenever you see a weak white piece, the reason why Wang Yu played the bishop on e4 is because he realizes that it's not a good piece and wants to trade it.
So now bishop d5.
So now bishop takes d5, accurately
And if rook
exchanging
takes
our weak
d5,
piece.
I think it's a very key moment here that white can fight like queen e2, and next move. This is very good. But Harikrishna, did he
B5.
take? Yes!
He took. Let's go,
Let's
No,
Amruta.
important
Knight
move.
takes
Actually, it
e3.
was very critical moment for Hari's
Exactly.
game.
Let's go, Haribhai. Rook a d8. Let's bring the rook in the center.
Of course. Rook is attacked. Let's bring the rook in.
La, la, la,
Keep
la,
the
la.
attack.
Yes,
Let's go.
that's the way. Rook d8 right
Kya
into the
baat hai.
center. Dono file leke, and knight on f6. Very stable. Bishop ready to open up. Become a rocket.
Become a rocket in opposite color and positions. Whenever your bishop is attacking, whichever side is attacking gives them a big advantage, as the light opposite bishop it becomes very hard for it to defend. Now we see the bishop already being restricted by the pawn on f5, also the pawn on g2 restricting its mobility. I think that Harikrishna, with a 20-minute time advantage, Sagar Bhai, I think the tides are turning. I think the rain is slowly calming down as we are looking at some sort of a bright sunlight coming in.
Sun has come out for Team India on at least board number 4. What about Arjun's game? Queen a5 check. Has
Arjun is still thinking.
has
Actually,
been
how
thinking
long?
for 19 minutes.
Very rare situation.
Very rare.
Arjun
Very
thinks
rare.
for 19 minutes.
Bhai, but Arjun sochta kaise hai, guys? He thinks
Arjun
like this.
is like this. Yeah.
He can see the board everywhere. He's like, oh,
Like Queen's Gambit, Sagar Bhai.
why
You can
he's
just-
not looking at the board
Yeah.
at all. Can we go full screen, guys, on Arjun Erigaisi? He's not looking at the board. He's just looking in a distance somewhere.
No, but that's what what he's looking at is what we cannot see.
I understand, but it's so brilliant. He's calculating
Yeah,
line after
totally.
line, but he doesn't have to see the board.
We wish that Menno would have had that camera in his eye where we could actually see what he's seeing.
Now
Arey, that is very hard.
That I think will be the next.
That Elon Musk
stage.
is trying.
Yes.
But
I mean, one thing I'll say for the Indian team is that, guys, we are seeing them perform so well in this tournament, Sagar Bhai, but the efforts and the hard work that comes into this event, which makes them able to perform so well, is actually what we actually don't see. And this is the reason why the Indian team is doing so well. We don't see any exceptional performances without equivalent amount of hard work being put into it and equivalent amount of determination behind it. Guys, Indian team OP ek baar, men team and women team both
Both
to
OP.
be performing here at such a high stage with all the pressure and delivering.
I agree. I agree. And also kudos to the coaches of the team who are sitting there. Abhijit Kunte, Srinath Narayanan. Also the additional coaches who assistant trainers here Swayams Mishra, Vaibhav Suri, Arjun Kalyan, Sankalp Gupta. And also for all these things to happen, someone has to fund it, right? And I believe the government of India and All India Chess Federation. So many things have come together to support here. So guys, it's not and now, but at the end,
दो
it all,
सोने के मेडल चाहिए सागर भाई.
भाई
At the end,
medal चाहिए, but at the end it all boils down to this one right move that you have to calculate, not looking at the board. Ajjuba is just seeing here and there.
अरे सागर भाई is looking here and there, but he's
कोई
going to
नहीं
make
फर्क
sure to find
पड़ता
the best
है.
move.
Exactly, it's all what's in your mind. Srinivas Sonti has super chatted also, hoping India will beat China in both sections. P.S. Sagar bhai, your Bermuda dance seems to be better than your
अरे
commentary.
अरे सागर
अरे
भाई.
दोस्तों,
Bermuda dance
Bermuda
इतना अच्छा किया, इतना अच्छा. Like Sagar अभी will might go to the dance league or something like that. Yeah, Sagar.
yeah,
Vishy also
you
really,
never
I don't know,
know.
Vishy was appreciating or Vishy was actually cracking a joke.
Who knows, Amruta, my future, where it will go from Budapest.
You don't know what's happening in the next episode of India's Got Latent. Maybe Sagar bhai shows his performance.
Yeah, maybe I was the judge first and then a contestant.
Imagine you are able to, do commentary while dancing. Like your dance and commentary goes along.
Oh, nice.
Nobody has done that.
Can I?
You want to try?
Arre, coming back to this game, Arjun has to make an important decision. And actually, I like this ability. I like this approach. He's thinking, trying to see what's happening in the other boards in the meantime. So, he's not only letting the time pass, but he's also trying to understand what's happening on the other boards. Because if as we saw, Harikrishna is able to put a lot of pressure on Wang Yu with the black pieces, then the shoulder, the weight on his shoulder kind of becomes a bit lighter and he can go for the draw. And I think that this is a very good approach to just wait and see how Harikrishna's game progresses.
True. And by the way, the best variation I think that Arjun can play here to put pressure on his opponent is King E2. And here, why? Because the path for Bu Xiangzhi to a draw is always, he has only one move at his disposal. For example, he must begin with Bishop B5, which is an easy move to play. But then, after Arjun comes back King D1, at this moment, I feel it's a really tough moment for Bu Xiangzhi to find the move.
Yeah.
Because he might really jump into going for a check. And the moment he does that, the white queen comes in, and after that, Arjun is winning.
Yeah, no, this is such an intense game. It kind of reminds me of the movie Chak De India, where India is playing against, if I'm not mistaken, the formidable Australia. Correct me if I'm mistaken, where we had our biggest challenge. Kind of reminds me of that, where it was a very, very closely played game. It's all going to boil down to a few critical moments, Sagar Bhai. Very excited to see how this
Yeah.
game progresses.
Agreed. And that's what Arjun is doing, guys. Look at him. He's trying to just move through this sort of maze of variations, moves here. Where is the way? King E2, check, King D1, Queen A1, oh, Queen C1, cuts it out. Then goes King E2, Bishop B5, King D1. What if Rook comes here? This Rook comes here. All of this playing in his head, and he needs to find the way through each variation.
And we've gotten news that Gukesh has made some mistake. Do you want to check that game? As seems like Wei Yi is putting a lot of pressure.
Well, the thing is, Gukesh goes and jumps ahead with his knight, but Wei Yi had very smartly few moves ago tucked his king, making a space for the bishop here on g8. And I was also wondering if bishop h6 works, but actually it does not, guys, because I can just take.
Yeah, knight takes e6, counter attacking black's queen on d8, and I think this exchange would be good for white. However, tucking the bishop back to g8, I wouldn't say knight g5 is a blunder, guys. Still kind of a complicated position, but black having the upper hand in this position will be interesting to see if Gukesh manages to keep things under control. Sagar bhai, he has to.
Yeah.
He has to keep things under control because Arjun's game is complicated, and even though Harikrishna is slightly better, our match situation isn't looking all that bright right now.
Not at all. And actually, why to jump with the knight when the bishop has that square? What is Gukesh's next follow-up move after this? I can't even see. Does he want to go f4? But that's just opening up the
Yeah,
rocket.
I don't think you want to go f4, Sagar, but it opens up the bishop from g7, and also now you can see how these two bishops are very, very nicely controlling two long diagonals. I don't think f4 is his plan. Will be very interesting to see if bishop g8 is played, and if so, what white's plan is.
Correct, correct. Let's see what happens there. Meanwhile, Amruta, what do you think about the women's section here?
Oh, queen has
Oh,
all this
queens
been
have
played
been
or no?
traded.
Is this
Yes.
happening?
Oh, then
Harika,
this is moving
are you sure?
towards.
Yes, yes. Harika's game, queen d6, cd6 on the board. Bhai.
Sagar bhai, what is after bishop c5? Can you go to that position?
Queen c5,
I was
queen
really
d6.
hoping for dc5, as I was highlighting how the pawn on c5 can be a very big asset in the endgame, and how opening the d file can quite often benefit white. The bishop also can come to c3. Looking at this king side, I was expecting d takes c5 to be played. However, and as Amruta mentioned, exchanging queens for black is a very good idea, as the endgame might not favor white all that much. However, still two bishops and white having the upper hand.
Yes, but I feel like this is closer to a draw than what it was before. And maybe Harika's game may not be, because her opponent is also very
Yeah,
experienced.
that's the point. Nana is not gonna just leave this like.
Nana will say to Harika that you want to win.
Na na na.
Nana.
The Nana
That's
jokes.
exactly how we are hoping the Indian team to do well, having the same connection as Maya and Sagar Bhai's commentary.
Which one?
You were also going to say na na na, right?
Nana, bhai. Yes. Bhai, I feel Vaishali has an amazing move here. B5. Where will you go with your bishop? Here, 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 where? Let's say bishop f1.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now I want to play c4. I don't know how.
Similar,
And I want to put here,
No.
here,
Oh,
here,
I
here.
love
I
it.
just want to keep
Love
maneuvering.
it.
I think
No,
Vaishali.
guys, she has a lot of potential in this
Take
position.
minute. A4. 1 minute. 1 minute.
A4, A6.
A6.
AB, AB.
Yes.
Rook A1.
Rook A1. Okay. You want to come with your rook
Takes,
here.
takes,
And you want to come here. But I
No,
will
rook-
trade one rook. So that you don't have two attackers. Then you take one here. And now I will calmly maybe come here. And then
Is
I
this
will.
better? Rook
Yes.
D7? Because
No,
you're
no, there is nothing that your bishop can't play at all. My rook is coming, knight
Rook
is coming.
Sagar Bhai, chak de, India.
Let's go,
Let's go,
Vaishali.
guys.
Wow,
Come
this
on.
endgame actually doesn't, at first glance it looks a little equalish, but then now that he explained, the knight is like a Bermuda knight.
भाई
Definitely.
गुकेश
And
का
I-
कुछ तो लोग बोल रहे हैं गुकेश गुकेश गुकेश
Let's go to
Guys,
Gookie.
it's
Everyone
gone
is saying.
0.9. He
Oh
plays
God.
EF.
F5. Oh my god.
That's a mistake what Gukesh has played. E takes F5. Now G takes F5.
This is not looking so good for us. Sagar Bhai, Wei Yi is putting the pressure on the Indian team.
But wait, Gukesh would have has a reason to play
I'm
this.
sure he
Okay,
has a
what is
reason,
it?
but it's not
Now
a good one.
normally, technically F4 is a very natural move, right? This is how
Yeah,
you
yeah.
continue.
He will
So
play
what
that.
happens for F4?
He will play
This
that.
is what we
I
need
think
to
he will
calculate.
surely play F4.
Yeah. But after EF5, Wei Yi is thinking, can we have a full cam view of Wei Yi
But
trying
why
to...
is Wei thinking? He's thinking about taking with a rook or what?
Let's see.
Because then he just gives up the E4 square
No,
for the
Rook
knight.
F5 is.
That's just terrible move.
I don't think Wei is even
Horrible.
going to consider that.
Maybe he's considering Bishop
Bishop
H6.
H6.
There we see
Oh.
Wei Yi's face
Why?
cam.
But Bishop H6. Gukesh has F6.
No, he's not even thinking of any other move. GF5 and then he's calculating ahead of that
Yeah.
because the most natural. But still, we'll understand. Okay, GF5, F4. This is what we were calculating, and how does black continue here, guys? What are your suggestions, just so that to understand?
Yeah,
How chat is thinking.
the game is still
Right
not
now,
over,
The
but
board cannot be seen, so let's just look at the
players...
player.
We can have the
Wei
board
Yi
here.
is so focused, wants to find the right move here with the black pieces, which is G takes
Yeah.
F5. And if he finds that move, I think Gukesh is going to feel the heat by Wei Yi in this position.
And Gukesh only has 17 minutes to make 22 moves. Wei Yi has 26 minutes. This has been a very slow moving game. But
By the
yeah,
way, we have an interesting question by Akash who says, Sagar bhai, are players allowed to discuss with the captain in between the games to either draw or play on?
no, now it's that rule has been abolished. Earlier it was allowed, but now you have to make your own decisions.
Sagar bhai, things are heating up, yaar.
Very much so, guys. Actually, what I feel is that we need Arjun to have that luck that Xiangzhi goes wrong, and we need Gukesh to somehow save, and we need Harikrishna to somehow press. Which is actually look right now. Harikrishna seems to have the best
Yeah,
chance.
because look at his bishop. After c4, it's opened up with a lot of pressure on the diagonal.
Bye.
I like Hari's position, but we'll stick to Wei Yi's
You
game.
know, Amruta, there is one shop in Ghatkopar, Harshit bhai.
Hari bhai.
Hari Bhai Sweets.
I was remembering
It is
that.
one of the best shops. Every time I say Hari Bhai, it reminds me of that.
Sagar bhai, hopefully we get
the
to
sweets.
enjoy the dessert
Yeah.
after Harikrishna plays a fantastic game today.
Yes.
Maybe we can go to
Get-
Hari Sweets.
Hari bhai sweets. Yeah, exactly. No, in
Definitely.
fact, in that shop, during Ganpati festival morning, there is a long queue, like literally.
I think after Olympiad also there might be a queue there. Guys, all those from Ghatkopar can go there. B5 played Vaishali.
Vaishali OP. I think Vaishali is going to somehow, Sagar bhai. I think we just never have to worry about her. She's like so calm and so good in delivering with pressures in pressure situations that I am expecting her to do a miracle. Very curious about Divya's game. What's
Yes.
happening there?
And Arjun's aboard. One second, is it repeating or what?
Did he play?
Can you just go there?
No, Arjun is still thinking. He hasn't played a move yet.
Still thinking. He's
Still
down
thinking.
to 17
Arjun
minutes.
is down to 17 pe khatra dosto, 17 minutes.
Oh, then I think if he has thought so
Random
long,
AF
King
says
C1.
Wei to ding se bhi dangerous hai.
Oh, he played a move. He made a move.
What did he play? See,
King C1.
King
King
E2, King
C1.
E2.
I think King C1 he played.
No. King
What's
E2.
the move,
अपना
guys?
कैमरा
D1,
नीचे
D1.
रखा तो अपने को पता चलेगा board
King
इधर।
C1 played. King C1 played.
Okay.
And we might see a repetition in
Yes.
Arjun's game. Maybe Arjun thinks that Hari is having a good position.
I think Arjun is only testing his opponent. कि भाई एक बार तेरे को draw करना है क्या? Okay, repeat and then he will change. It's a psychological ploy. I feel. What do you think? Or
I think Arjun will go for a draw.
Look at Xiangzhi looking at the other games because he's like, I can give a perpetual, but what's happening in my compatriots' positions?
so actually China also has a tough decision here, Bujiang, because on one hand Wei is really doing well on this board, but on the other board Wang Yue is in some trouble against Hari. Although I would
No, but
say,
how do they assess this during the game? I think all of them have to assess, right?
Yeah, I
don't
feel-
think
I
they
feel
will all
Hari's-
say कि Hari is
no,
slightly
but
better.
Hari's position does look smooth.
Definitely.
Just
Like,
a
just-
little initiative.
Now
no?
tell me a move you will play here with white.
After Rook D6,
Knight
let's
F3?
say
I think
no, I
makes
want the
sense,
knight to go to E4 for sure. In
But
the
your
future. So
bishop-
So
He played Knight F3.
Arre,
This is a big miss. This is like, what is this a good move?
No, it's not.
It's a decent move.
But,
But it was
what
the
else?
most natural.
Yeah.
But how do you
after-
continue?
Oh,
Double
no,
the rook?
yeah, double the rook.
No, but
because-
95. Oye.
Arey, Amruta, 1 second. Rook
Ah!
D2.
Oh.
Rook D2. So now, if Rook D1, I will just take,
You will chop
and
everything.
you'll lose a piece. So actually, white does not have too many moves, yeah?
No, this is looking good for Hari right now, and also this idea of Rook to D3 is lurking in the position.
Yes.
So can I go B4, B3 maybe? No, B4.
I think you have to be very careful about this bishop on A7 opening up.
Hari moves his rook.
He plays Rook E8.
Shanti,
Guys!
Shanti.
Hari OP.
Guys, Harikrishna, if you look at him, and Vaishali and Arjun and Harika, you will see all Gukesh, some calmness. But Divya, if you look, her face is not very calm, filled with energy like this. All players are a little different.
We had V squared performing well before the rest day. We need H squared today. We need Harikrishna and Harika to strike today.
Yes.
Ah,
It would be amazing
good
if that
one.
क्या
happens.
बात है?
Good one, Harshit. Okay, let's jump to Arjun if at all he is repeating.
पहले तो वे अपना Xiangzhi has a question to answer here कि draw करना है कि नहीं?
And Gukesh, did he play
What was
GF5?
that thing in Chakde India? It was like draw करना है या थाने जाना है? Something like this.
Oh.
Yeah?
Like पीस करना है या ठाणे जाना है. So something like this. Arjun is saying to Bu Xiangzhi, draw करना है या हारना है. Something like this. King C1.
And also, something that the Indian team is very, very careful about is not giving too much pressure on one person. They don't want to be down in the match 2-1 and have just one player.
That China keeps doing that always.
China always makes 3 draws and recognizes where they have their best chance. But India has never kind of given their opponent this opportunity where they are pushing to win the match. India has always kept the match level. But today we are facing some sort of a pressure from the strong Chinese team. We should make sure to not fall behind in one game and the other games ending in a draw, because that would put us in a pressure.
Correct, Harshit bhai. F4 played. F4 on
F4
the board,
played.
Amrita. Your move is here. And by the way, very quickly, I must check Vantika's game because people are saying Vantika doing well.
She played this move knight to d7, as I was mentioning, allowing c5, as we saw, take. Very important
Nice
move,
move.
knight d7.
Nice
I was very happy to see Vantika finding this move, because this kind of creates the opportunity of castling long. And now c6.
Bhai, ye C6 move is against knight b5 or what?
Yes, it's stopping all knight b5, queen b5 ideas, and the knight on a5 is amazingly protecting this pawn on c6.
And other knight is protecting the other pawn.
And now this knight can jump to e5, can jump to c5.
You
Long
know-
castle is bit risky because queen aa sakta hai.
Just because I really want this knight to go to f5, where I want the rook to come to e1, I would consider a
Short
move like
castle.
long castle, but
Why not
a3
short
is hanging.
castle?
I can short castle?
Yes.
Wait.
You can
It's
long
legal?
castle, you can short castle.
No, wow. Then of course, short castle.
Yes, but now the H file is open and maybe you will get into trouble there, Amruta.
Oh,
It is possible.
amazing. The king is not safe.
Actually, not easy position.
In fact, the king
to
in the
judge.
center is safer than the king which is castled with all the guards
Yes,
around.
the new understanding of chess, and which many people say, is that castling is done for rook activity, not king safety.
I mean, both, of course. Generally, it is both.
But we were taught castle kar do king safe, but actually many times king is safe in the center. Castling se rook game mein aata hai. Maybe.
This F6
I don't
king
think we
F7
were
idea
taught
is
castle
very,
only
very relevant in this position, connecting both the rooks and allowing the rook on a8 to join the magic of
Beautiful.
attack.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Okay, so let's
So
quickly go to our.
if we look at our
because right
bars
now-
at the bottom of the screen, oh yes, Harika equal, Divya equal, but Vaishali pressing a bit, Vantika pressing a bit, the V squared guys doing well. Going back to F4, Gukesh's
No,
game.
because the complications which are here for this one or two moves in Arjun's game, Gukesh's game, we cannot miss this, Sagar.
Yeah.
Very important moment. How is black going to continue? And chat was suggesting some moves here for black so that we can understand the possibilities. H6 is suggested by Rachit.
Yeah, H6 looks good. Knight F3.
Knight has to go back.
Yes. But on the surface, the position doesn't look terrible.
It
yeah?
does not.
Not
yeah.
in fact, I find a king on h8 weaker than this king.
Exactly.
What about E4 now? Is that a stupid move? Because
No.
the knight does not have great squares. D, Fe, knight H2, right?
Nice. You want to go to g4. And then h6 is weak.
Yeah, and then
Sometime
also
f5.
F6 coming in. Guys, 19,000 of you watching. India playing against China. China ka board one. Wei Yi is playing instead of Ding Liren today and is putting a lot of pressure on Gukesh.
I'm sure if Wei wins this game, he will immediately be approached by Ding, and I'm sure he's already there in the team. Bhai, aaja team mein, we need to meet Gukesh. Sikha mere ko kya, kaise, how did you do it? Teach me.
Yes, definitely.
Show me the way.
Yeah, show me the way.
And I am actually wanting to stick to the game number 4, Sagar Bhai, where Rook E8 has been played. Only 9 minutes for Wang Yu.
Oh, important.
Very
thing.
important.
15 moves to make in 9
Wang
minutes.
Yu were not playing his move at all. And look at his face. He also looks very calm, but somehow needs to move.
You know
now.
Wang. You know the thing about Wang Yu? He's the one, no, who used to play a lot of video games.
No, no, no.
No, then
No, that one is Wang Hao.
Wang
Oh,
Hao.
and look at this interesting idea. If white plays g3
With the idea of
with the
King
idea of
G2.
putting king g2, black can play, guys, rook from d6 to d3.
अरे बढ़िया भाई. Bishop takes.
If you take with the bishop, I can
Oh,
take
pawn takes and
with
E4.
the pawn on d3.
And then E4.
And then if the queen moves, e4, knight h2,
E3.
guys,
Oh no.
black to play.
Oh, of course, good
What
one.
is happening
Harshit,
now?
good one.
Oh,
Black
something
to-
has opened up. Something has opened up.
एक राह खुल गई तो और
वाह,
बंद हो
ये कौन सा
गई.
गाना है? कभी नहीं सुना.
Sorry, it is like ulta, but queen
And
takes
we
G3.
have got the answer. So many people.
Check.
Vishwas, silent
You
assassin.
cannot take, because the bishop on a7, the rocket is making sure that the queen is not hanging, and this is completely winning for black.
Others, world of wit.
Yes, exactly. And I think rook to d3, this
अरे बढ़िया.
Nice
concept-
move. Harshit was, कब का बता रहा था. Rook D3, Rook D3.
But even
Finally
if G3
happening.
is not played, I think we should go for that sack. What do you think, guys? Like, for example, let's say even if he goes, I don't know, say King H1.
Oh, no, ugly move.
rook d3 is definitely a recurring concept.
Arey,
So then B3. Wait a second. At least for a moment, let me stop your idea.
but
B3.
Amruta, B3.
Computer is not understanding. Forget about him.
Yeah, I just think that in general, black has a very good position. It might take quite a bit of time to convert this.
Yeah.
However, because black has such little time on the clock, I think that Harikrishna is going to be able to put pressure, and maybe that's why Arjun's game is not such a bad idea to make a draw.
Oh.
No.
Let's go
Once
to
again,
Arjun's game then.
Definitely, Arjun's game is not like draw, but I feel Arjun should.
He played.
Who?
Arjun played King C1.
Yes, that's done. Bu Xiangzhi is thinking since a long time.
Oh.
Yes, Bu is thinking since 10 minutes now. Queen, I feel Harshit by Amruta. King D2, Arjun should definitely test with King D2 one time. Just test him.
Okay.
Is
But
there-
the position is, computer says I love black.
No,
Why?
no.
What
King
no?
D1. Good.
No.
Computer is not understanding.
But this, Sagar bhai, if you play this, you have to be accepting that any three results can happen.
Anything can happen. बराबर. Anything, दोस्तों. Then and
Then
Arjun.
risk है. Risk है
Arjun
तो
तो
इश्क
ऐसा
है
है.
ऐसा तो.
Yes, I mean, it's risk, and I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure if White needs to go for this, as Harikrishna is putting a lot of pressure. Gukesh, however, as we saw, is facing a little bit of heat. It's not an easy decision, because if you play, you of course risk losing, but also you have chances to win, as you rightly point out.
भाई इस इश्क है sorry risk है तो इश्क है is the dialogue with which Arjun lives his life. He is always going for the risk.
What does the chat think? Should Arjun continue playing or should he draw? Do you want to do a poll or?
Okay, that's
Let's
a
do a
good
poll,
good
yeah.
poll, because we did for Prague and everyone said he should draw.
Okay.
So let's see what they have to say this time.
Guys,
Perfect.
19,900 of you watching, and we see Magnus here was also kind of, taking an eye on the Indian team. Very, very interesting, of course, for all the players as well to follow this game.
Yes. Should Arjun
Continue.
for a draw?
I'll just take a small break as the chat answers this question. I'll be right back, Sagar bhai.
Yes, bye.
Jaldi aana, mast.
Yes.
King C1 played Amruta. Right now, Bu Xiangzhi he's clearly looking at the other board somehow. And I feel like he feels a little bit of pressure that there could be a win here. See, this time he's not calculating. Bu Xiangzhi is looking at Wang Yu's game and he's not happy about it. So Harikrishna has put certain kind of pressure which is making Bu Xiangzhi take a decision which may not be favorable for him, because clearly apart from this check there are no real moves to fight for anything for black.
Sagar, until now we have received around 3,500 votes. Should
Yeah.
Arjun play for a draw? And 67% agree with you, saying no.
क्या बात है दोस्तों, we'll come back to this game very quickly, going to Gukesh's game, there have been some developments. Amruta, there has been f4, c4, and ambit gambit here, where he has sacrificed a pawn here with c4,
And it's a good move.
because d takes c4.
Wow.
अरे ये क्या बात है, d takes c4, b takes c4, and bishop takes c4. He's given up a pawn.
But
For
in
what?
compensation, exactly.
For
For
what?
what?
For getting the rook file opened up, for getting this very, very strong passer. Oh my goodness, Wei Yi is insanely playing. In fact, he didn't play e4. He played e takes f4, and Gukesh now having a good position.
No, only if he makes the next move. What
भाई
is the
करेगा
next
ना,
move?
अभी ये मर
Wait,
रहा है
wait,
ना,
don't
नाइट
move.
मर रहा है, नाइट मर रहा है तो हिलाएगा.
Only move. When the only move is a good move, you are in such a happy
there
situation.
is also h4, but I'm sure Guki will come back.
H4 is horrible. Sachin Paul super chats and says, learn from Uzbek match.
Okay,
It's
okay.
a marathon, not a sprint. Half and chill. Draw and chill. Draw against China is a great result.
Yes.
No, Sachin, but we are very
Sachin bhai.
ambitious.
Sachin, I feel like there is a chance here for India, because Hari is better. Now Guke, abhi Arjun bhai can draw. Abhi Arjun bhai.
Oh, so actually, it's a good point. Even if Arjun wants to draw, to utilize all the time, yeah, and wait.
Knight f3.
Interesting. Lovely.
And guys, what should we do next? Can we go knight a5, Amruta, attacking the bishop? But now after bishop a2, knight b3, bishop b3, rook b3.
Knight f4. Can I just take that pawn, or maybe knight d4? Knight d4.
No, but knight d4, you lose the
bishop
bishop.
d5.
Yeah, you
and
lose the knight.
Knight b3. There is bishop b3. Got it.
And actually, there is a very cool move here, because the threat is to take, and win the pawn. So you go rook f2. Oh, Arjun
played?
No, Xiangzhi has not played yet. So, okay, for now, guys, let's leave it at Gukesh being fine. Going to Arjun Erigaisi's game.
Just a moment, back to that moment, Sagar.
Uh-huh.
Take ef4. What would have gone through Wei's mind? Because he found such a beautiful move, which was giving a pawn sacrifice. We were not even looking at those ideas at all. And then to not be able to continue with either e4 or knight a5. Why do you think he made this move? Because next move, knight f3, is also very forced.
Yeah,
for that matter.
somewhere he thought that he recovered the pawn. Although his pawns are bad, this bishop has opened up now. And maybe he had something on his mind which led him to this. But now it's not working, Amruta. Knight a5. This is the variation that actually gives white a clear advantage after rook f2, defending this pawn, and white is clearly better. So Gukesh not going down easily, guys. He is a tough nut to crack. After all, he won the candidates, and he's not at all an easy player to beat. Let's go quickly to check the game between Harikrishna and Wang Yue. Look at the move that Wang Yue has played. Rook f1. It is a very, very sad move that you have to play when you have to put your rook on f1. But then again, what should Hari do is the question, because Wang Yue is saying, Hari, I'm ready to just sit down now and play for the draw or play for equality.
Yeah, no, the very first move which I think you guys were looking at was rook d3, right? At this point, it doesn't make any sense, or does it?
Now I think, Amruta, after takes, pawn takes, this is still a very interesting moment, because queen d2, I have e4, and I will continue pushing, but this time this is not hanging with g3.
And maybe you can wait to do that. Maybe
Yes.
you don't have to rush into that.
But then what do you play?
How do you improvise?
I actually like that move, rook d3, but
To improvise, I would like to get this piece out
Bishop
of this,
b6.
attack. Bishop c5, I thought. I didn't think
beautiful move, actually, creating some problems. I like your move so much.
But bishop a b6, again rook a6.
But Amruta, if your rook comes down from there, you really will
so
have to
much.
worry about your back rank issues. And actually, there is an insanely amazing tactic that can happen here. One is take, and now comes a classy move, guys. Black to play. This is such a tough move. for many to see, but actually it's a simple one. Amruta. Boom, bam,
Rook f2.
and you lose a rook.
Oh god, I was looking at Rook d1 the whole time with any creative ideas, but
Yes, it's a tough move.
nice, amazing.
By the way, Soham Pandya says Vantika and Divya in time trouble. I know. Actually,
Let's go there.
let's quickly
And also see
check
Arjun
if,
also
if
repeated or
Divya's
no.
position
People
has
will tell
become
us.
slightly. Oh, Divya actually on the offensive.
What? The queens are exchanged. Her bishop is beautiful on that diagonal a2 g8.
क्या बात है?
So nothing to worry about.
Very good, very cool. Rishikesh says India, India, सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. अरे क्या बात है ऋषिकेश जी, very cool. And Gukesh has got a big advantage, Amruta.
What?
Switching back to Gukesh's game. Knight a5. No, this is what we analyzed, guys. This is what we analyzed. Knight f3, knight a5. He must tuck the bishop back now. Very important. Gukesh, guys, let's go full screen on Gukesh here and see his complete focus on the board. Oh, and a small stare there at Wei Yi. क्या कर रहा है भाई? What's the look there?
In Tamil, how do you say क्या कर रहा है भाई?
What are you doing?
नहीं, Tamil.
I don't know. I will
Because
say-
Gukesh will not say Hindi.
As I'm not following Magnus when he was in 2012, is he like Gukesh? Well, to tell you the truth, I think Gukesh has done something much faster than what Magnus achieved. He became a world championship challenger in 20 when he was 21, and Gukesh is or 22. Sorry, Gukesh is just 18. So I think Gukesh now
And Sagar,
very
we have a
important move,
Tamil
Amruta.
also by Shrinish who says Enna Thambi Pendra.
Okay, very nice. Very nice. Yes, Enathambi Pendra. We need to play Rook F2 now. Very important moment now. Rook F2 has to be played so that this Rook defends this. There's also a move Rook B1, which I think Gukesh could also think about.
Show board.
There's a board. There's a board.
Wow. Rook b3. This position, Sagar, you were looking at this. Rook f2. I wanted to ask you this question, but I thought we'll not reach the position in the game. Is this move tough or not? Now that once you see any move seems very easy. That is, the chess ka very simple thing. But actually, because there are open files and rook belong to the open files. So normally we aim at rook coming to e1, rook coming to d1, and that is the reason rook f2 is it a simple move or not? Because rook a b1 otherwise looks very natural.
True. By the way, Karan Mumbai has given a very interesting suggestion. Maybe Rakshit Bhai, who's there in the chat, can maybe think about it. Can you ask the tech team to add timers as well as with the engine bars below? That would give a comprehensive evaluation to the viewers. Yes, maybe they know what the time situation is then. I agree. It's an interesting thing to add.
Amazing. And I used to say 17 moves for Xiangzhi in 8 minutes. If at all the game continues, then that would become a very critical point.
And by the way, Bu Xiangzhi is not making a move at all.
But Xiangzhi
Going
doesn't
to-
know that
going
the
to
choice
Arjun's
is
game.
not just with him. Because
No,
Arjun
he
could
know-
deviate.
I know, but the thing is, right now he's trying to calculate some killer blow, which clearly does not exist, and this will definitely have an impact on him.
You mean Xiangzhi actually wants to continue, so he's trying to find what's the best way forward.
Maybe.
And even Hari is better.
Oh, we
Can
have a
we
super
go-
chat by Dr. Vidhi K. Let's go, Guki. Thank you,
Arre,
Vidhi.
Vidhi. From Chess with India team. Amazing. Thank you.
Arindam Basu says the difference between rook f2, rook b1 after the knight exchange doesn't come with check along with pressure on b2. Arre, Arindam Basu, deep. Nice.
Yeah, he. Okay, so Sagar, Hari's
Actually, Vantika's game does look quite interesting right now, and it is a bit shaky
time
because
trouble.
her
1
king-
minute.
1
In
minute
20 moves, she has
Yes.
to make in 1 minute.
Vantika has to make 20 moves in 1 minute, and Amruta, Vantika is used to coming down to one
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 Vantika.
tick on the time. No,
Nice.
this is too much. Yeah, like she had that 1 minute against her opponent in the Chigorin game where she managed to hold on for several moves and win it. So that was a great performance. But can she do it against Bella in an equal position? I have my doubts here. So Vantika needs to be very careful. Meanwhile, Divya also under some time pressure. She has 5 minutes, but to make 13 moves.
And it's end game. I think Divya's game today is
Yeah.
like in a way the calmest compared to a lot of other games.
Kind of calm here. But going to the game of Vaishali, she is
Wow.
seriously pushing, guys, because Vaishali played b5, king bishop f1, c4, a4, a6, rook b1, and now came the move f5 by Vaishali, and her opponent should not have taken this, and actually she took, and this has given Vaishali
What
a
a-
key moment.
Yes, we should ask the chat. Black to play over here. What is a good move?
Yes, can we have Vaishali on the screen? Will she find the move here? We have 21,000 people watching, guys. Do like the stream and invite your friends to join in. This is the critical moment.
And Rishi K, member for 17 months, backer of Indian chess, says Sagar Dada need info. How many rounds after? What after last round?
Yes. Later on, we will give info at the end of this round.
But the
right
chat
now,
has suggested move Sagar, Rook F5, Rook
Very-
B1. Not
very
no,
cool
few
move,
people
Amrita.
have suggested
knight
D5.
d5 because the e4 pawn went. I want to fork you here.
Lovely
And
intermezzo.
also there is a check coming in here. It's
Wow.
not at all. If you try to save it here, I will take with my rook. Everything is nicely
So
defended.
this is the intermezzo very possibly Leila has missed.
Yes. Leila Javakashvili
Because-
in big trouble. Vaishali calmness exuding. But will she find this fiery move
Yeah,
95?
because the natural,
Rook,
if
rook
you go
mar raha hai,
rook,
rook mar
oh, first you take, and if you go,
But
even
then-
if you take, and even if you now go rook f5, there is rook d7, and this would have fizzled out towards
Could
the
be.
draw.
Could be.
But
Why
e5,
not-
knight d5 is
Why
the
not
moment.
keep more pieces? Yeah, Amruta now. Because the
Agreed.
opponent is more passive.
Completely agree. Okay, let's go to the next game.
I'm actually worried about Arjun's game because his opponent is not making a move. Oh, did he make? Oh, by the way, guys, they've repeated twice. Let's go to Arjun's game. There
Okay,
has
then
been
also on the
movement.
board, also on the video.
Yes. Check, king c1, check, king d2, queen f5. Oh, so Arjun is agreeing to a draw. I think
Okay.
interesting decision by Arjun Erigaisi. And I think a very smart one also. I think Arjun did not play king c1 to just check his opponent. He wanted a draw.
Yeah, because he also looks at the situation objectively.
So
and
let's look at Bu Xiangzhi's point of view. Okay, now, Amruta.
forced. No, what else?
No,
can he
no,
do?
think about him. He's, of course, on his board, he's not
Okay.
able to find a win. Then he checks Wei Yi's game.
Hmm.
And by the
Look,
way,
he's actually, when you said that, he looked over there.
yes, that's actually Wang Yu's game.
Hari's
Yeah.
game.
But here we had a small little moment where actually Gukesh fumbled. Instead of playing rook f2, Gukesh played knight takes f4.
Yeah, because
Check.
I think rook f2 objectively was slightly, breaking the rule kind
But
of.
now, Amruta, the thing is, the problem here is that the b2 pawn in order to defend is tough, and we might just have mass exchanges here. These pawns will fall, these pawns will fall, and we will draw the game.
You mean for rook b1 there is bishop takes c3 or rook takes a3, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, in
So-
fact, rook b1 is a mistake maybe.
No, bishop
because
c3 is
rook-
very
bishop
powerful.
c3 and you lose the b2 pawn also.
No, this is very terrible. I think
what do
Amruta,
you
he
do?
just has to give up the b2 pawn, and when the opponent takes here, take here, take here, take here, take here, take here, take here, and I think
Another take,
mass
take,
exchanges, and the game will end most likely in a draw here with these two bishops. So maybe this moment is missed. So it's around even, and meanwhile, uh, in the game of Harikrishna and Wang Yu, oh my god, they have had some things here. Knight d3. How did Hari? Oh, Hari actually moved his knight from f6, which was like a very strong point in the position. Knight d7, rook e1, knight c5, rook e2, Knight d3. King
Yeah.
g2.
Hello.
Hello,
What's happening, Sagar bhai? Any
there
developments?
are big developments. Actually, all games coming down to equality. Hari losing his advantage. We have on board number 1 Gukesh also missing his edge.
Gukesh coming back to
उल्टा हो गया
revival.
था. Actually, Wei was clearly better than Gukesh got an advantage.
Really?
And now it's equal. I
So
can
that's a
take you
good
through.
result for the Indian men's team.
Actually, from
What
where
happened
you
for
left,
us? Yeah.
it's good now. But at some point, we started making like, oh, Gukesh, let's go, boy. And then now it's equal. And Arjun has very clearly showed his intention that he wants to draw the game.
Yes, so this game is going to head towards a draw, I think, Sagar bhai, which
But
means
but Xiangzhi somehow is still not convinced. I don't know.
I think this is good. I mean, if Queen A5 check happens, I think it's already
No,
threefold
but-
repetition.
But it's
But
not like
he will have
anyone's
to
claiming.
claim. He will have to claim because with 1 minute if he plays Queen A5 and Arjun decides to go King E2, if he doesn't claim, that would
No,
become
let's
very
go to
risky.
Arjun's board. Has he
Yeah.
claimed?
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
quickly check.
Quickly go to that game because we
Arjun-
might see a handshake.
Yes, Queen A5 and a draw.
Yes.
Guys, draw has
No. He just got up, Sagar. Not yet.
to call the orbiter, I think, maybe.
Arjun will not call the arbiter, no?
Well, he just got up. I don't
Yeah,
know.
guys, 23,000 of you watching. Arjun's game seems to be a threefold repetition draw.
No, maybe Arjun got up to see Gukesh's game and Hari's game or to go to the arbiter. Where is Arjun?
No, I think both the players
is
have
also
gotten
not
up,
here.
which indicates that
They went to the arbiter.
yeah, which indicates that this game should be a draw, Sagar bhai. Then everything comes
No,
down.
Xiangzhi is here.
Okay.
No, that is Wen Yang maybe.
Yes. No,
Ah,
I
Wu
think
is there.
yes, the orbiters are just confirming
Okay, draw.
whether this has been occurred 3 times, and I think so. Yes, guys, this game seems to be a draw. So
which
Arjun,
actually also breaks Arjun's whole rhythm, yeah?
Yeah, not
9 out of
Rhythm, but
9.
yeah, okay. 6 out of
6
6.
I mean, the winning rhythm, I mean.
he's now 6.5 out of 7. So which means that the second board and third board, one draw with the black pieces, one draw with the white pieces. We've kind of neutralized that. The handshake, very nice sportsmanship, of course, shown by both the players. Now, Sagar bhai, we have to keep an eye on the first and fourth game. The fourth game excites me a bit more.
You know,
No, that is
the
also-
thing is, if we go to Harikrishna versus Wang Yu's game, the point was that at this moment where we saw that Harikrishna started getting better and Wang Yu started playing passively Rook F1,
Sagar bhai, could he have gone for this move Rook to D3 here?
he could have, but instead he started shifting his knight, which helped, I think.
Oh, Rook D3, this move, Sagar bhai, this
Yes,
move,
a
I was
huge
really...
move here, which Harikrishna did not really go for. And this was the moment I feel he should have done it. Instead, he went here and
But
G3.
still, this is good, yeah? Because there's a lot of pressure still.
Yeah, it's maybe good, but now
I think this
somehow
game also seems to be going towards an equality. Amruta, I think that move Rook D3 which we were analyzing, I think
Way too
Sagar bhai, that
strong.
was like the key move. We also, were mentioning how it's important to kind of keep the game complicated. And I think Rook D3 was the move which would have asked Wang Yu real questions.
agreed. So now just going very quickly to the
So
women's
Gukesh
board.
game
Women's
becomes
game,
very
let's check
important.
this,
No,
let's check
one
this.
moment, last moment. If
It's
you
equal,
before-
it's equal.
Yeah, it's equal.
And
Yeah.
what's happening in Divya's game?
Now
Maybe check.
it is.
Let's check that.
Firstly, Harika is still around even. Divya going
Vaishali
to
is better?
Vaishali,
Is
there was a
slightly better.
big chance actually.
No.
Vaishali did your line, Amruta.
Oh my
Here
God.
she had the chance to go knight d5, threatening this pawn.
Sagar bhai, this was huge. The move, knight d5, an intermediate move, highlighting how this would have completely shifted the game in black's favor. This was definitely a missed chance, Samruta.
That's what we thought she will go for because
But
she actually paused
no,
and
but
took
she
some moment.
She took, and she's now going into this end game where I think they are. Oh, she fights. She
Seeking a
fights
fate.
on.
That's amazing to see because she's slightly better. I think Sagar bhai, Vaishali definitely needs to try in this
Has
position.
to try.
Because white has these two doubled pawns on f2 and f3, whereas these a6, b5, c4 pawns,
Sone pawns.
shown
Change pawns.
very, very good pawns. And
Beautiful.
if we are able to create a passed pawn, I think black has
Nothing like it. And by the way, Divya Deshmukh here is better. She
Yeah.
is slightly pressing and her position looks pretty good. Her pawn structure is very compact, so good news
But
for
she has
them.
only 5 minutes and she has to make,
Make
12
moves.
moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. But her position looks good. And Vantika, meanwhile, starting to
Guys.
get some edge because her opponent, instead of moving the knight or bishop here to attack the knight, plays a check. And now Queen d7 may force the trade of queens, which is to black's advantage.
Definitely. And I always like to talk about islands, Sagarbai, especially the islands of pawns. White has 3 pawn islands.
By your islands.
Arey, nahi, Sagarbai. Black only has 2 pawn islands, which definitely gives black an advantage. And look at these knights on a5 and e5 controlling the key squares.
All light squares.
All light squares are controlled. And the bishop on f2, in closed positions is not going to be happy. Advantage black only with a minute on the clock though for Vantika.
No, Vantika is on 1 minute since like 4-5 moves now. I think she has this knack of playing on a minute.
I mean, she's definitely she's very, very good in time pressure. Definitely not to take anything away from her from that. But with 1 minute on the clock, definitely the
And
nerves.
with Grandmaster, you're playing against
Yeah,
a
you're
GM,
playing
a
against
very
a
strong
strong
and
player.
experienced
But at least the
Grandmaster.
queens are getting exchanged. So the end game is going to be a bit easier to play with low time. This is looking good
good point.
for Vantika against Bella.
Yeah, so let's right now women look good.
Yes.
Because Vaishali slightly better, Vantika slightly better, Divya slightly better, and Harika equalish.
Exactly.
So-
Exactly. So women team doing really well right now. Coming back to the men's section, Queen C3 is still no move yet played by Harikrishna. What about Gukesh's game? Rook D1 has been played. What's happening
this
here?
is a draw, bhai, because now look at this. Rook takes B2,
Queen
Queen takes,
Queen
Queen
takes.
takes, Rook takes, Rook takes, Rook takes, Bishop takes, Rook takes, and it's too many trades actually. Although we have an extra pawn, these two bishops are very powerful. So we may expect 4 draws today in the India-China match, which is a good thing.
Yeah, because they won 2018 Batumi Olympiad, right? And then in 2020, I think it was online, right?
Yes.
It was online. 2022, they did not come
Play.
to India. They did not play. 2016, did they win or was it USA? No, USA had won.
USA won. And Sagar,
Right.
in this event, China has already made a 2-2 draw. So they are half a match point behind the Indian team, which
Yes.
means if we are able to neutralize them and move on in the next round, this is surely going to give us an advantage to fight for the gold medal, because if we lose this match, it would have been very, very tough, in terms of the match standing. But I think draw with the Chinese team would definitely not be a bad result.
True. Meanwhile,
Gukesh played.
this variation of mass trades happening. Wei Yi taking on B2, Gukesh taking the pawn on D6, and now Bishop C3 most likely, or maybe you save the pawn even with A5. Why not?
Yeah, but I think that this game is probably going towards the draw. However, white is a pawn up. Like, let's not forget, white is a pawn up. Of course, black has 2 bishops, but white is not risking anything.
Yeah, I think Gukesh will be fine, but
Gukesh will be fine, has been the storyline of this event. But the way he has managed to turn around from a position which
Yeah.
looked very dangerous, let's not forget that. And kudos to Gukesh for that.
agreed. Going to Vaishali's game, guys. Vaishali, her opponent.
Oh, look
bye
at
bye,
this,
Vaishali.
guys.
Rook B6.
This
Rook
endgame is
H6.
mazedar.
Are, this will be amazing if Vaishali wins this.
You know why this endgame is so much fun for black?
Hmm.
This bishop has no role actually.
Wait a second, if it goes H3 C8,
There is the role there.
promotion हो जाएगा ना फिर तो.
Yeah.
Oh, but the rook is almost trapped. King D8, King C8.
Hey, Bishop H3 check.
Check.
King C6, and the rook is trapped. Rook A7, King B6.
And rook
Oh,
D8.
nice! Just show
Rook
na
B.
for the look of it. It's
Yeah,
like
beautiful.
Rook is trapped.
artistic. Yeah, beautiful.
And rook B8, but then it's just positionally crushing. Knight D5. This is going. I have a passer here. Majority looking wonderful and after rook F6, she's played.
Rook F6, and now Java Kalishvili is thinking, Sagar bhai, how's the Josh?
The Josh is high by, and right now I feel Vaishali will provide the win. Harika is not giving up, yeah, on that thing. She
She's
wants
not.
to play with the double bishops.
They
Yes.
both have 6 minutes and they are at move number 27, which means around 13 moves to make in
Yeah.
6 minutes.
Vaishali,
Not such a
look at
problem.
that focus there, guys. Vaishali has took some blows in this tournament, but comes for every
Harika,
round.
Harika.
Sorry. Harika has taken a.
सब लोग ऐसे देख रहे हैं।
Vaishali is
क्या
not
चल
got
रहा
a
है,
single
Sagar?
game.
Vaishali
Give me
has
a
not
bit of
taken any.
rest. Are you tired? Should I get some hot water
No,
for
no,
you?
I'll take 1 second break. please.
अच्छा गया, अरे अब
अरे,
तक
अरे।
जाना था तो लेते थे ब्रेक।
Guys, Sagar Bhai is taking a much deserved break, but we need to give a big shout out to Sagar. Sagar OP is endlessly and effortlessly working in this event to make sure he provides the best content for you guys. In this position, Harika is playing Amruta. What's your prediction?
Harika, I think she will. I don't know. I mean, maybe draw. This one is draw.
Let's say, even though white is slightly better, let's assume safely that this game ends in a draw. Then we move to this game. I think this is going to be like the turnaround factor. You know, like for every match, there is this one game which basically decides the whole match. I think Amruta, this is going to be that
Agreed.
game.
I agree with you, but it is so important that even
Oh, we
one
have a
move can
result.
take away the advantage.
This game is has ended in a draw, guys.
Oh, can we try to get her? No.
Let's see, maybe,
Let
but
me check if at all.
Divya's game has ended in a draw. It's a very interesting strategy chosen by her, making sure that the Indian team has the advantage, because she might have noticed that Vaishali has a big advantage and that Vantika is doing well. So, you know, guys, this strategy that the players have is being proving to work very well for the Indian team, knowing when to make a draw and knowing when to play on. Not an easy decision, but Divya has made it, and I think it's a good decision. I think this is a good decision, guys, to make a draw and play on the boards that we have big advantages on. So this game was a draw. Let's quickly check Vantika's game, because her opponent is also down to 4 minutes with 18 moves to make. Can we have, yes, here we see Bella thinking. Guys, the V squared thing that had started 2 days back might continue, as Vantika is proving to put pressure on her opponents time and time again. Amruta, again, better with the black pieces is Vantika.
Oh my god. Yeah. Let's
What's
see. Queen
happening?
D7.
4 minutes left.
Still the king's in the center.
Kings in the center.
So the time, actually, imagine if Vantika is on 1 minute, Bella on 1 minute, then it's a different ball game altogether.
Yeah, and they have to shift gears because they were playing so slowly. They could have afforded to take a bit of their time and play the position. And Sagar Bhai, again, back on the game which we have an advantage on.
Yeah, Vantika, and actually her opponent has spent a lot of time after giving a check. She's thought now for 17 minutes. What is happening? Why
She
so much?
doesn't know what to do, because if you trade the queens, the knight can jump to d3. Let's say if you play knight to c2, for example, Sagar Bhai. Oh, there is an insane move. Guys, black to play. Can you find this move? Not an easy move.
Not 90.
Is it possible?
Okay.
I would take the queen.
You will take the queen. Chat, can you find the move though?
No, this is crazy.
It's not easy. Knight AC4, also a good move suggested by the chat. Knight AC4, definitely a move that can be played. Knight D3 check, C4.
Knight B3.
Guys, black actually has long castles here.
Arre,
What? Wow. What about Queen D6 once
If you
again?
take this pawn,
Oh,
my queen is going to jump
khatam,
to d2,
khatam.
and suddenly there's going to be a big attack happening against white. If king f1, if you go queen to d3 check, attacking the knight and the king, and once the king goes, you can simply take this with your rook. Oh, actually I need to show this variation. Queen takes a5, rook d1 check, you have to take, queen takes d1, king h2, and guys,
Oh.
insane idea.
Good one, good one.
I think rook h8 check also wins, but there is
But
knight
knight-
to g4 check.
Oh, knight G4. I thought
If
knight
you
F3.
take Rook h8 check, king g3, queen d3, and black is winning the game. So definitely a lot of attacking possibilities for Vantika, and that's why Khotanashvili is thinking, has she made a move? What is this move?
Rook h7 on the board, and Vantika should just chop the queen off. She has 1 minute on the clock.
And ticking.
Oh, by the way, it's not yet made.
It's not yet played. She's still thinking. The pressure is building up towards the final few moments of this game, but I kind of have a feeling after Divya making that draw, she kind of feels very positive about the other boards, and I am pretty confident about the Indian team doing well in this match.
Yeah, it is looking good. Vaishali also. By the way, Rook h7 on the board now, and maybe we can go.
Oh, look at this. We can see Vantika is thinking.
Now thinking after Rook h7, she needs to trade the queens. Once she trades AB, that is how.
If you trade, you can't even take AB this time, Sagarbai, because the d4 knight is hanging.
Knight b5 has to be
So you
taken.
have to take knight b5, but then the pawn structure of white is just very bad.
Yes.
So, oh, look at this. She's about to make a move. Let's stick to the live board.
She took. Good
No,
move.
she
Good move.
took,
Yes.
and she has.
Now it's her move again.
Now she's thinking.
Let's
But
see
you can
what she
go
plays.
knight d3 check and even take the bishop, right?
You want to maybe keep this bishop alive because Vantika is like, my knight is
you-
so well placed on e5 that I'm not going to exchange it.
You just keep your knight on d3 and maybe
Black's
Go rook
position
d8
is
or
so
something.
good.
And she's about
So
to make a
good.
move. She's about to touch the king.
Yes, but it's so good. King e7.
King e7.
And then your knights are very beautifully controlling the c4 square. This
very
as we
solid.
said, these two knights. I think Vantika cannot lose from here.
Vantika
For
cannot lose.
Very solid.
I think the V squared are going to strike together this time, because it seems like quickly jumping to Vaishali's game. She has a huge advantage, guys. Let's go. Vamos.
Vamos. Safe to say 2-2 for Indian men against China. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what Rakshit has
I think the
superchatted.
women's team has much bigger potential to beat Georgia today than the Indians men team have against China. And by Georgia is, I think, the biggest rival.
This was definitely the biggest rival that we have. And King B7 played, and she
Vaishali.
wants to trap the rook. King C8 is a big threat here, Amruta.
Now bishop
Vaishali
h3 is
could-
4.
Would you like to play Bishop G2 here by any chance?
You want to go f4?
I was actually wanting
Not
to
bad.
go
Amazing, in fact. I never
F4.
considered it.
Because if King C6, I thought that F4 is a problem, but still Knight to D5, and actually even this looks completely winning for Black.
But rook endgame is winning. Bishop
rook
takes
endgame
d5.
is completely winning, thanks to these advanced B5 and C4 pawns.
Arey bhai, that's a good news, because normally you avoid rook endgames.
Good news to change, Amruta. It's never bad news when we are looking at the Indian team. It looks really good after King D7.
Oh, by the way, guys,
Kya baat hai?
Harikrishna being put under pressure, maybe.
Let's quickly
Maybe we can
take
just
a look
have
on
a.
that. What's happening here? No, Sagar bhai. I think that
But maybe we can catch up on the last few moves. What just happened?
yeah, we saw after Queen C5, White taking on D3, pawn takes, Queen takes C5, Bishop takes C5, Rook takes E5, and I think we are inching closer and closer towards this
Hari
game.
is a pawn down now.
But the F2 and
but they
F5
are
pawns are doubled.
And the D pawn is a little dangerous.
Yeah, I think this we can say Sagar bhai should end in a draw, especially with the technique we have all seen Harikrishna have, which means that this game will end in a
Gukesh.
draw. Gukesh is
Can he create a mating net with the rook and knight? Because
Can
we have
Gukesh-
managed to see
yeah,
that.
exactly. Create some magic. Can create the Gookie magic.
he's very capable of creating the magic, and we
Let's
see
go to Vantika's game.
Vantika has a big advantage.
Ek minute. Very
Oh
slowly.
my God, guys!
One second.
Vantika.
After King E7, the move that was played now was King E2, Knight A C4. She took a good move.
With
Her opponent played G3, which is not a good move at all.
and Rook GD8 trying to.
No, wait, she's thinking.
She's about to touch the Rook.
Actually, Rook AD8 she can bring in, and she can go here.
Which Rook will she play? The A Rook or the G Rook?
AG.
A G, yeah, oh G, and now she's like, yeah, Rook, yeah, wo Rook. I think both Rooks give Black a big advantage. This can be a big turnaround.
Yeah. She
She goes rook
G
G8.
GD8. She wants to go here, and this G3 move absolutely spoiled everything.
Yeah, because
for
it
White.
did not add anything, right?
It
F4
just-
square was not important at all.
Oh, after rook
my
A2, there
Can
has
you
a-
just double rook D7 and rook
very
D8?
nice, very nice. I think rook after rook G8, Hotenashvili is still thinking. Has she
Actually,
made a move?
Guys, we will check the games of other teams in a bit because of the time pressure. We want to just focus right now
exactly.
on these games.
But you know, Vantika has 34 seconds. She made a move and she had 4 seconds.
Yeah, Vantika is just has immense nerves under time pressure, and you can see Bella feeling the pressure there.
Oh, but we also have Vaishali has blundered. We may go there in a moment, but that's the news coming
Are
in.
you sure?
I would be very surprised.
Yes, because
if-
everybody's saying that Vaishali is blundered.
But not
Quick.
in a big way. Not
I
in a
wouldn't
big
think
way.
so because
Got
the
it.
position was completely harmless for her. We'll however take a look at that. She
Rook
played
A2.
rook A2, stopping the rook from D8 going to D2. Who said the two knights are not going to create winning chances? This is looking really promising for Vantika.
And also Rook D7, Rook D8 now seems like a
30
great plan.
seconds, however, for Vantika, she has to make a move, guys. Vantika has to deliver under pressure, which she has been.
Yes, definitely. Vantika has been the player of today, and also Vaishali, the V squared.
Oh, king touched.
F6 played. Nice move, actually.
Wow.
Such a
keeping
calm
her-
move
what
to
a-
make it with 3 seconds on the clock.
I think Vantika is able to manage that nerves so well. Yeah, like I would have collapsed by now.
It's very possible to kind of shiver and make a mistake in
Yeah.
these kind of positions. Vantika is keeping her emotions under control, keeping the match under control, because this is going to give India a big advantage against Georgia.
Definitely. King F6 played here. And
In fact,
now-
Georgia women's team had won Olympiad in 20.
Uh,
20
many times.
Many times,
of course.
Very
Several medals.
formidable team. 25,000 people watching Sagar Bhai. All eyes on the two girls, Vantika and Vaishali.
Absolutely. And guys, Georgian team historically has been known for their women's chess. Did she play a move? Did she give a check? Oh,
Yes,
she gave
rook at6
check.
She's about to move the king. King G7 played.
Nice. But now will she? Oh, she can't even double, right? Because the rook is on A2. There's not here.
Yeah.
Hey, Guki game rook sack.
What?
We have to go there for a moment.
Whoa. What is happening here?
Here, bhai. Check. King F2.
Engine lagao, engine.
Oh, he made a mistake or what?
No, I
No.
think he wants to try.
No, not Gukesh, but Wei Yi, because now he has two knights. What is this position?
Yeah. I mean,
Once again, is the pawn dying? If this pawn doesn't go, then
Dying?
Gukesh is okay.
yeah, I think that.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, the
This
position.
could go anywhere,
This
bhai.
again, position goes anywhere, but I think white should be having no risk.
For example, here,
Just knight b5, and you can
Yeah,
always
go
go
here.
knight fd4. This is the advantage that you have, that you can always protect the two knights. I think he's risk free position right now for Gukesh. What about Harikrishna? This game is going to steer.
bhai, do ho raha hai aaj.
2-2 in the men's
2-2.
section.
2-2.
India against
let's,
China, but
let's go to women now. I think men is kind of sure, yeah?
Yeah.
2-2.
Rook-
By the way, did Vantika's opponent play Rook H1 or not?
yes,
the
Rook
rook is
H1
on
played.
H1.
Yeah, and also the poll we can end it, Sagar.
Yes, because Arjun.
How many? We got 18,000 and yeah.
The Arjun's game has ended in a draw. The Indian men's team is going towards a 2-2 draw against the strong Chinese team. What's happening on the other women's boards? Because it seems like we are winning.
Yes, definitely here. Did Vantika push her rook forward?
No, she's
She's
going to play.
about to.
She's
She's about
going
to
play.
push her rook, and she.
Not a rook, I
Oh no,
think.
rook d7 has been played. F4
Yeah.
played by white, and now she's playing knight to g4.
Badhiya. Vantika playing like a machine, huh?
Guys, Vantika
Machine.
Agrawal has been such a star performer
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
Indian team.
Absolutely amazing.
And this kind of a decision that the Indian team is making, when to rest our players, because even Tania is in amazing shape, but now that Vantika has kind of replaced her, also performing well, whoever is playing for the Indian team is playing really, really well.
Yeah. By the way, guys, Vaishali, the V squared is
Duo.
also. You mentioned that Vaishali kind of missed her edge.
Oh,
which
after
was,
Rook B6.
So here we saw till Rook B8, Rook D6, Rook B7, King came here. This was good. Rook B8, she went.
Rook D3. Wow.
This,
Bishop D3,
Insane
you have
idea.
to show that line. If Bishop D3, CD3
but I
and a
can't
pawn.
believe that
cannot
Vaishali
be
didn't
stopped.
take this pawn. Why? She went there to take, right?
I think she was afraid that Bishop H3 check.
Yeah.
If the king goes to E7, Rook to C6, and you cannot play King to D8 because of Rook to D6 check, and the Rook coming on the 7th rank, which we always want to be careful about. However, she could have gone Knight to D5 here, giving her a big advantage, trying to push these two connected pawns.
Yeah. It's very surprising that she said A, but then said, I don't want to say B.
But now that the time control has reached, 40 moves is reached, and Vaishali is like, look, 40 move ho gaye, I'm going to get 30 minutes now. मैं time लूंगी and I'll try to find the best
But
plan.
bhai, now Rook B7 played by Leela.
Yeah.
Or
Rook-
no, one
she's-
second. But Rook B7, if she plays, the king has to come back.
You can even go Rook C6, I think.
But this
But that rook becomes passive, no? Then
little bit, but still there are a lot of chances for Vaishali. Let's stick with Vantika's game.
Guys,
because
Vantika.
it's
Oh,
a time pressure
look at what's
moment.
happening.
Rook H5. Bella is attacking the pawn on H G5 here.
Very calmly, F6 played by Vantika. E5 was played by Khotenashvili.
oh, that
And just
changes
she
the
just played
evaluation
E5, and now
in
it's
a big way.
guys, black is completely winning. Vantika is
There's an
completely
important
winning.
move
Let's
for
go.
Vantika.
But Vantika has to find king G6 now, which is to attack the rook. She has to find
She's
it.
about to make her move,
I
guys.
think
She's
she's
about
going
to make her
towards the
move.
king. She is. She
And-
spotted
and
it.
An amazing thing
Yes,
for
look at
Vantika
her.
is this rook is completely out of
Oh,
the
she's
game.
about to make it, about to make the
Kilo,
best
kilo,
move.
kilo.
King
Arre,
to
kya
C6, guys.
baat
Let's go,
hai.
Amruta.
Yeah.
Vantika is winning.
Super.
Vantika OP.
Okay, why is this move so strong? If rook goes back to H1, yeah, let's say.
Yeah, just you will win a pawn, I think, after F takes on E5 now. F E. Oops.
So G5 pe the attack is gone once the rook has to go back. Important.
Vantika,
One-
but guys, Vantika still has to make
So-
8 more moves. She's playing on last 30 seconds.
Rook H1.
Yeah, rook H1 played. Now
This
F5.
is-
So that's why E5 was a mistake.
And you can simply collect the pawn on E5 right now if you are playing.
or rook a D8 also.
Or
I
Rook
think.
A8, both moves looking really good. Guys, India is currently having a tied match half-half. However, Vantika seems to be delivering the first win for Team India.
played.
About to play
Mar diya.
E5.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Guys,
now this is clear, no? Because if you take the pawn, then you are winning the pawn. The knights have done their job, like
But
material
maybe she wants
advantage.
to
It's
take
converted.
here and give black these doubled pawns. But then
But
we
then
have
there are
like
central
E4,
pawns and the
E3.
king. King ko dekho E2 pe, very weak.
King, yeah, exactly. Rook D8.
Rook
coming
F8.
in.
In fact, rook F8 Sagar FG5.
Yeah. But only thing is, with so less time, anyone can go wrong. Guys, Bella also down to a minute. Vantika also down to a minute. Bella is thinking to take this pawn or this pawn.
yeah. And she's down to about a minute, Sagar, by not an easy position to defend with white. Vantika, however, has shown icy cool nerves, playing the best moves.
She takes the
Oops,
pawn.
rook.
Which one?
G5, as you said, taken the G5
And
pawn.
by the way, chat, we have 27,000 people. Guys, 10,000 like to kar diya jaye. We are at 8,000 likes. Please do like the stream so that more people join in.
Exactly, Sagar Bhai. We are wanting more and more support for the Indian team in the last few rounds as we are inching closer and closer to the 2 gold medals we've been eagerly waiting for.
Absolutely.
It's different, no? As a player, you want to win. Now, as we are doing commentary, we want India to win over here, and it does seem very, very still like a competition.
It seems likely that India will win here, Amruta.
Yeah, this one
This one is-
brilliantly played by Vantika. 1 minute since 20 moves. And her king is also so powerful here. Very safe. in spite of the bishop and
Vantika's king has some sort of a magic. I've seen that in all the endgames, she makes sure to utilize the king in the action. We've seen her bring her king before as well. Bishop to e1 played,
she's trying to control the d2 square,
but now
bishop का काम बहुत ही, it is like made to do trivial job.
overworked.
it's like we are using one of our best batsmen in the fielding position, as the bishop on e1 is trying to control the d2 square. We can simply push the pawn e4.
e4 e3 हो जाए. Vantika, let's go.
Let's push the pawns.
Use your extra pawn. Vantika with her hand on the pawn. Arey,
Last 5
Vantika
moves.
हमेशा वो
About
move,
to.
She's about to make, and she makes us like, I'm making Bella this move, and she plays it.
Oh
E4
my
on
God.
the board.
Super.
Nice.
Look at the harmony of her pieces, no? Rook and 2 knights together. Whereas for white, both the rooks are super discoordinated. Like miscommunication ही है सागर, complete.
Correct.
Guys, she has somehow created a crazy looking structure with her 2 knights on g4 and c4, and also these white pawns. If you actually see, the knights on the white squares are controlling the dark squares, and the pawns are controlling the light squares. So we see these knights and pawns kind of doing very good teamwork.
Teamwork, OP guys here. And for now, Bella, who is also under time pressure,
About rook
plays
h4 played.
Rook h4.
Rook h4 played.
But she had 10 seconds on the clock, and that's the move.
Yeah, I think we can simply just bring the rook on 8, the final
F8.
piece, into the game. Even d8, even we can sometimes consider invading with rook
Rook
d3.
D3 का पीछा नहीं छोड़ रहा है. It's like कोई भी game हो,
Harshit
rook
loves
D3
D3.
जाना है.
D3. Oh, by the way, if we go rook d3, then a check. King may go here and
Hey,
then the rook
illegal
can-
move.
Oh, sorry, king can't go here. He can't go here. जहाँ पे भी, sorry, पीछे गया इधर या इधर तो check.
Oh, she's about to make a move. Guys, she's about to make a move. I think she's pushing e3.
Arre, Vantika pushing forward. Let's go.
Pawn Pushing Industries Private Limited Nightbot. Where are you?
30. How many moves?
38 moves. 2 more moves until Vantika reaches the time control. I think Sagar, if she reaches the time control,
Yeah.
we can safely say she's going to win.
Definitely. 2 more moves, guys. Fingers crossed for Vantika here. But Bella, of course, a very experienced campaigner, may try to just somehow outwit her. Plays king f3. Now a check. Seems to be a natural move here.
Bring the rook in the game, guys.
Bye.
Bring all your pieces in the game, and automatically the attack is going to flow.
Correct.
Let's
बहुत
go.
देर तक रुक रुका है.
Oh,
अभी
I found
time
an
आ चुका है.
incredible idea, Sagar bhai. After
Excellent,
rook,
excellent.
she's about to make a
She's
move.
about to make.
Yes,
Yes,
she gives a
rook
check.
f8 check.
Badhiya,
And after
Vantika.
king g2, there is an incredible idea perhaps of pushing the pawn to e2, because if you take the pawn, I have knight c3 check, and king goes to g1, rook f1 is checkmate.
Arre, badhiya. But Harshit bhai,
Nice end.
right now with king, she went back to e2 or
She's still thinking whether to go to g2 or
She
e2.
went to E2.
She went to e2 for the same reason, and now
the last
Can you go
move.
knight
No,
D2?
2 more moves. This is move 38.
Knight
guys.
D2 here.
last move.
Bhai, 38 hai.
Okay, 2
नहीं,
more
नहीं,
moves.
नहीं.
Two
Can you
more
go
moves.
knight D2 here?
Actually 3,
But there's-
38, 39, 40. 3 more moves for Vantika.
She's about to make a move. Vantika is like, how should I precisely convert this advantage? She knows she has a big advantage. Sagar bhai just wants to make sure that she doesn't let the advantage slip.
But the thing
Stay
is,
calm, actually.
Bella has covered all the key infiltration points.
She might have covered the infiltration points, but black is a pawn up in this position right now,
Push
and
karo, dusra pawn.
I think she has just played rook f to d8.
Okay. Very
Nice
interesting.
move.
Very interesting. Not losing her advantage. We are on move 38 completed. Now 2 more moves.
And now the threat is maybe rook D2 check. Because bishop D2, E takes D2.
Quite
Oh,
possibly,
Amrita
rook
trying
to d2.
Sorry. Let's say, for example, a5. I go boom, take, pawn
Not the
takes.
best.
Yes, this
But-
looks completely winning. Let's stick to the live position because
Rook f8 has Bella played.
she played king
No.
to f3.
King
Oh, king f3, but now she can repeat. Make it.
Repeating is good for Vantika, no?
It's
Actually,
possible to
Can
repeat,
repeat.
but Vantika has different intentions as she is trying to
Find
find a
something.
finish here.
Arey, Vantika, just calmly. Don't rush it. Don't rush it.
Intense moment.
I think Sagarbai Vantika is a very, very experienced player. She is going to make sure to nurture this advantage into a full point. I have no doubts that Vantika is going to convert this advantage.
Oh, she's about to play knight e5 check.
Oh,
Knight c5 check.
She went ahead. She brought it back and then pushed it ahead.
Sagarbai ankle breaker by Vantika. She's like, I'm going here, and then suddenly she moves the
Oh,
knight
that
there.
was a
like
smart
that.
one. But what if I
Like
take?
that.
And simply you can.
Oh, she has an unbelievable intermezzo check, and then she will
Rook
recapture.
f2. No,
So
rook f2
smart.
check. Nahi, king e2 ko rook f2 check.
Yes.
King
So
G2
by the
played.
way, she played king g2 already. Because guys, if here you take with the pawn, you could lose this knight, and then she would sack. But instead, Vantika intermediate check. But now king goes back to g2.
And Adarsh has pointed out something important. She had 2 seconds on the clock when she made the
Oh.
move, knight d2.
And she came back knight to c4 right now. She came back knight to c4.
And we made it to move
Move
40.
40.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, sigh of relief.
Guys,
Woo!
sigh of relief.
With a +5 advantage. And I think
Vantika is going to
Vantika-
convert, guys. Round of applause for Vantika for her amazing technique.
20
31,000 people watched Vantika under time trouble, guys. Vantika OP ho jaye chat mein. Of course, she has not won the game, but I think she's very close now.
Very close. 41st move, half an hour next move karne ke liye. We can safely say she's going to win this. I'm very curious how
And
our
also important is to appreciate 20 moves she made in 1 minute.
guys.
Yes,
I have another
20
amazing news. Vaishali is winning.
Oh!
Vaishali, Sone pe suhaga.
Guys, two
Tonight-
V's again.
2 V's
striking.
and both of them had an important piece, the knight. Because they both did not come to the Bermuda party at night.
Ah.
Nice one, Amruta.
So this game looks completely winning for Vaishali as well. Is going to try and use these two connected pawns and try to convert them into a queen. Will be very interesting to see how she converts. But Vaishali completely under control. Coming back to our final game of the women's section, Harika's game.
Opposite colored bishop, so
This
very
is
likely
to
end
be
in
a draw. But
which
this,
is great.
which is still
Which
good,
is great because India will then have a 3-1 lead
guys.
because we have one draw.
And two games where we are much better, completely winning, I would say. Vishy Anand, if you remember, Sagar Bhai had come and said that with black pieces as well, you should try to keep the game going. And look at how well he predicted both black
games.
boards are winning.
Amazing. That's tremendous for Indian team. Going to the men's section, and meanwhile Harikrishna is a pawn down, but his D pawn is very strong.
Yeah,
and this should end in a draw.
they should definitely end in a draw, which puts everything on Gukesh versus Wei Yi's game.
I was
Yeah, this
very
one, please,
actually,
make me
I was
understand.
very surprised that Wei Yi decided that okay, after knight d5, check king here. Was there no way he could have saved this bishop?
I think if the bishop moves, knight e7 is a big threat that white has in this position, taking advantage of the pin on the last rank. So rook d1 pinning
It's
this
actually
knight.
a nice move, yeah.
Yeah. Pinning this knight to the rook, and now suddenly white decided to sacrifice for two pieces. What do you think of this position, Sagar Bhai?
Yeah, I think this one doesn't seem like winning for white because it's very difficult for the knights to defend their own pawn and at the same time also try and attack opponent's pawns. Both cannot happen. So it has to be first the king has to move in, then the knights have to align. Meanwhile, these pawns could become weak. So I think the rook can maintain the balance, and I feel that this might just end in a draw. But if someone can try, it is Guki.
That's what I want to know. Is there any risk for white with that rook and
No, I
any?
don't think so.
I think that the two knights defending each other as well as defending the pawn on a3 should definitely keep the game around balance,
Yeah.
which means that we are looking at a 2-2 draw
2-2.
in the men's section, Amruta.
But but tell me, the king is cut off, okay? And if black king comes to e5, f4, maybe it tries to enter the g3, that route, then the f4, Is there any risk? Yeah, that is something I want to understand. F4,
Um,
because your knights need to be together. Once you are not in harmony, then black is going to put pressure.
Say for example, I go here now.
King e5.
No, your rook is hanging.
First I'll. Where do I stay?
Yeah, there's not enough squares. Rook c1 maybe.
Sure.
yeah,
And
but
then-
if you allow white to improve his king to f4, suddenly white can have the upper hand. So black has to be careful and restrict white's king.
The
Should
rook g3
rook
forced?
g3, king f2, and we might see some
Draw.
repetition here with king rook d3, king e2. Sagar bhai,
Okay.
I think 2-2
Okay, that
result
is
with
a-
the Chinese team, not at all something we are going to be unhappy with. Very, very decent result.
Yes, and that's why the game match of Iran versus Vietnam now comes into the picture, because they are also have dropped 1 point each. So Lek Wang Liam and Parham Maksudlu drew. We had Amin Tabatabai and Nguyen Gok Trongson also drawing. And on the third board, we have small advantage for Daneshwar Bardia from Iran. And on the fourth board, we have Idani Poya, who has managed to score a win against Ban Jiahui, which means Iran
Is going to win the match.
will join us
What?
in the lead then. No?
Grishchuk has been an amazing coach.
Yeah, Grishchuk doing his job, but the Iranian players also doing their job. If you look here, right now, Iran is on 10 match points.
Yes.
And India is actually on.
No, India is going to still stay in the lead, even if Iran manages to win.
Oh, Iran is on 11. Sorry.
Oh, 11. Okay, okay.
So then they will come to 13.
Mhm.
So actually, Iran and India will be in the lead.
And that means that tomorrow we will see
Maksudlu versus Gukesh or what?
Maksudlu versus Gukesh. Big matchup. I think from now, Sagar bhai, we are only going to see a much more intense opponent as the rounds progress towards the last round, guys.
But what about Ukraine and Uzbekistan? Nodirbek won. Ivanchuk is currently worse against Yakuboyev. Sindarov is beating
Winning
Ponomario.
Ponomario.
And Vokidodro, it's like a complete crush of Ukraine there.
Man,
By
but
Uzbekistan.
that is incredible by Uzbek.
Yeah.
Because Ukraine has been playing so amazing in this tournament.
But guys, look at the big news. Dutch team has already gotten beaten by
The
Serbia because
How?
draw on board 1. Sarana and Van Forest are still playing. But whatever happens, Injik beat
Max
Max
Warmerdam
and
and
Ivic beat Erwin Lamy.
Shocking.
big result.
Huge.
I mean, a big upset for Anish's team here. I'm sure he's not going to be happy with this result. Harikrishna's game, I think, after Rook
And
F8.
what about Magnus? Is he still playing or did he finish? By the way, Jitendra Chaudhary has super chatted. Says, go guys.
Arre, Jitu bhai.
Jitu bhai. Kya baat hai? Magnus.
Was playing today on board number
9.
9 here.
He has
He has
won.
won.
He has won already.
Christiansen won and Urkedal won. So Norway actually
Has won already.
won. And so the USA team won, just one very quick, because USA team is the other top team. Caruana drew with Theodoru. Wesley so equal against Korkulos.
But Aronian has won and Dominguez
won
has
and
won.
Aronian won. Okay, so they won.
Yeah.
So Harikrishna now trying his best against Wang Yue. Actually, Harikrishna has some he might feel a little bit like he missed a chance today.
Maybe, perhaps, I think that this was the board where Harikrishna has the best chance. I think now Rook to F8 check. Getting our second Rook on the 7th rank is going to be the drawing mechanism here for Harikrishna. However, guys, this was the important position where after Knight C5, Rook E2, instead of Knight D3, very nice move, Rook to D3 would have given Harikrishna a big advantage in this position, and I think that this will definitely be something that he wouldn't be happy with. Coming back to this position, I think we are going towards a 2-2 draw.
Let's go to girls and let's see what Vantika has she made any progress here. Her opponent's last move was King F3. I think Vantika is mainly spending her time on calming herself down,
Yeah,
just feeling good, just getting herself immersed in the position once again.
exactly. I think she deserves to take a few minutes of breathe, like, of calming
Yeah.
down, because it was a very, very intense last 10 moves that she found the best moves in. And now she can be like, okay, completely winning position. Let's get some water. Let's maybe put some water on our face and think with a fresh mind. Vantika is winning, guys. Vantika OP, as always, in the chat. And Vaishali also OP. So maybe after the V, put a small squared, because V squared combination seems like the winning combination going in favor of the Indian team.
Oh, and
Meanwhile, we
then
have a contribution on Help Chess here. And a lot of people have contributed today. We started with 1655 contributors and we are up at 1683.
whoa,
So we have
33.
38 38 people contributing.
Wow.
No,
Wow.
sorry, 28. My
Amazing.
mistake. But
Sabne
yes,
galat.
4103.
4103. What's the secret behind that number?
Surendra, Namir Yazu, Madhur, Dev Shah,
Wow.
Mihir Ogale, Priyanshu Kharia, Ankit Divekar, Raga, Rajaram, Sanjay Sampat. Thank you guys for all your contribution. All of this amount goes to young talents of Indian chess. Help Chess is a charitable trust registered and also has ATG benefits, CSR number. So you can support young talents through this. You can go to helpchess.org to know more. And before we move forward, one small thing I want to also mention is about this initiative called Teach Chess India. Harshit Bhai, Amruta, we are trying to teach chess to places which cannot afford to learn chess, which is in, let's say, children's homes, orphanages, in hospitals, in slums, in all these different places. And it is a volunteer run organization, Teach Chess India, if and everything is done voluntarily there. So in case we started with a place teaching in Chembur, and you can see the boy on right there. Do you recognize him? We
Oh,
have our Gookie boy who came there to teach with us for the first session we started, and in a year, many young talents got developed because there was a session every week that was held for 1 hour. There was a tournament here that was held, and the kids saw a tangible benefit in their lives.
amazing,
So,
amazing initiative.
we want to do this at more places, and guys, if you are interested, there is a form there in the description called Teach Chess India form. You can fill it up and we will connect with you whenever there are opportunities. So please do reach out. Thank you. Okay.
Wow, wonderful. By the way, we got another help chess ping notification there.
Kalpak Raut ji, thank you. And Danish Zehen, thank you guys for all your support. Harshit bhai, आज तो it seems like the results are already decided or not.
Yeah, it seems like more or less we know where the match is going towards, as uh, um, Vantika is completely winning. Vaishali is winning. Harika's game is a draw already.
Oh, it is.
So
a
I
draw.
think that we are looking at a potential 3-1 win for the Indian women's team against Georgia. And in the men's section, we already had a look at this, where Harikrishna's game is completely equal. And this game,
What?
maybe,
What?
guys, we are looking at a glimmer of hope.
Okay, wait. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what happened in the last few moves.
Guys, Gookie.
Rook C1, the move which actually I suggested.
Yeah.
And you mentioned, right?
Oh my
Harshad, you
God.
cannot let the king go free.
Guys, can
The
we have
king is
Gukesh on
free.
full screen? Let's look at him.
Goodness.
Guki, does he feel that he's winning? What do you think from his body language? Does Gukesh see that there is a chance for him, or does he feel like this is a draw?
No, look
Sagar
at
bhai,
him.
can we use our one time in this moment? One time, Gukesh, can you pull off the miracle win? Because this would give India such a big lead in the match in terms of the ranking, Sagar bhai. This is huge game. One time, Gukesh.
What is one time, Gukesh?
Like we need a miracle, like one time, and then after that, in the next rounds, everything is going to be.
Let's do it.
You want a miracle
One
right now?
time, Gukesh.
One time, can we please see a miracle win in a completely equal position? He's somehow managed to create some chances.
And look at Gukesh, no? By the way, he is feeling like in the zone there. It's not like he's thinking, it's a draw. Let me just find a move. He's trying. He's sweating it out there.
Sagar bhai, as they say, failure is not of having a failed attempt. It is the failure of attempt. It's the failure of attempting.
Correct.
It's
Correct.
failing to attempt. Sorry.
It's failing to attempt, but there is no failure to attempt here from Gukesh's end. Full effort.
Full effort.
Full effort there, and you can see he's thinking, what is the way to make progress? If we can get the analysis board, we can just try and look here. What is the way to make progress? King e3. As you said, we want to go up.
Exactly.
Let's say black waits, rook b1. For example, we can see the ideal scenario here.
Oh, now look how the knights are controlling all the important squares. The rook on b1 cannot go to b3 because of the knight on d4. The knight can come back to c3, jumping to maybe d5.
So I still come here, and then we need to maybe.
This is not easy. This is not easy to find.
E2,
Rook
let's
E1.
say rook e1 or rook a1. I'm just trying to make a weak defense to understand the plan. Maybe, I understand now. Now we have got full stability here. Rook cannot attack this pawn from here or here, and now the king marches in and chops this pawn.
Wow. What a plan.
I mean, this is not easy to find, Sagar bhai, but if there's someone who can find it,
It's Guki boy.
it's Gukesh. He is having 18 minutes on his clock, and he knows the match situation because Harikrishna's game looks completely equal. He knows that the game score right now is 1.5, and Gukesh is like, I am board one.
Mere haath mein hai sab.
Sab mere haath mein hai, and I have magical hands, Sagar bhai. He has magical hands, magical kid that he is transformed into. I think that we can see very strong effort by Gukesh to win the game. Whether or not he wins will be a very tough question, but he's trying.
He's trying his best, and I think that's all he can do right now. I do feel that Wei Yi does not have any chance here. So definitely, if we say 10% chance for India to win, 90% 2-2 draw.
Wei Yi does not have any chance.
No, I don't think Wei Yi has any chance.
Yeah, with the
So
knights.
if anybody, that is Gukesh. Only Gukesh. And how do you assess this position? Like if in a game, during a game, like we know the engine. So Harshit, what would
I
you
think,
think of it?
we have utilized China's strategy against themselves. They usually try to make quick draws and play on one board where they have the biggest advantage. Today, we kind of are making draws on other boards, but Gukesh's game is where we have some advantage, and it's not comfortable being the only person playing and defending, not just for yourself but for the whole team.
Correct. And right now, we will be waiting for Harikrishna's game to also sort of end. But can we go through this analysis a little bit more carefully, because this is really the how do you say, the meat of today's positions. King e3.
When did Harshit say that one time? Was it
One time
before this or?
King f2. Maybe we can ask.
Guys, we just saw right now Peter Swidler. But of course, Sagar, he's commentating on FIDE, so I believe he would be
But of
busy.
course,
But
it would
if
be
1 minute, even if he is able to give his thoughts for 1 minute.
Yeah, and this king what's the move played? Has the move been played? Oh, we have a very special guest joining us.
Peter, we
Peters.
know that you are commentating for the official broadcast, so we are going to take only a minute of your time.
So many of me on the screen.
No, there's only one of you.
Okay, only one. Okay.
Yes.
That's better.
So the thing is here.
Yeah, I think it's a draw. I think it's a draw with best play, which is not something they've been doing today, to be honest. I've been kind of covering this game quite closely, and for both of them, this is the first game in this entire event where they haven't really been playing anywhere near as cleanly as they normally play. But this is now a reasonably straightforward position where, like, you can't really win without winning the pawn on a5.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to attack the pawn on a5, you need to break the connection between your pieces. So my feeling is it's one of those positions where the engine holds it without any single problems, which seems counterintuitive because you're supposed to be much better with two pieces against a rook and no pawns, like 3 against 3, two knights against rook. But the fact that it's the lone rook on the pawn, like if you add a rook to white and a rook to black, this immediately becomes close to a win. But knights on an empty board are not really doing that great against the rook. Gukesh will continue, of course, and Gukesh has every right to continue. Black never has any winning chances, and it seems like Hari will hold eventually. But like if India wins this, they are. I mean, you're never home and dry, but you are as close to being home and dry as you can be with 4 rounds to spare, right? It's the US are not doing particularly well. Like they need to reach India to play India, you know. the way it's going right now, this is not guaranteed that they will get a match against India. They dropped so many points. So obviously, if Gukesh converts this, it's a huge big deal. Even if it's a draw, India is still in a very good situation, of course. But he has every right to continue, and he should continue until everything is exhausted. But feels to me that this is much closer to a draw than it is to a white win. I'm very curious. Obviously, like they will be tired, and we should not be like there.
E3 was just played by Gukesh.
Do you think, Peter, that if let's say I get knight e2, knight c3, and pawn a4, that is a very good setup? Then my king goes towards a5.
It's a better setup, but I feel that even against that, Black probably finds a way. Like I put my rook on f1, and I start hinting at rook f2 all the time. It's slow. Like you're never winning the pawn on a5 quickly enough. But also, I'm not sure you can achieve that. Like Black will probably be playing against that quite actively. So yeah, as I said, I feel that it's probably a draw with best play. But yeah, what I wanted to bring up is that it's a pity that this is the tournament that it is. In one specific way, I would really like to get them into a studio for them to discuss the opening. Because that sequence of moves between, let's say, move 15 and move 20, where, and I was talking about this in our studio, because this was a Sicilian, but somewhere around this point, it becomes basically like, this is a very classical setup from the 6d3 Spanish. You get these, like I had a very similar position against Vichy in Levit of Chess, which came from a Spanish. But neither of those two guys play those positions very much. And it felt to me that, first of all, Gukesh did not appreciate that he can even be worse. I think he played this game from here with the impression that whatever he does, he's completely safe. And he's not. He really, really isn't. And then this sequence after gf5, f4, where there is a number of things where you can do here, which are incredibly dangerous for white. And he normally would take 3 seconds to do one of those things, because this is exactly the kind of a position he plays unbelievably well. A lot of dynamics in the position, a lot of very fluid pawn structures. And the way he approached it, the way he played the next 5 moves, to me, it looks like he was trying to equalize a much better position.
Wow.
It looks like he actually just assessed it completely incorrectly. And he was trying to find a way to make a direct draw out of here, where he actually should be playing for a win, because he is better, and not even in one way, in more than one way. And it is so unusual to see a position where 2 absolutely top-notch players seems like just completely misevaluate the position. Because Gukesh also was playing like he cannot be worse. Of like giving, like EFGF is insanity if you think you can be worse. Instead of knight g5, like if you imagine you can be worse, like you play knight b4 here, bishop d7 only move pretty much, you take on c6, you play knight g5, and you get that knight off the board, knight d6, or bishop h6, knight f7, I guess is the line, knight f7, rook f7, queen takes h6. Then you play f2, f3, and you are completely safe. And instead of that, he gave Black this fantastic pawn center, which could become mobile at any point. And you only do that if you just do not believe you can be worse. And in response, Wei also kind of tried to equalize with Black, a position where the engine kind of says -1, you know?
Yes. Actually, Peter, in this moment, I was very surprised that he went for a3 instead of a4. And
Yeah, I would have played a4 here. Yeah. I think a4, you put the bishop on c4, and you start playing knight e3 and trying to change the light squared bishop, actually.
this would be a kind of
Yeah,
an
bishop
ideal
c4, bishop c4 first, I think,
Yeah.
maybe, yeah.
bishop
Bishop c4 first, and then you play knight e3.
and then
I think
knight
this is
e3,
how Vichy approached this position against me. It's still okay for black, surprisingly. The problem is with the pawn structure on the queen side as it is, a5 before c5, you're just never actually opening the queen side. And if you cannot open the queen side, you can get this really beautiful looking knight on c4, but there's nothing for that knight to attack.
Correct.
So, but once again, this comes from, at some point I did a series on Chess24 on 63, and I had to kind of get my head around all of these structures. So for me, like, this is not a Sicilian anymore. This is a Spanish, and it's also a Spanish I've actually looked at quite seriously with both colors, trying to understand what to aim for and so on. And the moment I got there, I started saying in the studio, if he allows g6, bishop g7, f5, this could become very dangerous for white. I still didn't expect it to turn around the way it turned around. Like, 5 moves later, he is struggling for his life if black plays correctly.
And then Wei is struggling for his life.
Yeah, and then he goes, how do you go e5 takes f4 here?
Yeah. Even e4 is fun.
Yeah. Like knight a5, knight b3, and then a4 is very strong. But even if you play e5, e4 here, or honestly, maybe the simplest thing, which involves no sacrifice, if we go back a little bit, instead of c4, so I'm sure you covered all of this on air, but like in this position, you go h6, you go knight takes, bishop takes d5, you go knight e7. And next move, you go e5, e4, and then you go d6, d5, and you occupy the entire center.
Yeah.
And if white survives this, it's with very, very precise play. Because if you imagine white playing slightly, like bishop a2 already is a huge mistake, actually.
Oh, wow.
It should go to b3 and then d1 and then g4.
That's also anti-intuitive. You have to put
Yeah. Like first, actually, the way the engine goes, it goes bishop a6 even. It forces you to play rook f6. And then it goes bishop b3, e4, it takes, it goes knight h4. But even if you look at this position, knight h4, I go d6, d5.
Yeah.
I mean, this is exactly the kind of a position where he made his name from, like really sharp, fluid positions where everything is jumping, and then he goes, we took a break to cover some other match, and then I came back to this board and I saw he played EF.
Yeah.
And I thought, how?
Yeah.
Specifically from him as well, because he is just such a fantastic dynamic player. Like, why would you kill off your own structure like this? Like, what are you doing here?
But I think the pressure of this match maybe also had an impact on his decision.
But yeah, this is my take. Yeah.
This is tremendous, Peter, for showing us and also telling us about this final position here, which is more close to.
Yeah, I think objectively it's a draw, but objectively is a kind of a stupid word. Like they have not been particularly objective today. So I mean, what does it matter?
So from that point of view, when they have not been playing well, maybe Gukesh actually has a strong chance of converting.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has a chance. Yeah.
I actually thought that if white gets g3, h4 setup with the knight c3 and pawn a4, that's probably the most ideal because white has no weaknesses.
Yeah, but then
rook f3 and f4.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but then you still have to make progress, and in order to make progress, you will have to break up your own perfect structure.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, white can absolutely safeguard his position so that black cannot touch anything.
Yeah.
But then black just like puts the king on e5 and chills.
Correct.
And just chills and chills and chills, and then eventually you will have to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I need to go.
Thanks a lot for your insight.
If you want to get more such insights, go to the FIDE channel where Peter is commentating along with Anastasia Karlovich and Christian Chirilla.
Yeah, I'm sure they're very comfortable here, and you are providing.
But it would be amazing. No, but there are a lot of deep insights there. So if anyone would like to go there, thank you, Peter.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
See you guys.
See you. Guys, that was amazing to have insights of one of the strongest players, Peter Svidler. I think 4 or 5 time Russian super final champion. Amazing to have him give his insights about this position. And he also thinks that, even if objectively this game is a draw, practically Sagar bhai, kuch bhi ho sakta hai.
Yes, and guys, you should know that the one who was just here, Peter Svidler, is
Master Svidler.
Master Svidler is a former World Cup winner. He is 8 times
Eight
Russian
times, wow.
champion. He is one of the finest players in the world. He has achieved everything that needs to be achieved. I think candidates he has played 3 times, and from someone like him to get these insights is not something you get every day. So I guess we should really appreciate the fact that he took out time from his own broadcast, and as he was passing by, I requested him, and he came here. So I think
Super.
really, if you guys can at some point go there into the FIDE chat and just I don't know anything.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
can say
also,
Peter Swidler OP, but it would be very nice to be positive in the chat.
of course.
Krishang Gupta says, "Hi Sagar, I work at CSR consultancy firm and would like to know if Help Chess would want to partner with us. Array, we can help NGO to gain traction amongst big companies. Please
Wow.
join me." Thank you, Krishang ji. If you can write to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com, we would love to be in touch with you, and that would really mean a lot for young chess players.
Also, we did get some super chats, Sagar, like around 40th move, so you may have to go there and just
Yeah.
quickly.
We can also check what is happening with Vantika and Vaishali.
Yes.
Meanwhile-
What's happening? It looks still in control. Still in control for Vaishali, doing well, but still some conversion is
Now,
required.
what about check here and losing the a6 pawn?
In the C pawns, agar by knight e2, c3, c2, push the C pawn.
You wasting your time for the A pawn. यहाँ पे तो वो निकल रहा है.
Check.
CA किया ना? It's like this rook went and did CA, but grandmaster बनना था ना.
Arey, he can still going to become grandmaster of definitely Sagar Bhai for GM. And now I think you can of course win a piece. It will be interesting to see if this is winning or somehow Javakashvili managed to draw. But I want to see Vantika's game, Sagar Bhai. That was the game that was completely winning. Is still winning.
Oh, some exchange sack happened. She just took. She went check.
Sacrifice nahi tha Sagar Bhai. Zarurat. It was out of compulsion.
Desperation.
Oh, because she wants to win back the e3 pawn.
But this is completely winning. Completely winning for Vantika. Guys.
I totally actually there is some mating attack, yeah, with rook f5, rook e5.
Nice find. Sagar Bhai. Rook lift. Threatening rook to e5.
And king g3 also coming
king
in.
g3. This rook can also come to f7. I think this game is going closer and closer towards a win by Vantika.
Amazing, guys. This is looking good. Kartikeya says, can't we play knight b3 for Gukesh? We'll go and analyze Gukesh's game. There we also had Supriya Nerurkar, who sent 20 euros. Thank you, Supriya.
Wow.
Harvin says, where is Nihal nowadays? Is he busy in academics? I think he's busy in getting better. He is very soon going to be there in tournaments.
He's playing the global
Chess
chess league happening in a week or two from now in London. It's going to be very exciting to see him play. I think in Anish's team, if I'm not wrong.
Right. And Yashpal here says, already looking forward to tomorrow, where Sagar bhai will say, Arjun ne tabai ko tabah kar diya.
Oh, Yashpal bhai.
But isn't tabai on board too?
Yes.
Yes. So, I mean, I think
I'm
Arjun
not sure,
may not
but
play.
Yeah.
Tabai. He will play against...
okay. Is she thinking or has she found
Khel diya
it?
bhai, khel diya. I think we read almost all, Amruta. Vignesh, disadvantage of having huge watching. Too many. Arey. There is nothing. Vignesh bhai, everyone will get soon to learn about
Rook
chess.
f5 played. Guys, Rook f5 played.
I think
Vantika.
you motivated him when you said कि GM बन सकता है अभी भी.
Oh, and we have a result. Harika has drawn her game. Good result for the Indian team because Vantika is completely winning.
Bye. And Vaishali cannot lose.
And Vaishali, India
this
is
close
winning.
to beating Georgia. This close.
This close नहीं सागर भाई अभी सब close ही हो गया. It's completely खत्म.
भाई पर फिर भी वैशाली का गेम तो चल रहा है ना.
Let's see Vaishali's game because actually it went through a lot of ups and
Oh,
downs.
this happened. She gave a check, king e7, and now Javakashvili has to decide whether she should capture the pawn or not.
Not easy decision for Javakashvili here playing with the white pieces. But you are right, Sagar bhai. Vaishali is in no trouble, Amruta. Vaishali is playing risk-free which means India is going to win the match.
Correct. I think India would win the match there, and in on the other board, भाई गुकेश भाई ने अगर आज ये पोजीशन कन्वर्ट कर दिया.
Swidler said that this should end in a draw, right? Objectively.
Swidler said
So,
that, and also Swidler gave some beautiful
quick,
insights.
a lot of moves
on
happening.
that.
Lot of moves happening.
Ek
Rook
minute.
b3, a4 just played by Gukesh as we see on the camera here.
Oh, he actually found this setup, no, Sagar?
Yeah.
If he has gone for a4.
The engine's also not knowing whether this is winning for white
मजा
or
वही
it's
है
a draw.
भाई. Gookie boy.
Maybe in the earlier version there was some difference, kya? Was there some
No,
difference?
it's fine. It's fine.
It's the same.
It's the same. Like you'll make white move, black move, and it'll again become slightly
King
better. Or
G5.
something. G3,
H5.
H4.
Yeah, I think this is an ideal setup.
One second, can you keep your king somewhere where you can strike with f4? So,
You can just take g takes, no?
and I would love to go king f5, king g4. But
Maybe,
I'm just
maybe. Can be
right
interesting.
now.
But
Maybe
I think
it doesn't work here precisely. There are some
Oh.
jumps here with the.
With the knight.
But I feel like
oh guys, we just are getting a result. We are getting a
Vantika
big
won.
result.
Vantika, can we go?
Please, can we have that camera? As
Rook F5, and her idea is to play Rook E5.
she has played Rook F5. She has played Rook F5. Is on the board already. Khotenashvili is thinking Vantika might actually be completely winning, as her opponent might be thinking to. She stops the clock, guys.
Yes!
Vantika has
OP.
strike. Sagar bhai, what a strike by Vantika.
OP.
Vantika OP in the chat. What a strike, Sagar bhai, with the black
Let's
pieces.
go.
Yeah, and that too against a higher rated, against Grandmaster. You've beaten a GM.
Wow, can we get Vantika here?
Oh, that would
But
be.
that's
Really,
delay.
I'm sure they would have asked her.
Sagar bhai, please sit here. I'll just see what's happening in the
Yes,
pre-ball.
in case
Vantika
if you
has-
find Vantika, let's have her.
that would be great because she's been the crucial player, guys, for
Yeah,
our team.
and Vantika like so good on with her nerves here, guys. Was down to a
Sure.
minute, and she converted it all through. Insane.
It's like a very well directed suspense thriller. It was not that suspense thriller where you predict something, you know. Amazing. Maza aaya.
मजा आया दोस्तों. Vantika has scored the win, and I think 2-1 is the score in India's favor. And now going to the Vaishali game. Vaishali is a pawn up. No, actually not pawn up. It's equal material, but it feels like pawn up because these are doubled pawns, and this pawn can run down the board.
Complete passer over there.
I have a feeling that Vaishali cannot lose this, which means India will beat Georgia 99%.
And actually, Georgia was a very tough nut to crack.
Yes.
So for them, it's a big disappointment because they would
No, but
definitely
the
not be happy.
player of the day is
Vantika.
Vantika, because to
100%.
beat Bella Khotenashvili, you know, Amruta, I've played with Bella, and in fact, she had beaten me
Yeah.
in Qatar Masters. She's so strong. Venkat Krishnan,
Almost
by
all
the way,
girls have beaten you, I believe.
actually, I played in the same tournament with Nana Dzagnidze also. There I drew.
Huh.
So I did.
But Mamadza Guna, what's her name?
Yes, Gunay Mamadzada.
She also beat you.
Yes.
I
true.
was very kind to you.
No,
I'm
I
not
beat you
beaten.
6-7 times. So Venkat Krishnan says, Sagar, let's push teach chess. Maybe do a separate video on it. Lovely to see the pic of first session that you just shared. Thank you, Venkat Krishnan. And he's someone who has always been supportive of our initiatives here and helpful. Thank you so much. And yesterday, I think in the last stream I spoke, we had 47 people who applied to be a volunteer. And I hope that more people can come forward. It'll really be fun to spread chess everywhere.
Beautiful.
And Amruta, for now, there is Javakashvili's board. She is thinking King E7.
I think, do you know, right, Sagar? Like, Sopiko is from Georgia.
Yeah.
She was also very strong and aggressive player. And she has played some Olympiads for Georgia, right? No,
Actually, do you know, guys, Georgia has a long standing tradition of amazing female players, right from
Maya.
Nona Gaprindashvili, Maya Chiburdanidze, Nana Ioselani, so many, and they have been phenomenal. And then Nana Dzagnidze, all of these players here, Bella Kotenashvili, are the next gen, are the current generations of Georgian chess, and India has managed to beat them.
It's a beautiful, really, Vantika, the way she played has helped all the other teammates. And with this win, Sagar, uh, this was the toughest team, right? Like for India in the men's team,
I think
it's
China is left in women's.
Yeah, but this time in China team, many people are not playing.
Yeah, it's a weaker team, but you know Chinese players.
Yes.
They're always underrated.
Yeah. At least recently, when you went to Kazakhstan and you actually found this talent, Pang Bo.
I didn't have to find. He just kept winning. Rook a6 taken. By the way, a risky decision here by Leila Javakashvili, who had to give a check here. She has taken on a6, and now Vaishali seems to have a win. Amruta. The win begins with check. And it's very important now.
Actually, there is nothing elaborate, right? You just go c3, c2, c1, queen.
No, wait. The
King
thing is,
f3 is a blunder.
King f3 blocks the bishop.
E4
So you
pe.
push
E4 pe, bishop e4 is not possible.
King e2, c2, and it's a
Over.
queen.
Correct.
Game over.
So that's why king g4.
Yeah, you can also think about king h3, but it doesn't work because I take and I take. So like let's say king h3, check, king g3, take the bishop, king takes c3, and there's no way to stop the pawn.
इतना दूर कहाँ जाओगे? Like everything is happening.
So Amruta, check,
King g4,
king g4, but now I
H5.
play check
King
and I
G5.
force your king. You can't come.
Oh,
I have a rook.
sorry, illegal move.
So you don't have this, you don't have this because it blocks. You don't have this. So only move is here. And now I can actually go and chop this off, attacking your bishop. And then you come here trying to stop this pawn. I push, threatening to win. You go back, bishop c2. And this is where the magical thing can happen now, where the knights are just simply crazy. Check. And now you are going here with the knight, and eventually you will win.
Wow. So that is happening on the board, or Vaishali is thinking, has she played?
I think knight e2 is on the board there, Amruta. She has given a check. Knight e2, brilliant. And now Javakashvili has played king g4, if I'm not mistaken. So
it is Vaishali's move.
Vaishali is thinking whether to give check, whether to push the pawn, because both are tempting. But guys, h5 check is that little nuance in the position
That's
which
why
works.
direct king h4 has to be played, maybe.
Yeah. Meanwhile, guys, we have a super 10 memberships gifted by Samudrascapes. Thank you so much, Manojji. Yash Bhambhania. I'm pleased to contribute 1,000 to support your incredible efforts in promoting chess across India. Your dedication to nurturing young talent and making chess accessible to all is truly inspiring. Keep up the fantastic work. Thank you, Yash. It's very kind of you, and thank you for your support. Means a lot. And we also have Venkat. Yes, Venkat ji, thank you for your super chat. I read that. Okay. Gukesh drew? No. Amruta, can we go to Gukesh?
Let's go.
Because now Vaishali seems to be really in a dominating position. We'll come back. We can go to Gukesh here and see what happened. So after Rook c1, Knight e2, there came Rook b1, Knight c3, Rook b3, a4, King e5 played by Wei Yi, good move. G3 did happen as we analyzed. Rook b6 played, King came up, Rook b4, King d3, and h6.
So he actually cut off the king from the 4th rank instead of the 3rd rank. And he's asking what is the progress you have.
Yes, and that king on e5 here is such a big barrier for the white king.
Correct. Because if you move the e2 knight, then comes in f4. Correct?
Yes.
So you can't move. If you move the c3 knight, then you lose the pawn.
By
I
the
think
way,
they will
Gukesh.
retreat.
No,
They
no,
will retreat.
I doubt, Amrita.
Why not?
I don't think Gukesh will so soon give up, because this is a position where he can grind endlessly. No?
Oh, rook b3 has been played, Sagar.
Yeah.
But what is the plan which you have?
I need to first get your king out from here on e5. So, firstly, king d3 makes sense. Okay, he's repeated it, but I doubt in order to. Now, I need to give you a check somehow. Knight g1, knight f3,
Once
perhaps.
you move the knight, f4.
Yeah, okay, knight g1 maybe.
F4. Let's go f4.
F4, knight f3, check.
King, I don't mind. King f5.
Yeah.
G4 then.
Yeah, and Amrita, this might just be the kind of position Gukesh is looking for. If Gukesh agrees to a draw here, it is a right result, but maybe a bit too soon. He can try out a few things, and from Gukesh's face, what do you
But
make
also
of
look at
it?
his
Can
time,
we go full
16
screen?
minutes.
Can we go full screen on Gukesh? And guys, can you tell whether Gukesh will agree to a draw or Gukesh will want to win, like want to continue at least?
But I also want to analyze this position a little deeper because
First, can you
doesn't-
analyze Gukesh's expressions?
I think he wants to calculate and play, go on. He
Go
wants
on,
to
yeah.
go on.
That is Guki, yeah. And in the chat, everyone, it's a Amruta. There's a debate. Many
Oh,
people
maybe
say
now
draw.
poll. Let's have a poll. Good time. 2 minutes may until the next move. By the way, we have Saurabh Gharat, who is now the Indian chess and the new member. Thank you.
Thank you,
Saurabh.
Saurabh.
It all goes to the laptop fund for the talented players. Last year, we were able to collect from all of you, and 14 laptops were given to the talents.
Okay, I have the poll put up.
Fight and draw.
Yeah. And
Gookie.
meanwhile,
Oh, it's going 50-50.
Yes. In fact, guys, we have Santosh Neneji, who's just contributed 1,000. Thank you. And Vikram, who's donated 1,000. Surya Verma. And Yash again contributed 2,303.
Maybe his rating.
Aneet has contributed 2,000. Bhavna Singh Chadda, 5,000. Bhavneet Singh. Actually, Amruta, today,
Wow, 5,000.
Kula Shekhar,
One,
Anil
one, one.
Shikwal. We started with 1655. We have
I think
42.
the highest number of believers today we got.
I think so.
1697.
Meanwhile, Gukesh, guys, has Gukesh.
Yeah, with his expression, if we try to analyze, it's very hard. Oh, he plays knight somewhere.
Let's go,
Knight
Guki
f4 or was
boy.
it?
Not agreeing to a draw very soon.
Oh, knight g1. Knight g1 क्या ये तुम्हारे जीवन jokes, Sagar?
अरे अमृता,
G1 means life for all those who don't know Hindi.
अच्छा 54 guys, मेरा मैथ्स आज क्या हो गया है? कुछ तो गड़बड़ कर रहा हूँ. We were
नहीं,
at
तुम सोए नहीं हो.
1655.
मैथ्स का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. Your brain is
42 नहीं, बराबर ही तो बोला भाई. इतना भी बुरा नहीं.
okay. What's the poll?
Rups Maru has sent in a super chat saying, Mavi Rear, thanks for the incredible support for chess in India. Love this channel. Keep up the great work, Sagar. Thank you. Thank you, Mavir.
And Sagar, 79% of our chat
Says
thinks
fight.
Gukesh should fight. That's around 7,000
Guys,
votes.
you know your Gukesh well. He is fighting here, not agreeing to a draw. He's like, खेलेंगे भाई, देखेंगे जो होगा. Let's put pressure on Wei Yi. And this is definitely a great attitude that Gukesh has. Amruta, think about it. If you make a light move here, like h5, then I give you a check. And if you make another mistake here, king e2, I jump in with a check, and then
let's not make this blunder. King e5.
king f6, both are blunders.
No king E. Oh, both are blunders. मैंने king
Yes.
f6 को देखा ही नहीं, तो ये भी तो knight है ना, वो भी knight, ये भी knight. There is no daylight.
Boom, chick, boom. Amruta, knight g1. Gukesh gets up from his chair. He's like, Wei Yi, find the way out of this mess now. It's not going to be so simple, so trivial.
Looking at this video, it's like Gukesh is the king, and he's saying to Wei Yi, it's me. You're facing me. Look at it. It's so nice, no?
Yeah.
अरे देखो इधर देखो.
Only youngster with beard and mustache because he does not shave. It's not like
Sagar is also there, na, with beard and
Yeah.
mustache.
looking young.
Another youngster. But can I try to analyze a little deeply?
Sure. So
Because I think that is something we have time to do
you
finally.
go king d6. I go knight f3. What do you want to do?
No, I'm not going king d6. The variation where I played f4,
Arre,
and you showed me
F4.
knight f3,
F4
king
doesn't work.
f5, g4, king f6. King f6 is a blunder because it's lost.
King g6.
King g6 only way. And now still to understand
he-
like
he's
why such
moving
a
his
move
rook.
is a mistake.
Amruta, it's a
Oh.
mistake because now eventually I will reach with my knight here and try to win this pawn. Oh, by the way, he played rook b8, right?
Yes.
And now Gukesh goes knight f3, the engine loving the position. We don't trust too much on the engine. It
Yeah.
constantly keeps switching back
Because
and
Indian
forth.
doesn't understand much here.
Oh, king f6 played. By the way, guys, this is getting serious. Plus 1.5.
My God, look, I think Gukesh is going to put his knight on b5. One knight on b5. Other knight is going to jump to d5. And the king is coming into e5. Is that correct or no? Sagar,
Yeah,
where are
yeah.
the knights going?
Yes,
You have
Amrita.
to tell me.
No,
because
don't worry,
two
don't worry.
knights,
Gukesh will
too
tell you.
many-
Gukesh will tell you. Don't bank on me. Gukesh is there.
Oh,
I am
okay.
reading a super chat. Mind reader says, "You guys make chess much more exciting. Great energy. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much."
Sagar, if Gukesh wins, you know your dance steps for today, yeah?
Today is Harshit's turn, I think, to suggest, or maybe it's mine. I don't know. But right now, it's clear, Amruta, that White has improved his position quite a lot.
Even to get
Bhai,
till this,
Gukesh is
moment,
pressing.
Gukesh is
Gukesh
pressing, and
is
Amruta,
pressing.
we have another important result that has come in. Maybe you can check if they can come. They're giving an interview with FIDE, but maybe if they want to join after that.
Aditya would be there.
They
over
are
there.
here.
Sorry?
They are here.
No,
I
no,
think
no. They
downstairs
are
they're
down
giving-
media center.
Who?
They go to media center.
I will give a hint. It's about some squared cube
Yes,
combination.
yes. I know. I
Both
know.
finished?
Both have finished.
Oh, but right now, did Vaishali win?
Who knows?
Okay, but anyway, they wouldn't come because
Can,
8
can
o'clock.
Vaishali's game very
Normally
quickly.
have to
H5
go.
happened. King H4, C3, Bishop E4 trying to stop. Knight takes F4, King G3, and Knight E6. Bye. Now she can't go back here because of Knight D4. So if you take here, अबे check में मर रहा है
Exactly.
भाई खत्म
Completely winning.
Complete.
V squared combo.
V squared combo
Oh,
victory combo.
Vaishali OP.
Guys, V
क्या
squared
बात
combo.
है. Super. Just brilliant, yaar.
One of our earliest members, Kalpak Rautji, for 44 months, pillar of Indian chess, says, seeing Tech Mahindra as sponsors and thinking who brought them into chess fold. What started with small things back here in India is benefiting chess world over. CBI into Samay OP. Guys, thank you for all your support. Actually, all of you, including, and they have
Yeah,
been
imagine
such
if at that point of time 65,000 people were not watching, even that would not have happened. So
Yeah, it's
every one of you
Guys, we want to break that 65k record. Do like the stream. India is winning against Georgia here, which means they're actually, without, as Peter said, It's not completely over yet, but we are very, very close.
Right. In the women's, I do feel like China might be our biggest rival left because USA team is not that strong in the women's section. And meanwhile, a big shout out to Sanat Kumar for their super chat and also Anirudh. Oh, Hari drew.
Hari has drawn.
That,
Yes,
that
as-
was
as
always
expect- yeah.
always there. Anirudh G says, I booked my ticket from Chennai to Singapore just for the World Championship. Hope I get a chance to meet you there. Keep up the amazing work. We got some news here that the organizers are going to create some packages there for people to enjoy that event. So, guys, stay tuned. We will definitely let you know. Bhai,
One
Harshit
time, Sagar bhai.
One time.
is working.
क्या ही
Gukesh is-
manifestation हो गया
This is all of your support, guys. The manifestation is coming into reality. Gukesh is putting a lot of pressure on Wei Yi. And the time is also ticking down for Wei Yi. Sagar bhai, we might be looking at some crazy miracle by Gukesh.
Yeah.
It would be the shocker. Can we say that actually if this happens?
I mean, Gukesh has shocked us already from the candidates.
But dosto, it is
Shock
too
लगा, shock
soon.
लगा, shock लगा.
Too
ऐसा हो
soon
गया.
to say whether Gukesh will win or not.
It's too soon, Sagar bhai, but it's going in the right direction. He's putting pressure on the clock, on the board. This is what we want our players to do, to try the best. Uske baad to Sagar bhai, it's out of our control. And this is amazing to see.
True. Gukesh giving all his everything that he has got here. Meanwhile, in the women's section, India very close to victory. And we have also Amruta here. King e5 is a threat because this is pinned. So king e3 makes a lot of sense, just moving away. But then he comes back and pesters you with rook c8. Then you don't know whether you want to move your knight to d5. Do you want to go back
Knight.
to b5? Or do you want to go to...
Knight db5.
Yes, but then who's going to attack this guy?
No, right now you don't worry about that. You just try to improve your piece
No, but this
position.
is a
No,
problem.
there's no chance.
This is a problem.
No, Sagar bhai, we have to definitely say that this position has improved from
Yes.
previous moves, as the rook was doing much better job on the 6th and 7th ranks. But now that the rook has been pushed back, definitely a progress. You have to be careful to not allow the rook coming to c4 like in that variation, because Gukesh has nurtured this small advantage into something substantial. But if you make a small inaccuracy, Wei is going to pounce on that and make sure it comes back down to equality.
Correct.
I have a question to you guys. Would it be very risky to go on this side
But
but,
check,
leave these
check,
pawns
check.
alone?
And I'm not even letting you go. Like king c4, check.
Okay, I won't be able.
Yeah, you won't be able to go because I'll take your knight.
There is no fork also. I have to come back.
It's not so simple, guys. It's not so simple. But Gukesh is thinking for now. The time he has is 11 minutes. Wei Yi has 6 minutes on the clock.
Only 6
Sagar bhai,
minutes.
let's try out something. 26,000 people watching. Guys, if at least 10,000 of you say Gukesh for the win, let's see if that actually manifests into Gukesh actually winning. That would be amazing.
Bye.
Gukesh FTW and
Gukesh
among
FTW,
us,
guys.
Gaker, member for 23 months back of Indian Chess, says if Gukesh wins, we want Don Sagar dance.
Arey guys, if today India wins, even I will be there for the recap. I will stay the whole time with you,
Yeah,
Sagar
bhai,
bhai. It will
arey.
be amazing.
Thank you to the person who has allowed Harshit to remain here. I don't know who he or she is.
Superman, Batman, super chat. Sorry, thank you. We need both of you, Superman and Batman.
Gukesh FTW guys, chat में नहीं रुकना चाहिए. He's trying his best
Chat
to
में नहीं
deliver
रुकना
the
चाहिए.
win for the Indian team. Guys, आज तो रात के 12 भी बज जाए सागर भाई. We will be here rooting for Gukesh.
Correct.
Manan Veda super chatted Sagar Bhai. I know you're super busy with everything going around. I had contributed to Help Chess 1 month back and I had emailed a request to your team. Please check once whenever you have a chance. Definitely.
sure.
King E3 played, trying to
We'll note it
threaten.
down.
Yes.
His King E3 has just been played, and Wei is thinking that one slowly but surely increasing with all your support. He's trying to somehow win this game. It's not easy. But we are hoping that this support that all of you guys have from in the chat. Sagar bhai, we are also supporting Gukesh. Let's see what happens.
By Gukesh for the win, but objectively, I'm just wondering where is our next move coming from, because if we move this knight, the problem is the rook is coming in and chopping the pawn, and if we lose that pawn, it's a draw.
Yes, in this position, the A pawns are the crux of the position. We cannot lose the A pawn if you are playing with the white pieces, and if you are playing with the black pieces, you have to make sure that the A pawn is always guarded, Sagar bhai. This is why the rook is kind of trying to, always put pressure on this knight. Because ye knight hila, so suddenly the rook is going to come to C4. This is the small nuance that both players are trying to fight against. Let's see if Gukesh somehow manages to trick Wei Yi in this position.
Yeah.
This is the only game for Indian team,
No,
right?
we should
For
check
both of them?
Vaishali, because that was the last final
okay.
moments of Vaishali's game.
By the way, Shanil Mishra has super chatted. South Africa here. Amazing coverage once again. Thanks. I write sci-fi and India has inspired the characters in my book. Tania is Sejal's favorite player.
Wow,
my
Tania.
Tania.
Wow, that is so cool to know.
This is looking really, really good for Vaishali. I think she's definitely going to be delivering here as we
Check.
were expecting from her position. Oh, she's just won a piece.
Bhai, mar gaya na piece.
She's just winning a piece. Guys, Vaishali, look at her calm face, but the excitement that she brings on our faces, Sagar bhai, with her play.
Check. Bhai, gaya na. Pawn mar gaya.
Akshay Nathu says, when there is a will, there is a way. Let's go.
Let's go. Rook takes A5. Mar gaya. Pawn
This
bhai.
is completely winning for Vaishali. Maybe we
Over,
can
because
stick to this
2-1
game.
2-1 is the score already. She's not taken the pawn yet. But one more, takes it.
Yeah, takes it. But the simplicity in her behavior, even after accomplishing so many things, is just remarkable to see, Sagar bhai. It's very difficult to achieve a lot and yet be so grounded.
Very well
Very, a very good quality that both the siblings Prag and Vaishali have nurtured, and all of
All
the
the
credit
youngsters.
goes to her mom, because she's always been here supporting their children, always making sure that they are in very
Mom,
good
dad, actually the full family.
full family. Of
Yeah.
course, it's a whole team, guys.
It's also the relatives, and I think they have just been amazing. Even when you meet Prag after all the achievements.
Yeah, you feel so homely. Like they're so warm people, very humble. It's
Definitely.
really nice.
Knight
A
comes back.
Knight comes to B4, guys.
Push.
Super conversion by Vaishali, Prag's sister. But I think she's creating her identity for herself. She's going to be known for Vaishali herself, not as Prag's sister.
Yeah, now it's no more Prag's sister or anything. Vaishali.
Rook G7 check. I think King D6. I think a few more moves, probably Sagar bhai, before we see the end of the game.
Kunte watching over there.
Very happy coach. Abhijit Kunte has definitely gotten a lot of lucky charm for the Indian women's team, as they have been performing well day after day.
Yes. I think the matches had been very intense at some point, but someone or the other always rises up to the occasion. Once it was Harika, then it was Vantika. Today Vantika, Vaishali, Divya also has done her job. Tania also in that. So all five, brilliant.
You can never win a team event based on one individual performance.
Correct.
There has to be a contribution of the entire team towards the victory, and the Indian women team have been time and time again proving how taking pressure off someone's shoulder and making them ease is going to help us finally to get a very good finish in the end. King to C5 played. She and white does not look happy at all. I think King to E5 basically means, Sagar bhai, that we are going to be seen.
V square.
B squared, guys. What an
Yes.
amazing performance by Vantika and Vaishali. Last time, those players were kind of having slightly tricky positions, but they kept on putting the pressure even when they had low time and making sure that India doesn't go down in the match.
True.
And don't forget Divya's decision. She made a draw in a position which was complicated, but she realized that the other two boards are having good positions, and this is what makes, small things like this very very crucial. Because if Divya played on and maybe got into some trouble, India's situation maybe not so good. But because of that draw, we made sure that India is going to
Oh,
win.
resigns.
Resigns, guys. Vantika OPU and Vaishali OP.
V square. This is great. India beats Georgia 3-1.
3-1, guys.
That is
30,000 of you watching. Maza aa gaya. Sagar bhai, Amruta.
Too good.
Too good.
क्या बात है यार.
Bhai,
Man,
it
this was a tough
It was a
round.
very tough round, and actually now the Indian women's team looked tremendously strong after this victory, and
And
we have
it would
still.
be, I mean, slow and steady. We are moving towards a historic.
Big performance. You're witnessing history here, guys. 30,000 of you, all of you watching. India is inching closer and closer towards the gold medal.
It's never happened before, like men and women together gold. At least we have that target, and right now we are at least halfway to the target.
And Amruta, I don't think a gold medal in the Olympiad is any less than a gold medal in the Olympics, Sagar Bhai. It is extremely difficult. 190 countries playing here, fighting for that precious gold medal. I think that this medal is definitely going to change and bring about a big transformation in the right direction for the Indian chess boom.
Absolutely. And I loved that part where you said that a gold medal here is nothing less as compared to an Olympic gold, because clearly, guys, you can see all the top teams in the world are playing.
My God, an insane tactic that I found. I'm sorry, because if rook b4, let's say I make a pass move, you play rook b4. Oh, h4 is not the best way to represent it. Let me make king d2, rook b7, king d. If you play rook b4, I have knight to c2, and I just blundered a pawn, Amruta. I just blundered a
Yeah.
pawn. Rook takes a4, guys. Kya yaar, blunder kar diya.
Wow, amazing.
What happens if rook takes
Tremendous.
a4?
Let's ask the chat a good question. हर्षित भाई
Good question.
बातें
Good
करते करते भी ध्यान टैक्टिक्स पे ही है.
The one who will live her life with Harshit in future,
Yes.
please note, whenever
Yes.
you are talking to her,
You will have to say
he
100
will be
times.
thinking about some rook trap.
नहीं वो उसको बोलना पड़ेगा ध्यान किधर है ध्यान किधर है ना. हर्षित will like white to play. सोचो हर्षित, you should find a chess girl. At least when you find an amazing tactic, she would be able to appreciate,
Very nice advice that I am getting here. Let's see what happens in real life. But knight to c3, Chinmay, Kea, Ayavi, Sunil Patel, exactly trapping the rook.
फंस गया भाई. The rook is like you. फंस गया इधर.
Arey, फंस गए Sagar bhai, but for a very good reason, because this is going to mean that Wei Yi is feeling some heat.
Yeah. So he plays rook b1 here, knight f4, rook b1, and Guki jumps in to give a check. And by this time, the knights are looking menacing, because if king comes to e5, it attacks this knight and also threatens a check. And here, but Gukesh has a classy
Wait,
move here.
because you don't have a
He
check
did
like
play
knight
king e5. He did play. You see how Wei is making his move. He's not leaving the king instantly, because when there are two knights, forks can come from anywhere.
You want to make sure that you are not blundering. Sagar bhai, they say one knight is very dangerous. Ghoda kahin se bhi check de sakta hai. There are two knights this time. You have to be very careful. All of a sudden, there can be a fork, rook trap, all these possibilities. But 5 minutes for Gukesh. Very, very crucial stage of the game is approaching. Guys, there are more than one crucial moments in the game, and all of these crucial moments basically define the result of the game.
Yes. And right now, very important to find this next move, because knight c3 looks like a good move, defending, attacking the rook. But then the rook swings over and attacks here. Remember not to go to g1, guys, because there your life will end after knight f3 check.
no
So
G1 over there.
here h4, and then now f4, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered for black.
Yeah.
Exactly. So this is not
Who ordered?
king c4, Amruta. is the move.
Will he play it?
But
Guys,
you don't have rook b4 check. You don't have rook c1
You
check.
have rook c1, but now after rook c1, I go knight c3, and now if you go rook h1, which is still
Okay.
something that you
have
can
to
do.
go h4.
Maybe not. H4,
You have a better
f4.
move?
Yes, perhaps I can first give you a check now on f3, pushing your king back because look how all the squares are covered, and now h4. And I'm somehow, this. This is how Gukesh has to make progress little by little.
exactly.
If
Exactly.
f4 over here, I'll still not stop here at the calculation because
We have
f4
a
and
four.
rook
Knight
f1.
We
d5,
have
knight
four.
f4.
Knight to d5 check.
Oh, knight. Okay. Even if it is on the other side, it's just quickly
Yeah, knights
keeping an
are-
eye on everywhere.
Guys, we've definitely analyzed this position, but let's go full screen mode once. Let's take a look at Gukesh and his focus towards this position. Look at this angle, Sagar bhai.
Badhiya bhai, badhiya.
We are
Loving it.
potentially looking at a world champion. Who knows? But definitely a very, very promising Indian player. क्या ही मजा आ रहा है to have him play in this tournament for the Indian team.
Yeah.
Very, very lucky to have him.
Very lucky to have Gukesh representing our country, just like very lucky to have the other players. But right now, Gukesh showing that while everyone thought the game is a draw, what differentiates him from others is his willpower and fighting spirit.
Look at him. Seems
He-
like
he-
he's finding
No,
many ideas.
He's just like a tiger on a prowl. It's just like he's moving here. Where's my prey? Where is my prey? He's looking here, there. Oh, one guy ran away. That's okay. I'll get another one. Fully focused.
And because of this focus and this, he plays knight to c3. He has played knight to c3 here.
Not sure about this move. Rook h1.
But 3 minutes, he keeps the
Still
advantage.
keeps the pressure going.
and
Keeps
the
the pressure
pressure.
going. I think we should stick to the full screen view because now it's
full
on.
screen में problem ये हो रहा है ना कि it
बाकी
keeps
कुछ
switching.
नहीं
Oh, okay,
चल
okay,
रहा है.
okay.
तो वो board नहीं लगा पा रहे, नहीं तो it would have been perfect. To
We have a super chat by Achyut Venkateshan. He says, "Go Gukesh, V Square did it for India. Go India, gold is coming home. Bharat Mata ki jai."
अरे thank you भाई.
And we have another super chat by Sharat. Says, "Never have I seen this degree of support towards chess since my childhood. Chess with India, you will be remembered in Indian chess history as profound catalyst of chess culture in India after Vishy Anand."
अरे thank you.
Thanks
भाई.
a lot for the wish. Rook to h1 has been played. The best move has been found by Wei. It's not easy to take down board number one of the Chinese team, Sagar bhai.
No, and especially when Wei Yi got an advantage out of the opening, and we were saying like, oh my God, Wei Yi is playing such great chess. Ding Liren should maybe have him in his team and all of that. And now suddenly Gukesh is now pushing. He has to find the move. By the way, here knight f3 check. If he plays h4 now, he loses all his advantage after f4 because everything gets traded.
No, Sagar bhai. Knight f3 check has to be played.
Has to be found, and once the king is pushed back wherever, let's say king f6, now you push h4, and now f4 does not work because of check here.
Yes, exactly.
King d6
Also could be possible.
Four.
h4 and some sort of rook h3. This is getting complex.
Yeah.
Complex.
f4. No, now maybe Gukesh has to, like, these are the variations
No.
which have to be found. Oh, sorry, knight fg.
Oh, is it getting risky? Also, can it get risky?
No,
also?
I don't think.
No. This is, we are getting too far away.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
try to stick to the live board
He
because
gave-
he
he
has
gave
played
check.
knight
He
f3
gave a
check.
check.
Guys, best move found by Gukesh, keeping the pressure.
Let's go, Guki. Let's go.
Only 3 minutes.
But where
Only
will the
3.
black king go? Only 3 minutes for Gukesh, 5 minutes for Wei Yi.
Guys, just imagine the pressure that the two guys are facing right now. हम यहाँ पे बैठ रहे, we can still feel it. You guys can feel it. Dhak situation is coming, Sagar bhai, because the last 10-15 minutes perhaps of the game and so much on the line.
Yeah, I think this victory, if India can manage to win, would be huge because then we have already played one of our biggest rivals and still kept a lead in this tournament.
I can definitely say, just watching the game, not only as a commentator but also as a spectator and a fan of the game, this game has definitely given me the biggest amounts of excitement in terms of I'm feeling a bit nervous as well because I know Gukesh is better, but will he win
Yeah.
or will Wei manage to draw?
Imagine the nervousness we'll feel during the World Championship.
Arre,
because at least
arre.
यहाँ पे team है, everything's together,
I know,
a lot
I
of
know.
elements. But there it's going to be 100 times more.
But look at
serious.
Gukesh. He feels no nerves. And I actually am for the first time looking at Wei Yi being a little bit nervous, There he feels a little like generally Wei Yi has no emotions, and even now you can feel it that there are very few, but a little bit of worry there.
Sagar and Amruta, can I put you on the spot and ask you what's your prediction?
Uh,
What's your prediction, guys? Will Guki manage to win?
I he
We
found
all
the
want
best
him
move,
to.
by the
Yes,
way.
he will. He will manage to win.
How is Wei managing to find all these difficult
Bhai
moves?
Wei Yi hai wo.
Okay, now Gukesh is in a situation to find the only move which is actually a game changer move and not easy. Because until now, it wasn't like that move was even being considered.
Which one?
Was not needed.
Which one?
Oh no, that is a forced move, no?
Yeah, now pawn is hanging.
So that's a forced
H4
move.
खेलना पड़ेगा. That he will find. But
There's
I'm
no
but
check,
I'm
knight
feeling
b5 check
Amrita.
or something if he tries to kill, then
Yeah, you have to be careful because if you lose the H and G pawns, suddenly the tides can change. You have to keep control of the position, guys.
okay. So he will go h4.
But
And now
this
rook
is the main worry. Rook
Oh.
H3 attacking here,
and h4,
there
yeah?
is no other way to defend.
Played, H4 played.
Okay.
Okay.
If rook h3, you have to go king e3, Sagar.
No, Rook H3, King E3, Rook takes pawn.
It's so intense. I have no
King
idea
f4 then.
what the evaluation is, Sagar. But is it a draw? Is white
No
better?
idea. No idea. The engine is also fluctuating. Rook H3 is the best move for black guys. I think that is something because the main point being after knight E2 defending this pawn, he finds F4. Because if you take with the knight, I take your pawn. If you take with your pawn, I win the knight.
This is not an easy move to make. Guys, the ones who are watching and who don't know, India women's team has beaten the Georgian team 3-1. Beautiful result there by the Indian women's team. The Indian men's team is currently tied 1.5, 1.5. Gukesh's game is the last game going on, trying to somehow put pressure on Wei.
Parth Rathod says sitting in Australia at 4 in the morning to watch India create chess history. क्या बात है पार्थ भाई? Amazing.
Sagar bhai, the silence is not because we don't have anything to say.
Bhai,
It's
look
because
at this.
we have.
Look at our subscriber count. 1869691.
Oh,
69.
Guys,
The
69th
Grandmaster.
Grandmaster of India. Guys, and do check out Harshit on his Instagram. GM Harshit Raja. Because he is putting up some amazing content there. Every day.
Yes, I'm very excited to put more and more content because this game is going to decide. Oh my
Found
god,
it.
Rook H3 found, guys. Wei also, big credit to Wei, guys. We can't just keep praising our player in Gukesh. Wei is fighting back like a lion.
Yeah, I agree. He's actually making Gukesh's path to advantage as difficult as possible. And now knight e2 is a must. What else, right?
Yeah, have to save the G3 pawn. So I'm expecting the move knight to E2, and then I think F4 will also be played.
But Harshit bhai, maybe king c4, rook g3, knight d4. I was thinking, maybe it's too much, yeah?
Yeah, it's, I don't know how are those players playing so accurately without having any access to engines, without
it's
talking
just-
to anyone. We are here discussing the game with you, everyone in the chat, discussing with two players, and the engine still not able to figure out the position.
True, true.
But even the kind of pressure he was able to put, like it was a draw, right? We were looking at it, draw ho jayega. But then he pulled it until here. It's incredible.
I feel,
90.
yeah, he played
He played
92,
92, yes. 92 played.
and f4 is a easy move for Wei Yi now. This move he'll find like this.
It's not that easy because you have to kind of evaluate the position after exchanging the F pawn to the H pawn.
Like f4, knight here. And then the rook has to move away, and then you take,
And then
he takes.
So you, in
So
fact,
you're giving a passer.
you are giving white a pass pawn, but creating your own H pass pawn.
And which is a dangerous pawn. Yeah, like H pawns
And that
are
is a
supposed
rook
to be
pawn.
very dangerous. But then again, Gukesh can come forward. And I don't know what is going on here. Because if here, king e4, now with your two knights and one pawn, it can get very crazy.
It can
So black
definitely.
will be still in a position to keep finding
Yes.
accurate moves, even if it goes fluctuates. It's more dangerous for Wei than Gukesh.
So that's the secret of Gukesh doing so well. He asks his opponent so many questions, he poses so many threats, and at some point his opponent is like, I can't defend against this anymore,
Hmm.
makes a mistake, and that one mistake that his opponent makes is always capitalized by Gukesh, trying to do the same here.
By the way, f4 had been played by Wei Yi and Gukesh did find nfg1, rook h1 played, and Gukesh chops off the pawn here. Wei Yi chops off the h4 pawn, and now we have this live position on the board.
Somehow this reminds me of candidates tournament, the queen end game, where until the end it was like draw, 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 equal,
Yeah.
and final moment it all changed.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, if you guys are not aware of, even if white has two knights and a king against a black soul king, that is still a
That is a
draw.
draw. So the
Unfortunately.
rook
Yeah.
has to only sacrifice itself for 1 and 2 pawns.
Exactly.
But Arshit bhai, if opponent has a pawn left, then the two knights can checkmate a king.
That is true.
So
And
in a
that's
way,
the zone. You have to tell us what's the zone.
yes, there is a zone like h5, g3, f4, some e5, d5, like this, something like this. A zone exists, and if the pawn is behind that zone, then it's a win. If it is on that zone, it's a draw. It's
Harshit bhai, you would know, right? You would have studied it.
I don't think those positions
Troitsky's
happen
line.
at, like, I think it's like a once in a lifetime
Lifetime.
position that happens in
But I
one's game.
played, by the way.
सागर भाई
With
आपका
knight.
once in a lifetime हो गया है फिर.
Two knights and a pawn versus a pawn, and I won. This was a very memorable game. But right now, rook h4 played,
And
and
Gukesh is thinking he's down to 1.5 minutes. Sagar bhai has to play a little quicker.
let's go Gukesh. And we have 32,000 people watching, guys. Do invite all your friends to join in, because today what happened was India was playing China, and Ding Liren, the world champion, was supposed to play
And knight f3
Gukesh,
played.
but he did not turn up.
Rook h1 played. Maybe a slight inaccuracy. Or no, it's still a good move.
भाई पता नहीं, लेकिन ऐसे लग रहा है, डर लग रहा है कि now the rook is like, it moves so fast, right? It goes from one corner to
Yeah.
another and wins the pawns, while
Then
your pawn will be slow, and now there will be pawn running down here. There'll be, remember Gukesh versus Abdu Sattarov
yeah,
last year, very intense.
very
Oh,
Gukesh
intense.
was
yeah,
winning.
yeah, of course.
F5 played.
Gukesh this time much stronger than last year, also much stronger mentally, plays f5.
Also, Saksham says this reminds of Harikrishna Maksudlu from Prague Masters 2022, where Hari won with two knights.
अरे क्या बात है.
Oh, wow. That's a
Saksham
great
seems
info.
like a very big chess follower.
And now I think the engines are kind of getting very strong as they are able to analyze this on a stronger depth, and they think that this game is going towards a draw. However, practically still a lot of chances left in the game.
कुछ भी हो सकता है दोस्तों. Anything can happen. I'm wondering, Harshit bhai, Amruta, rook a1. How do you support
Knight
this?
c3
हाँ
first,
है
no?
knight है
Knight
है.
है. दो है सागर भाई, एक तो बचा ही लेगा.
It does
मेरे
happen
दो-
sometimes. We see the knight moving only on the one side of the board.
Correct.
Okay, let's see
मेरे
what
दो करण अर्जुन.
ये है माँ और ये है करण अर्जुन.
Wei is thinking. F5 has just been played by Gukesh. Wei is down to 3 minutes, needs to find some accurate moves to make sure that China does not lose this match.
By the way, some people in the chat feel that why is Gukesh taking so much risk, because H pawn might become very dangerous. What's your thoughts, Harshit bhai?
I think that Gukesh doesn't have a big risk of losing this game because he can always sacrifice a knight for two pawns, and rook versus knight is theoretically drawn. So knowing this, I think Gukesh is playing some sort of a risk-free. However, with the time ticking down, the probability of making a mistake goes up, and I am excited to see if we get a little bit more drama from this position.
Agreed. I also think that this is worth the effort that Gukesh is putting in. He is showing that, even if it's a draw, it's worthwhile to keep fighting. And Wei now has to also find his moves quickly. He's down to 2 minutes 20 seconds.
Yeah. 2 minutes 20 seconds, guys. This is not a classical game anymore. It's almost like a blitz game, Sagar, but you have to make very quick decisions.
Yes, but you get 30 seconds more per move. After you make every move, you get that additional time. And that
But
is
sometimes not enough to find a very difficult accurate move. So
Agreed.
that is the situation we have to see for whom it will be created.
Yeah.
COD says I will lose this position 100% of times against a rook.
Guys, it's 1 minute 50 seconds for Wei Yi, and you should ask someone playing a chess game having 2 minutes on his clock how fast those 2 minutes go away when you're calculating a lot of lines.
yeah.
On paper, 2 minutes feels like a lot, Sagar Bhai, but when you're calculating, it goes away like
Hi,
this.
he has pushed his H pawn.
H5.
He's pushed his H pawn, and guys, don't you think that here knight G3 attacks the pawn and the rook?
So the rook will have to go to h3 only move,
Yeah, because
or
this
rook a1.
No, but rook H3 is a mistake
Oh.
What?
because of check, and suddenly
And knight
the
g5 then.
yes, and the knight
Because it defends
and king
f3.
E3, and then this, and the king cannot. Let's say if king goes here,
Yeah, let's try
then
that out.
F6 check. Now king can't come here, check. So king can't also
F8,
come here.
F8.
Has to go back, and then king E2 and white wins slowly because the rook is trapped again.
No, rook h1.
Yes. It's completely
Okay,
possible
we
that.
can
But
go,
already
we
you are at a very good
Oh, knight
situation.
C3 has been chosen by Gukesh.
Knight C3. Why is Gukesh not going to? Oh my God, Knight C3.
He wants to do the same thing from knight e4 and f6.
Yes.
Actually. But the rook is not attacked, which gives a possibility to push the pawn to h4.
Oh,
Yeah.
H4 now.
Oh.
Wei Yi, if he falls for rook H3, that would be bad for him. H4 is
No,
the
he
best
will not
move.
go rook h3. It doesn't
Oh,
make
Oh,
sense.
he's
He's
ready for
thinking.
H4.
Oh,
Arre,
yeah.
bye. H pawn coming down.
Arre, so accurate, Wei,
Ooh.
so accurate. But this knight G3 maybe was a very
Yeah,
small
important.
chance
Actually,
for
that was
Gukesh.
important. And normally he wouldn't miss it. So it's a little surprising that happened.
Guys, it's more than 5 hours and 20 minutes for which both of these players are fighting. What fighting spirit have both of these guys shown? It's amazing to follow this. 94 check played.
Played.
Oh,
Now
and
king
now-
e7,
now it's-
f6,
Black has to be accurate.
Yes.
Black has to be accurate.
And
king
it's-
f8. Oh, this is
nine-
still
it's winning.
trouble.
The thing is, only move to draw now is king D7.
did you
and,
see?
and no one knows why.
Why?
Exactly,
So I
no
should
one
not
knows.
ask the question why.
Do you see how he's managed to put Black in a situation where he has to
Bye.
find
Find the
Bye.
accurate move and look at the time, 44
Oh my god,
seconds.
this is a huge
44
moment.
seconds.
Huge moment.
It's the moment we
Oh,
all
he found
thought
it.
of.
No,
Maybe.
what? No, he didn't
We
find.
don't know
One
yet.
second.
We don't know yet.
Did he find it?
If he finds, then I
Yes,
believe
he
that
found
Wei
it.
will
He
keep
found
finding.
it. It's
Found it.
insane.
Bye,
It's
Wei
insane.
Yi.
Okay, now it's going to be
Wei.
hard to crack.
Wait,
How does he
wait,
find the
wait,
best
wait.
move, Sagar Bhai?
Bhai, he's Wei Yi. He's 2-7-6-2.
And if he finds king d7, so every other move he's going to find, right?
Wait.
Let's see. Let's see.
Gukesh, as Harshit Bhai had rightly said, Gukesh keeps asking questions
Yeah.
one after the other till the opponent does not have
The
an
right
answer.
answer.
He's like a lawyer in a court, yeah? Ek ke piche ek.
But this King D7 Sagar Bhai, I don't think that many strong players, even grandmasters, would have been so accurate to find this move King D7. But Wei is showing that he is
Class.
no one to be underestimated. One
Yeah.
of the top talents in the world.
Correct.
China would have been so tensed for that moment. And after king d7, I believe they would be so happy.
अभी तो चाइना में तो बहुत लोग सो गए रहेंगे अमृता. It is like
No, I mean the team.
3
But
a.m.
we have 34,000 people,
6,000
36,000
people, all looking for a miracle in this position. But Wei has been defending miraculously, Amruta, finding the only move in a very difficult situation.
And Arshit, king d7 is a move which even for grandmasters it would be a tough one, right?
Especially with 1 minute on the clock, I think many grandmasters would have failed to find this move. And this is the difference between a normal grandmaster and a top grandmaster. They are very, very good at defending. The
Correct.
art of defense.
And so now I want to push f6 here, but then h3. And already the black pawn starts rushing forward. And the other move is to give a check with the knight. And you can see Gukesh a bit nervous there.
Oh, he played knight e5. He's played knight
He's
e5.
looking at the clock every few seconds, because clearly he's not playing just for himself. It's a team tournament, and somewhere he will also feel the pressure.
Yeah, because now the H pawn get risky.
King D8 played. Wow.
King D8 or E8?
Insane
King
accuracy.
E8, why is a mistake again?
Yeah. King D8 has been played, Sagar bhai.
Oh, he found it. King D8. F6.
F6 played.
Bhai.
It's not easy, huh?
Bar
It's not
fluctuates.
easy. Bar
बार इज लाइक अभी तक तुम लोगों को उल्लू बनाया था मैंने यहाँ पे, बट अब देखो चलो खुशी दे साहब.
Sagar bhai, this is so intense. What is
Nahi yaar.
happening?
What is happening to H3?
Going on?
What is happening to H3?
Oh my god. क्या हो रहा है, guys? I have really no idea. F6 has been played and black needs to find
H3.
the only move. Not easy.
Bhai,
Not
no,
easy,
once
Sagar
again,
bhai. The
Rook
pressure
D1
is...
check is the only move here.
Oh my god, guys. Gukesh, guys, I was talking about a miracle happening. This is the moment which will decide if it will happen or not, Sagar bhai. Can you feel it?
H3
H3 played. Arre, guys, blunder. Tremendous
Okay,
moment,
okay.
guys. Let's go.
Once again, F7.
F7 needs to be played. F7 needs
King
to be
E7,
played.
King E7.
And then knight
He
F7
pushes,
played.
he pushes,
Let's
he
go.
pushes,
Let's
he
go. I
pushes.
cannot
But
control.
bhai,
Sagar bhai, let's go.
King E7. Oh, there is knight G5 followed by check and queen.
Oh my goodness. Can you see how he's managed to create this unbelievable
Oh
setup?
my
Amruta,
God,
Gukesh.
is Gukesh going to
Gukesh
convert this?
FTW. I'm talking about manifestation, Sagar bhai. This is happening.
Bye, bye.
One time, what did
One
you say?
time, guys. One time. Look at way he's so nervous. He's missed it. He's blundered.
Bhai, King E7, Knight G5 winning.
Oh my god, guys. 36,000 of you watching. Gukesh
Bhai,
for
what
the
about Rook
win.
F1? Rook F1? Rook F1, he needs to maybe play. Or H2 is direct queen, guys. Cannot do that.
Cannot do that.
F1.
30 seconds. 30 seconds for Gukesh. Rook F1
Khela
played.
Rook
Rook F1 played.
Rook F1.
Guys,
And now the
knight-
only
only
winning
move,
move is
knight
Knight G5. But
But then H2?
इधर हाँ वही तो
H2. Oh, it's-
Knight
Check.
भाई समझ में नहीं
No,
आता
H2 knight F3.
Oh my
This
god.
knight
है
F3.
King E7.
This is way above
So
our.
knight takes H2 na, khatam. What King E7?
Let's just see what he plays.
हाँ,
He's
हाँ,
going to find
रुको,
the best
रुको.
move.
Knight
Let's wait and
G5.
see what he
If-
plays.
Arey, knight G5. H2
ढूंढेगा
knight
कि नहीं वो
E3.
सोचो.
He
whether
will.
Gukesh-
49 seconds he has. अभी इधर तो ढूंढेगा ना, और क्या करेगा?
Let's go Guki. Let's go.
दूसरा कोई मूवी नहीं है. Come on, guys.
Sagar bhai, can you feel the intensity
Oh
of
my
this
God,
moment?
he must
Look
be
at him.
so
Look at
tense.
Gukesh. For the first time, I'm seeing some emotions. He looks at the clock. He has 30 seconds.
He is tense.
He says, "Bhai, खेलूं क्या खेलूं? I need to calculate. There is some move here. Oh my God, Gukesh does this also.
Oh.
Bhai, Gukesh, you need to find knight G5.
Oh my
This
God.
is the move. Go for it. अरे वो clock कितनी बार देख रहा है? He's look at him.
God.
Amruta, let's go.
Oh my God.
Vamos.
आज
Gukesh,
डॉन
Gukesh,
आना ही
Gukesh,
है.
Gukesh,
अगर
Gukesh,
कुछ भी
Gukesh.
रानी बन गई तो डॉन आना है.
H2.
Okay, H2 knight F3 King E7 knight takes H2 over.
Yes, yes.
Oh, nice. Amruta finding
Knight-
the key idea.
Knight EF3 or GF3?
Knight
Which
G.
knight?
G F3.
Because
Respect
guys,
दे दो यार,
guys, if you
knight
don't
G.
push the pawn, then he's going knight G6 and queen. No, he's just going to take your pawn. Gukesh says, "Give me your pawn."
I think Sagar bhai, H2 is the
H2
only
खेलना
move
पड़ेगा.
he has
खेला,
found
खेला,
it.
खेला, खेला,
He has
खेला.
found H2.
Okay, knight G F3. I think I like that
Knight
better.
GF3 or EF3. The point is, guys, if you make a queen, I make a queen first with a check.
And he played.
He played
Knight
GF3.
GF3, okay.
GF3.
Right, GF3.
And now if King E7, as Amruta pointed out, the pawn is hanging. So you need to make a queen. I make
But
a
then
queen.
there you will
That's a
get
mate.
mated.
You will
Queen
get mated.
and knight combination is
Oh,
known.
he went King E7. But now, mar do. Pawn
No,
ko
just
mar.
take
the
it.
pawn.
Boy,
Just
pawn
take the
kiya,
pawn,
pawn
boys.
kiya.
And knight back to F3. This is completely winning now.
Now
Khatam.
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 Sagar bhai, I cannot sit. Let's stand and
night
watch this. Kya ho raha hai? Oh my God.
Yaar, the knights are partying.
We are seeing history being made,
Bhai,
Sagar bhai.
this is so much more exciting even than the Bermuda party.
Oh my
And
God.
we didn't see Gukesh yesterday at Bermuda
Sagar bhai,
party.
we need
That-
a crazy dance after
Rook
Gukesh wins this.
A1.
I
Still
said-
accuracy needed. Still accuracy needed. Guys, still accuracy needed.
which is the winning move again. Knight G4.
Only
भाई
move.
कैसे
Why?
ढूंढ लेंगे?
Only
Why
move.
is it the
Oh my
only
God.
move?
Because if you take here, like let's say
Oh,
knight
this is
G4,
not
नहीं, knight
easy.
f3 खेला
This is not
suppose.
easy.
then I go knight h6 defending here and threatening a check. I need my knight to reach there.
Okay.
I need my knight to
Please
reach here.
defend f7
And
point.
Gukesh has 1 minute to figure it out.
Guys, knight
ठीक है,
G4.
39. Can we hit 40,000 people?
Guys, we need your support for Gukesh to find this important,
Look
crucial
at the
move.
intensity. Even the camera is glitching there with the intensity, guys.
Look at how this guy has managed to create chances from an
Can't
equal
believe
position, guys.
that 2 knights for a rook. That
भाई
decision.
गुकेश का जो फोकस है यार, like unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
और वो अपने ऐसे he's moving his eyes like
Like
zoom zoom
zoom.
zoom zoom. How many seconds? Okay, 5
Knight
seconds.
G4, guys. Let's be calm.
This is the move, guys.
This is the move which will decide whether Gukesh will win the game or it will be a draw.
40,000 people.
Knight G4 play.
And knight G4.
Let's go. Gookie boy on fire.
Knight G4 idea, putting the knight on H6. The
He
knight
gave a
on
check.
Check, okay. Oh, we have
King C4. No, any problem?
another important.
भाई
With
किंग
that?
C4 चेक में
Oh
मरेगा
my
ना
God,
अमृता, और फिर
another
ये
tough
मरेगा
move.
और फिर ये नो
Another only
पीछे
move.
पीछे आना
King
पीछे
C2. King
पीछे
C2.
Only one
D2
move is
नहीं,
winning.
King C2 क्यों
King
नहीं?
C2 rook A4
King.
and then
Oh
But
my
King
God,
D2 को
this
भी
is
rook
not
A4.
easy.
I don't understand. Rook A4, knight
I know.
H6.
I'll tell you the difference,
Continue
guys.
with the
If
plan.
king to C2,
Huh.
rook A4, knight H6, there is rook
finds
C4
rook
check.
D2 finds rook
Oh
D2
my! What? Finds king D2.
yes king D2 found.
Oh my God!
Why is it
How
the
he
best
doing
move?
this?
Please
How is he
बताओ.
doing
Found.
this?
One second, we will analyze this.
हाँ, समझ गया. I got it. You were showing the check.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Why, but knight takes?
Oh.
But
King
on
F7
takes
ना?
king, the F7 pawn
नहीं,
was
knight
H6
H6
पे है ना?
Knight H6 पे है.
भाई हम लोग को इधर समझ में नहीं आ रहा है गुकेश को कैसे
गुकेश
that too in
30
the
seconds.
sixth
Okay,
hour.
Oh yes,
समझ
yes,
रहा है
yes.
यार
The difference
उसको.
was that the king on C2 could not protect the F2 square. Now the king on D2, if you give a check, can be protect this
Stopping
important
F2.
F2 square.
Oh.
But this nuance has been found by Gukesh in less than a minute. Look at Wei. He's shaking his head.
Now
he can
knows.
realize that
It's all
this
over.
game has gone.
It's all over, guys, because Gukesh's knight will come and defend this pawn. The other knight will give a check and queen.
Guys, this is the power of support. This is why our chat is helping the players in such a positive way, guys. Positive thoughts
Mara,
are
pawn
making
mara.
sure rook takes a4 played.
भाई knight h6 खेल दे. Now तो
This is तो yeah,
this is,
knight
this is
h6.
now by
Played.
आदित्य खेल. Let's go.
Guys, गुकेश ओपी रुकना नहीं चाहिए, हार्ट्स रुकने नहीं चाहिए. इंडिया ओपी guys. Wow, Amruta, are you excited by this play?
Nervous right now. I'm very nervous and very tensed. Harshit.
How's the Josh?
अरे भाई बहुत कम है अभी रुको.
Guys, this is what these players do us. They take our breaths away.
Knight g6 check is the big threat.
Speech away, breath away.
Fire on fire. Finding the only winning moves, Gukesh. Rook A2 check played.
Now king
King
e3
E3
and king e1 both win.
King E3 has been played.
Because to stop f2, right?
Exactly. King E3 has been played.
Pick. Guys,
This is incredible.
incredible endgame.
Incredible
He
endgame.
found-
We'll
He
go
found
in
like
all books, all endgame books
he,
from
he
now.
found like 10 12 accurate moves, yeah, with like less time. It's
And
just
very tough ones. They were not even like the obvious ones.
I am so proud of this boy Gukesh. I played him 4-5 years back. The way he has risen his level, risen the way he handles himself has just been exceptional, Sagar Bhai, showing why he is the biggest talent we have right now. Playing the World Championship match,
yeah.
I think we are looking at a successor of Vishwanathan Anand in front of our eyes.
Yes, definitely. And right now, he might be the man who will give India a gold in Olympiad. But of course, few more moves need to be made. And I think just King E4, King F4, No, king f4 maybe not accurate. Yes.
But we are not in a situation of only move,
Oh,
right?
king-
Finding the only move.
Bhai, king
King
f4
We
not
are.
blunder.
accurate.
King
Rook
F4 is a
a1
blunder.
Because that's the point with
Piche
Harshit
se.
mentioned. The rook
You
wants to
need to
stop the f8
exactly
queen.
play king e4 Guki.
Okay, 40 seconds. 39.
The most tense battle we've had, King E4 played.
Finds it, bhai. Finds it. Machine Guki. Finds one good move after another.
I can only feel for Wei Yi, Sagar Bhai. He found such incredible defense. The resignation, the victory. Gukesh has won, Sagar Bhai. Let's go.
China. Whoa.
Wow, what a win, guys.
Wow.
I still want to
Just
stay here and see, the
Insane.
final.
Can we go full screen? And what a
Moments,
beautiful
what-
gesture by the coach
oh.
of China,
and look
patting
at
him
Wei.
on the back.
And
Wei.
he's analyzing, like way to be able
Beautiful,
to analyze after
beautiful
this
moment.
moment.
This is what
Too good.
sports are all about. The sportsmanship, even after losing such a game, showing why chess is such a gentleman game, Sagar Bhai.
Too
This
good.
is why we are here to watch one of the best players playing. All credit, all guys. एक बार Wei Yi OP भी हो
वही
जाए.
Yeah, because
वही
this-
ओपी हो जाएगी दोस्तों, and then Guki ओपी
Then
रुकना
Guki
नहीं
OP नहीं
चाहिए.
रुकना चाहिए because the men and women team both have won.
And
Sagar Bhai.
hearts, just hearts for India.
Guys, if this is not the moment which you are going to clip and play the song Lehra Do in the background, then I don't know which moment it's going to be.
Obviously,
अभी-
अभी
अभी-
बताया.
gold-
अरे,
gold का
अभी
moment, भाई,
बताया.
अभी-
Arey, I mean,
Not
from
too
today,
soon.
from today,
Trust
this
our
has to
edit.
be.
Like everybody trusted their teammates, no, over here. Like that
Guys,
we are going to trust
we-
our teammates.
and you know, I only trusted the support and positive energy
नहीं
because the
Bhai, you said to everyone, do
one,
Gukesh
one
for the
time,
win.
Harshit,
One
your
time.
one time has got us over here.
I can't believe from that end game where we had Grandmaster Peter Swidler here who said the chances are less. The engine was saying it's a drop.
Objectively, he was
Gu-
right. Actually,
yeah, he was right. He
because-
was right. Everything was right. But Gukesh had that energy in him to keep trying. You know, that's the thing. Who are the path
अभी नहीं
breakers?
देखो उधर.
Who are the path breakers, Amruta? The ones who don't
Yeah.
really
oh my
follow
god.
what everyone's saying.
Correct.
And
Absolutely.
Gukesh actually believed.
And in a way, when a legendary, experienced person like Swidler says this is so difficult to win,
Oh my
and
God.
Gukesh manages this
It just
right
shows-
now after 6 hours
Yeah.
of play,
How good he is.
incredible. Like we are in for an amazing world championship in Singapore.
Yes, guys, इंडिया फॉर गोल्ड. बढ़िया. ऐसे रक्षित भाई ने एक सुपर चैट किया है. विनीत ललका सेज दैट्स मैग्नस लेवल, पत्थर से पानी निचोड़ना. रक्षित सेज इंडिया फॉर गोल्ड, हैशटैग इंडिया फॉर गोल्ड, मेक इट ट्रेंड गाइस. Supriya Nerurkar, oof, just amazing game by Gukesh. He proved he's a world championship challenger, worthy.
Sujata says, as Samay says.
घोड़ा. Yes, Guki
But
OP.
we did miss Samay aa jao, abhi bhi Budapest.
Yashwant Chauhan, Guki OP, future world champion in the making. And Samudrascape, member for 19 months. Thank you. Hi. Bhai Harshit bhai.
Just lost for words, Sagar Bhai.
Yes.
That
We
game.
witnessed something truly spectacular today.
And you know, we are not amateur players. We are playing chess for such a long time, but the level of play which Gukesh has shown in the last few moves was a bouncer.
Yes.
Even for very, very strong grandmasters, I'm sure the accuracy with which he played, finding the only moves.
And the thing is, when Wei Yi got his other pawn, which was running down the board, and Gukesh had less time, at that point it was a double balance he had to do. He had to save his own pawn, and he had to capture Wei Yi's pawn, and that too with ticking time. And he was like, oh, I can't believe how many variations he must have calculated.
Insane. Like, there is so much to process in what just happened today's game, because key game and key round, this will change a lot of things.
Yeah, this will make India the sole leader
In the
and
men's
in the
and
men's,
the women's.
In the women's, yeah, correct. And actually now only Iran is 1 point behind us. So tomorrow India versus Iran, and if we beat Iran, then we will have a 2-point lead in the field, which means an insanely huge lead.
Insanely good. And I think for our celebration, I've found the perfect idea.
हाँ भाई.
No dance, only a salute to the team.
अरे क्या बात है भाई.
Yeah, because the way we have played Sagar Bhai, I think that our Indian team, the fans, the spectators, everyone, this is a salute from
standing
everyone.
ovations.
Standing ovation.
Guys,
Bye to Gukesh
Salute to
and
the
to
Indian
Indian
team.
team. Brilliant chess. We loved it, and it was an amazing day of
Amazing, great commentating with you, Sagar
Arre
Bhai. and
bhai,
Amrita.
Arjun
This
bhai.
was amazing.
we are so happy to have you here actually.
chess. भाई आज तो फिर अभी रिकैप बनाना पड़ेगा साथ में.
बोला था
भूलते नहीं हम. Ooh. And we have so many people who want to be part of this. And there you see the scorecard, the final point being put in 0 to China, there 1 to India, 1.5, 2.5 we won. Bitap Raj Thakuria says, just wow, hoping for amazing result. Both teams, all the best. Thank you, Bitap. Elengical, thank you for your super chat. Neha says, gentle reminder to Harshit, array, that he has to wait for analysis and round up till the end with
अभी
Sagar.
ध्यान है याद रखा.
If BD would have played, it could have been V3. But guys, really, Harikrishna never let Team India be under any pressure with his play. He must be praised for his defense with the black pieces, like his play with the black pieces and drawing. With Wang Yue, who was in form 4 out of 4. So Hari
Wow,
played his role.
he broke his streak.
Hari played his role to perfection. What the doctor ordered there.
What was doctor ordered? You've never used that until now in so many years. Suddenly today.
वही मतलब Amit Panchal, this is brilliant, unbelievable game by Gukesh, and also your commentary was amazing. Sagar, Amruta, by superb. Mahesh Kotapalli says it's crazy to believe such exciting games and commentary is free to watch. Arey, dosto, your love is there. That is your support. Everything is there, really. Dinesh Nabisan says, super excited for the 5 Pandavas, legends on both the teams. What an era. Go India. Thanks, Sagar, Harshit, Amruta. By the way, your reactions get my blood pressure up. Dosto, sorry for that. And we have Krishna Subramaniam who says, Endgame Masterclass. This is immortalized for ages. I guess so.
100%.
But you know what, Amruta? Gukesh will go back, eat his dinner, go for a walk with his second, prepare for tomorrow. He will not celebrate or anything.
Guys, if you remember the famous quote by Kobe Bryant when he was asked in an interview, why are you not smiling and showing happiness? And he said, is the job over? Yeah. No, not yet. And that's why we have 4 more rounds, Sagar Bhai. And we are going to obviously see a lot of celebrations after the event. But right now, we have to be focused. Great result, but we still need to be focused for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Abhinav Singh says, Gukesh, you monster beauty. I'll be watching all his games here in Singapore. Sagar bhai, please set up a small shop here with Chessbase India t-shirts. Arey dosto, Singapore mein we'll do some tremendous stuffs. Minil Mahajan says, world champion Gukesh, what a game. Magnus level. Definitely. And yeah, so many people just entering, like wanting to share this joy with us. Other Ghodas respectable, Gukesh is Ghoda legendary. What an amazing match, one of the best end games of all time. India OP. Ankur Singh says Gukesh world number 5 now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Actually, he and Arjun are racing.
Yeah.
Harsh Pandey says I'm dancing in my room. Arey Harsh bhai, yahi to.
लगा दो story Instagram पे आपकी
हाँ
dance की.
This is the
Tag
story.
करो,
This is
मजा
the
आएगा.
happiness that the players give us, Sagar Bhai. I had an amazing day commentating and watching these games with you and Amruta. बहुत मजा आया. All the fans who were here helping and supporting us, showing love to the Indian players. That was amazing to watch. I'm going to get ready for the recaps.
Yes.
I'll let you and Amruta
Finish
the stream and end on a high note. So again, thanks a lot for having me. Great fun, Amruta, Sagar Bhai. See you guys soon.
भाई हर्षित ओपी हो जाए दोस्तों.
One
हर्षित
time
भाई
वाला.
being here has made this so exciting for all of us to cover, and बस उनके साथ ये कारवा बनता रहे, जुड़ते रहे. We have Abhyudaya here who shot the entire. Abhyudaya, how was the atmosphere नीचे?
आज बताओ जरा
जरा.
प्लीज. आज
अरे भाई ठीक से बताओ, ठीक से बताओ.
No, I was there
Guys,
for the
he
whole,
was there, he was shooting it.
I was there for the whole 2 hours.
2 hours.
Almost like जब भी मैं विशी सर के बाद I went there. So I mean I met Shri as well. Everyone's very shocked. Not shocked. I mean they are very surprised. Also very happy. I was not able to meet Gukesh. He was like in an interview or something. But I think the way he grinded the position to win, it was amazing. So this is I think one of the best games of.
भाई ये बंदे को चेस आता ही नहीं है इतना, इसको
पता है, इतना मजा आ रहा है. Wow.
So much focus. It was truly one of the best.
Yeah, correct है ना भाई?
बराबर बोला एकदम.
One of the best. Like
it is
बढ़िया
too
बढ़िया
good.
बढ़िया
Although the
बढ़िया.
position was kind of
Too
equal, but
good.
he was pressing.
You
like
could feel the pressure.
Yeah.
It
Also
was
the way he managed the time pressure. I don't know. Like
yeah. He was like एक आंख clock पे, एक आंख board पे.
yeah, he was like down to 3 or 4 seconds. Like I mean, of course he knows the boot, but still like going down to that slow time was.
मतलब you have to, guys, the thing is you have to keep a control on your emotions, find the right moves, keep a control on your clock, calculate. There's too many things there, so it requires a lot of energy.
Crazy. We have
चलो सागर भाई, I will publish.
Harinder Bish is saying I'm in tears. This is just true art.
Yeah, Nimish, bye. The day Vishi's on stream, Guki won this. Yes. Kartikeya says, never thought we'll be shouting in front of my laptop for chess. Every under-supported sports in India need people like you. Love you, Chess with India. Thank you, guys. Mahajan Santosh, thank you for your super chat as well. Nimish, thank you for becoming a member. Sayan Roy couldn't resist not sending you super chat after last game. Of course, your commentary helps in raising the tempo, but the Gookies endgame spoke for itself. Bhai, kya? Matlab Amruta, I
We have
really
to
didn't
study.
trust
Like,
it that he would win.
That's the game tomorrow for commentary. You are going to enjoy Sagar in the morning and our game analysis.
Vivaswan Damle says world number 4-5, both Indians. What a death match it was now in hindsight. Need a rematch now, will be epic.
Oh, nice.
Maybe, guys, what we will do is the death match will be soon done by FIDE for the World Championship match. Prathamesh Polsane, Are Prathamesh ji, India OP, what a great commentary. You guys are killing it. And Guki, you monster. This game is pure masterclass. Thank you. Dikshit Mehta, what a match. What nerves. Can't wait for World Championship. We are getting a new Indian World Champion soon. PS commentary OP, hats off. Surya Valle Veti, I was so sleepy, but the game kept improving. Srinath Jire, India OP, thanks for the great commentary, guys. Harmonica by Narendra, what if Wei had kept the rook on f1? Actually, if we can, Director Saab, if you are not too tired and we can get a board for 1 second, that move which we wanted to explain, Amruta, which we did not understand, why was King D2 the only move there? This was the moment after Rook A1, Knight G4, he gave a check. I was wondering if F2 was so important, why is King E2 not working? The point is, after I take here, Knight H6, there is this insane thing, Rook E4 check, and you lose the knight. And if you go to C2 now,
What was
then
this
problem is takes Knight H6,
Rook
and
F2.
now Rook A2 check, King D3, and Rook comes to F2 and stops it. So in a way, Amruta,
Rook F4 also, no? Same idea. Knight G6 check. Sorry.
yes, Rook F4 is met with Knight G6. So if you think about it, there is only one perfect square which keeps everything in balance.
Kya
That you
Gukesh,
need
yaar.
F2 square,
Too good.
you need no check here. So like
Too
here,
good.
when you take this and you go here, now there is no F4 because of check. And when he gives this, you come here so that he has no F2. It is insane, guys.
Like जब दिल
How
से
can
कुछ
you
चाहते
think
हो
all of
वैसे.
this?
वो
In-
कायनात भी वो है ना डायलॉग.
हाँ, but Amruta, 30 seconds, how can you think all of this? Like, and we have the engine also. We know King D2 is the best move, yet we couldn't figure out. We were like, हाँ, बाद में दिखाएंगे आराम से. And Gukesh found it on the board.
No, this is another level actually.
Anil Patro says, I never expected to watch chess for a period of 2 hours non-stop even after not knowing the C of chess. Arey bhai. Santosh Nene, Sagar bhai, Amruta, Gukesh was awesome. But 3 of you in commentary spending so much time for chess lovers like us. Hats off. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh.
Yash says, as Gary Kasparov once said, chess is life in miniature. Chess is a struggle. Chess battles. In honor of Gukesh's remarkable victory, I am making a donation to support his hard work and a way to encourage the next generation of chess champions. Thank you, Yash Bhai, for your support. Vivek Yadav, thank you.
For us.
Avan Jain, thank you so much, Team ChessBiz India. If you are not there, we would never see such amazing chess games. Dil se dua hai aapke liye. You give us happiness. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It goes both ways. Wine, what if the rook would have come back to F1? We did see it, right?
Amit Rao said.
Amit ji.
नीचे था.
निकलेश जैन का कॉल था भाई.
अमित,
निकलेश भाई, मुझे पता है आप भी वही फील कर रहे हो जो हम कर रहे हैं.
अरे we are getting maybe ऐसे पीछे back to back super chats ना. हाँ या प्रग, अर्जुन एंड गुकेश, इंडियन चेस का ब्रह्मा, विष्णु और महेश.
ठीक है अमृता, I think guys we will stop now. We have a lot of things to do, like the recap, trying to put out things and so on. So thank you all. Someone should ask Gukesh, how does what the knight move? Rohit Shekhar, thank you for super chats. Minil Mahajan, this game will be remembered for the knight's dance, like watching Ritik dance and beautifully composed poetry. If this is not world championship, then what is? If this is not world champion, then what is? Okay, guys, we will take your leave. I think we also have contributions on Help Chess. We were at 1655, 1704, Pramod E 1500, Ajay Joshi 1111, Trilok Ashish 100, Ritesh Singh 100, Yogesh Pilare 1000, Dheeraj Wal 2000, Deepak Kini 1000, Santosh Nene 1000. Thank you guys for all your support to Help Chess, to the young talents. And Kartikeya Shankar, Sagar Bhai, Amruta ma'am, you don't deserve a gold. You guys don't deserve a gold since you are already gems. Arey, my faith in genuineness is alive. One of the reasons is you guys. Thank you. Guys, thank you all for tuning in. Tomorrow, we will be facing Iran, most likely. I think so. And in women's section, if I'm not mistaken, Team India won, and we are up against...
While Sagar is checking, we have got a
Ukraine.
big super chat by Sridhar Jaju. This reminds me of the Alireza Firuza game at the candidates. Gukesh refused to repeat moves for a draw and eked out a win. And year 2, he had a chance for repetition but decided to grind it out. What a result.
And also, like last year, this Nadirbek came to my mind, and Gukesh won it. By the way, guys, Poland seems to have beaten Ukraine. No, it's a draw, which means India's lead has gone further up.
I
2
will
points.
take your leave right now very quickly.
Okay. Guys, see you all. Thank you. And I will be back. And thank you, Director Saab, for some amazing switching, shifting. Guys, Nodwin OP ho jaye in the chat for our Director Saab Samay, who is here. His name is Samay. And thanks a lot for डॉन शाह. पता नहीं दोस्तों, उसको तो यहाँ से भगा दिया था, बट शायद आज कोई तो अलग डॉन आएंगे, क्या पता. And who knows. Thank you guys. See you all. Bye bye. One of the key aspects that stops the progress of many chess players and puts them in an extremely difficult situation is finances. Over the years, thousands of chess players have left the sport because of lack of funds. This is the reason we came up with the Help Chess Foundation. There are people out there who want to support Indian chess players, and there are chess players in need of funds. We at Help Chess wanted to act as a bridge, a transparent and accountable bridge where every single penny that the donor contributes is put to use in a way that it powers Indian chess. Over the last 6 years of activity, Help Chess has raised over 1 crore rupees. We have had many scholarships like the MKG Scholarship, Pursue Your Chess Scholarship, Murlidhar Jalan Foundation Scholarship, Sadhana App Sponsorship, Vijay Rajni Scholarship, Sarada Scholarship, S. Krishnan Scholarship, Pursue Your Chess Scholarship, and many more. It has benefited more than 75 players from getting good training to being able to travel to tournaments to working with better technology. Help Chess has tried to ease the lives of chess players and support them to move in the direction of their goal. Even top players like Anish Giri and Arjun Erigaisi have donated their prize winnings to the Help Chess Foundation to power young talents like Ilam Parthi, Jubin Jimmy, and Sumer Sheikh. All the amount that is raised for chess players is then transparently updated on the ChessBase India website. But we have always wanted to improve the experience of our donors, and that's the reason why we have ensured that the charitable trust is now ATG compatible. The donors now get tax benefits. We also now have a CSR number, which means that companies with CSR funds can utilize their money for the right cause of powering young talents in the country. When you visit the Help Chess website, you will see two ways to contribute: Believer and Big Believer. Why did we choose the name Believer? That's because each of you who contributes believes in Indian chess. As soon as you donate, your name is updated in the Recent Believers section at the bottom of the website. You will also see the initiatives taken up by the Help Chess Foundation that have been transparently mentioned through the linked articles. If you click any of the articles, you will get an update of all the people who have contributed. In the year 2022-23, Help Chess managed to raise 26 lakhs, and in the year 23-24, we raised 54 lakhs. Few talents who have risen rapidly are Mayank Chakraborty from Assam, who has become an IM with 2 GM norms, Ethan Vas from Goa, who is born in 2010 and is already an IM, Gautam Krishna from Kerala, who has also achieved his IM title and is rated 2466. We also have amazing stories like that of 8-year-old Narayani Marathe, who achieved a double gold at the Asian Youth Championships 2024 in Kazakhstan. There are many more stories like these. Our hope in the coming years is to support more than 1,000 chess players and ensure that no talent in Indian chess is wasted due to lack of funds. We hope that you will join this initiative to power chess in India.
कवरेज है बेमिसाल, इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल।
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं, तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा